The Secrets of Masculinity. Carl Jung's Guide to Becoming a Man. An intimate exploration of the hidden psychology of masculinity through the lens of Carl Jung, uncovering the unconscious forces that shape identity, relationships, purpose, and the lifelong search for meaning. From the persona and the shadow to the anima and the process of individuation, this journey reveals that becoming a man is not about fulfilling an ideal, but about becoming psychologically whole. Blending Jungian psychology with timeless reflections on modern manhood, this audiobook explores the invisible architecture of the masculine psyche, revealing why so many men feel lost despite success, why love often becomes projection, why suffering can become transformation, and why true strength begins only when performance comes to an end. Beyond masculinity itself lies a deeper discovery, the person beneath the mask. Carl Gustav Jung. A complete digital audiobook production by the Mercurius Foundation. This audiobook has been carefully crafted for your listening experience. We encourage you to pause, rewind, and revisit the passages that speak to you most. Introduction. There is a peculiar feeling that has become almost impossible to ignore. It rarely announces itself dramatically. It appears instead in quiet moments, between obligations, after achievements, in the silence that follows another completed goal. A man builds a career, learns discipline, improves his health, earns respect, becomes dependable. From the outside, his life seems coherent. Yet beneath that coherence, something remains strangely unresolved. He cannot always name it. Sometimes he calls it emptiness. Sometimes restlessness. Sometimes a lack of purpose. More often, he says nothing at all. The modern world offers countless explanations for this experience. Some insist that men have become weaker because society no longer values traditional masculinity. Others argue that the very ideals men inherited were flawed from the beginning. Entire industries have emerged around these competing stories. Books promise forgotten wisdom. Podcasts offer certainty. Influencers sell confidence, discipline, financial success, and emotional resilience as though they were pieces of a single equation. Every year, new identities appear, each claiming to recover something that previous generations supposedly lost. The remarkable part is not that these answers exist. Human beings have always searched for maps whenever the terrain became confusing. What deserves closer attention is something else. Despite the overwhelming number of explanations available, the feeling itself rarely disappears. Men move from one philosophy to another, from one community to the next, from one model of masculinity to its opposite. They replace certainty with another certainty. The language changes. The dissatisfaction often remains. This persistence deserves to be taken seriously. Perhaps the problem is not that modern culture has failed to produce convincing answers. Perhaps it has become remarkably efficient at answering the wrong question. Almost every contemporary conversation begins from the same assumption. It asks what a man should become. Should he be stronger or softer? More ambitious or more emotionally available? More traditional or more progressive? Every proposed solution rearranges the same collection of qualities into a different ideal. The disagreement concerns which version of masculinity deserves to survive. Very few people pause long enough to ask whether this entire framework has quietly mistaken performance for identity. That possibility is more unsettling than it first appears. Imagine an actor who has spent decades portraying the same character. At first, the role exists only on the stage. It belongs to the performance and disappears when the curtain falls. Gradually, the rehearsed gestures become habits. The carefully practiced voice begins to sound natural. The character no longer feels borrowed. One day, someone asks who he is outside the theater. For the first time, he realizes he has no immediate answer. The role did not imprison him by force. It simply became more familiar than the person who had once chosen to perform it. Human identity develops through a similar paradox. No one enters the world already knowing how to be a son, a friend, a professional, a partner, or a father. Every society teaches these roles because communities cannot exist without shared expectations. Learning them is not only necessary, it is unavoidable. Yet every adaptation carries a hidden risk. A role that begins as a bridge between the individual and society can slowly become a substitute for the individual himself. Something profoundly curious happens at that point. Success no longer brings clarity. It only demands better performances. The question quietly shifts. Instead of asking who someone is becoming, life becomes organized around whether he appears convincing enough. Convincing as a leader, convincing as a husband, convincing as a provider, convincing as a confident man. Every improvement strengthens the performance while leaving the deeper question untouched. This is where the modern discussion about masculinity becomes unexpectedly fascinating. It may not be describing a crisis of masculinity at all. It may be describing something far older, something that simply happens to reveal itself through masculine experience with unusual intensity. For centuries, cultures have tried to answer what adulthood requires from a man. Every era produced different expectations, different rituals, and different ideals. Those ideals mattered because they helped organize life. They offered orientation during uncertainty. Yet orientation and identity are not the same thing. A map is indispensable for crossing unfamiliar territory. It becomes dangerous only when someone mistakes the map for the landscape itself. Modern men have inherited more maps than perhaps any generation before them. They have inherited fewer shared destinations. That distinction changes everything. This book is not an attempt to defend one model of masculinity against another. It is not interested in proving that older generations understood men better, nor that contemporary culture has finally corrected centuries of misunderstanding. Those debates often generate more heat than light because they begin after a more fundamental mistake has already been made. They assume that the central task is choosing the correct identity. The pages that follow begin somewhere else. They begin with the possibility that the deepest human problem has never been the absence of an ideal. It has been the gradual confusion between the roles we learn to inhabit and the person who quietly continues to exist beneath them. If that possibility turns out to be true, then the most important question is no longer what kind of man someone should become. It is whether he has ever been given the opportunity to discover who he was before the performance began. Narrative and psychological foundations. It is difficult to speak about masculinity today without immediately entering someone else's argument. The subject has become so saturated with political meaning that even the simplest observations often sound like declarations of allegiance. To suggest that men are struggling is interpreted by some as nostalgia for a vanished social order. To question traditional models of masculinity is heard by others as an attack on manhood itself. Somewhere beneath this endless exchange of accusations, a quieter question has almost disappeared. It is no longer obvious what exactly is being investigated. Is the subject masculinity, social expectation, identity, psychological development, or something else entirely? The confusion becomes easier to understand when one notices how modern discussions are organized. Nearly all of them begin by looking outward. They examine institutions, economic conditions, family structures, education, dating culture, technology, political movements, media narratives, or shifting social norms. None of these factors is unimportant. Human beings are inseparable from the cultures that shape them. Every generation inherits a symbolic environment that influences what it admires, what it fears, and what it believes is possible. Ignoring that environment would produce an incomplete picture. Yet an equally incomplete picture emerges when the individual disappears beneath the environment. Cultures create expectations, but they do not determine how those expectations are lived internally. Two men can inhabit the same society, receive similar educations, face comparable opportunities, and still experience entirely different psychological lives. One adapts without losing himself. Another slowly becomes trapped inside the identity he believes he must maintain. Their circumstances may overlap. Their inner worlds do not. This distinction matters because psychological suffering rarely emerges directly from external events. It emerges from the relationship between external demands and the structure of the personality attempting to meet them. The same responsibility that gives one person purpose may become another person's prison. The same achievement that produces confidence in one life may produce exhaustion in another. The difference is not always found in the event itself. More often, it lies in the invisible meaning that event acquires within the individual's inner landscape. Modern culture has become extraordinarily skilled at measuring external success. It can quantify productivity, income, educational attainment, physical performance, social influence, even happiness through carefully designed surveys. What it struggles to measure is something far less visible. It struggles to recognize whether a person is becoming psychologically more whole or merely becoming more efficient at maintaining an identity. That difference is subtle. Efficiency can always be improved. Wholeness cannot be manufactured. One belongs to performance. The other belongs to development. This distinction is strangely absent from many contemporary conversations about men. Advice often focuses on optimizing behavior. Become more disciplined. Become emotionally available. Increase confidence. Build better habits. Earn more. Lead better. Communicate better. These suggestions may all contain practical wisdom. Many undoubtedly improve lives. Yet they quietly assume that psychological maturity is primarily a matter of acquiring better behaviors. History suggests something more complicated. Every civilization has developed expectations for adulthood, but very few have assumed that adulthood emerges automatically from age, competence, or achievement. Across cultures, the transition into mature identity has often required symbolic transformation. Something old had to end before something genuinely new could begin. The external rituals differed enormously, but they shared an underlying intuition. Human beings do not merely accumulate skills as they grow older. They undergo transformations in how they understand themselves. Modern societies have preserved many of the responsibilities associated with adulthood, while gradually losing much of the symbolic language that once helped individuals interpret those transitions. Education prepares people for professions. Institutions prepare them for economic participation. Families often prepare them for responsibility. Far fewer environments prepare them to understand the psychological meaning of these changes. A promotion alters social status. Marriage transforms relational identity. Fatherhood reorganizes priorities. Failure dismantles certainty. Success creates expectations that can become surprisingly difficult to escape. These are not merely events. They are encounters with different versions of the self. Perhaps this explains why external success and internal confusion so frequently coexist. A man may accomplish nearly everything his culture encouraged him to pursue, while quietly wondering why none of it resolved the deeper uneasiness that accompanied him from the beginning. It would be easy to dismiss this dissatisfaction as ingratitude or unrealistic expectation. It may instead reveal that psychological development follows a different logic than social achievement. This is where the perspective guiding this book begins to diverge from many contemporary discussions. The central question is not whether society has become easier or harder for men, nor is it whether traditional or modern ideals produce healthier lives. Those questions remain valuable, but they belong to a different level of analysis. The deeper question asks what kind of psychological process allows a human being to grow beyond the identities required for social survival without abandoning them altogether. That process has occupied philosophers, mythologists, clinicians, and storytellers for centuries because it appears in remarkably different forms while preserving the same underlying structure. The language changes. The experience does not. Every life eventually reaches moments where adaptation alone becomes insufficient. Competence no longer answers identity. Achievement no longer answers meaning. Recognition no longer answers belonging. The individual begins searching for something that cannot be obtained simply by performing existing roles more successfully. Curiously, this search often begins at the very moment life appears most stable from the outside. The modern crisis, frequently described as a crisis of masculinity, may therefore represent something both older and more universal. It may be the moment when social identity reaches its limits, while psychological development quietly demands another movement entirely. That possibility deserves careful examination because it changes not only the answers we seek, but the questions we believe are worth asking. If the uneasiness many men describe is rooted primarily in the tension between external identity and inner development, then the debate has been framed too narrowly from the beginning. Masculinity remains an important part of the story. It simply may not be the deepest one. The chapters that follow will proceed from that possibility, not as an established conclusion, but as a hypothesis to be tested. Every phenomenon explored throughout this book, from ambition to loneliness, from pornography to fatherhood, from competition to intimacy, will ultimately return to the same underlying investigation. Not what kind of man someone ought to become, but what kind of psychological movement allows any human being to become more fully himself. The crisis beneath the crisis. The remarkable success of contemporary conversations about masculinity suggests that they are responding to something real. Millions of men would not devote countless hours to books, podcasts, online communities, and public figures if they were not trying to solve a genuine problem. It would be intellectually dishonest to dismiss these movements simply because some of their conclusions are simplistic or ideologically driven. Human beings rarely organize their lives around ideas that fail to answer any psychological need at all. Every enduring movement, no matter how misguided its conclusions may eventually become, usually begins by recognizing a reality that many people are struggling to articulate for themselves. The popularity of modern masculinity discourse, therefore, deserves explanation rather than ridicule. Yet recognition alone does not guarantee understanding. Throughout history, societies have repeatedly mistaken symptoms for causes, confusing visible expressions of psychological conflict with the conflict itself. Anxiety has often been interpreted as weakness, aggression as strength, emotional withdrawal as resilience, conformity as maturity. Only later does it become clear that these behaviors were not the problem, but the language through which deeper tensions were expressing themselves. Something similar may be happening in the contemporary discussion surrounding men. We have become increasingly skilled at describing masculine behaviors, while paying comparatively little attention to the psychological processes that generate them. This distinction may appear subtle, but it changes the entire direction of the conversation. A man who devotes himself obsessively to work may simply be ambitious, or he may be attempting to construct an identity capable of protecting him from a lifelong sense of inadequacy. Another may pursue physical strength because he genuinely enjoys the discipline it requires, while someone else pursues the same goal because his body has become the last place where he still believes transformation is possible. From the outside, these lives may appear almost identical. Internally, however, they belong to entirely different psychological realities. Behavior alone cannot explain the meaning of a life, because behavior acquires significance only within the structure of the personality that produces it. Much of the contemporary debate overlooks this distinction because it remains focused on the visible surface of masculine identity. It asks whether men should become more vulnerable or more resilient, more traditional or more progressive, more competitive or more cooperative? These questions are not meaningless, but they quietly assume that the central issue concerns the correct arrangement of masculine traits. They encourage us to imagine masculinity as a collection of characteristics that can be adjusted until the individual finally becomes psychologically healthy. The possibility that the problem precedes those characteristics, that identity itself may have become organized around an unstable psychological foundation, rarely enters the discussion. Carl Jung approached personality from a fundamentally different direction. Rather than asking which traits define a healthy individual, he became interested in the relationship between the conscious image a person develops of himself and the far larger psychological reality that continues to exist beyond that image. Every individual constructs an identity capable of navigating society. This process is not pathological. It is an unavoidable consequence of social life. We learn how to behave, what to value, which emotions deserve expression, and which should remain hidden. Gradually, these adaptations become so familiar that we mistake them for our essential nature. The social personality begins to feel identical to the person who inhabits it. Jung described this necessary adaptation through the concept of the persona, a term that originally referred to the theatrical masks worn by actors in classical drama. The metaphor is remarkably precise. A mask is not a deception. It exists because certain roles require a particular face. Problems emerge only when the actor forgets that he is wearing one. Psychological suffering frequently begins at precisely this point, not because social roles are harmful, but because they quietly replace the deeper process through which an individual discovers who he is beyond every role he has learned to perform. This perspective invites a different interpretation of the modern masculine condition. Perhaps men are not primarily suffering because they have lost an agreed-upon definition of masculinity. Perhaps they suffer because masculinity itself has gradually become one more identity to perform. Every cultural model, whether traditional or contemporary, offers another image of the man one ought to become. Strength replaces weakness. Vulnerability replaces stoicism. Achievement replaces dependence. Emotional intelligence replaces emotional restraint. The content changes, but the psychological movement often remains identical. The individual continues searching for himself by adopting increasingly refined versions of an external ideal. If this is true, then the contemporary crisis may not be a crisis of masculinity at all. It may be the consequence of something considerably more fundamental, the gradual confusion between identity and psychological development. A man can spend decades improving the person he appears to be while neglecting the far more difficult task of becoming the person he actually is. From that perspective, the central question shifts once again. The issue is no longer whether society has produced the correct model of masculinity, but whether any externally prescribed model, no matter how admirable, can ever substitute for the inward process through which personality becomes whole. The forgotten journey. Once identity is understood as a psychological process rather than a collection of desirable traits, another question naturally emerges. If masculinity is not simply a role to be performed, then what does it actually mean to become a man? Surprisingly, this question has become increasingly difficult to answer, not because modern society has abandoned masculinity altogether, but because it has gradually abandoned the symbolic language through which previous generations understood human development. Contemporary culture speaks fluently about education, careers, relationships, health, and financial success. It possesses an extraordinary vocabulary for achievement. It possesses a far more limited vocabulary for transformation. This distinction is easy to overlook because achievement and transformation often occur simultaneously during the first decades of life. A young man leaves his parents' home, enters university or the workforce, builds relationships, develops professional competence, and gradually assumes responsibilities that once belonged to adulthood alone. From the outside, these milestones appear to mark psychological maturity. Yet external responsibility and inner development are not identical processes. One concerns the roles a person becomes capable of fulfilling. The other concerns the gradual reorganization of consciousness itself. The first can occur almost automatically as life demands adaptation. The second requires an encounter with dimensions of the personality that no institution, career, or social expectation can complete on one's behalf. For much of human history, cultures recognized this distinction through rites of passage. Although these rituals varied enormously across civilizations, they shared a common psychological intuition. Becoming an adult did not simply mean reaching a certain age or acquiring practical competence. It required a symbolic death of one identity and the emergence of another. The child who depended upon inherited structures could not simply accumulate new responsibilities while remaining psychologically unchanged. Something had to be relinquished before something more integrated could emerge. These rituals were never important merely because they preserved tradition. They mattered because they gave visible form to an invisible psychological movement. Modern societies have retained many of the responsibilities associated with adulthood, while quietly abandoning much of the symbolic framework that once made those responsibilities meaningful. The transition from adolescence into maturity is now expected to occur almost invisibly, as though increasing competence naturally produced increasing psychological integration. Success becomes the measure of development because it is one of the few metrics contemporary culture still knows how to recognize. A man is assumed to be mature because he earns a living, manages responsibilities, or maintains independence. Yet none of these achievements necessarily reveals whether he has established a genuine relationship with himself. They demonstrate adaptation. They do not necessarily demonstrate individuation. This distinction becomes particularly important when examining the experiences many men describe today. Beneath conversations about dating, work, ambition, or loneliness, there often appears another, more difficult feeling to articulate. It is not simply confusion about what society expects. It is uncertainty about who one is when external expectations temporarily disappear. A man may know exactly how to succeed professionally, while feeling strangely disconnected from his emotional life. He may understand how to become physically stronger while remaining unable to explain why those achievements never seemed to produce the sense of arrival he imagined they would. He may possess confidence in every public role he performs while privately experiencing an unsettling absence of inner orientation. None of these experiences necessarily reflects personal failure. They may instead reveal that adaptation has advanced further than psychological development. Jung regarded this discrepancy as one of the defining characteristics of modern life. Civilized societies demand increasingly sophisticated forms of adaptation, encouraging individuals to become highly competent within complex social systems. The danger emerges when adaptation becomes the exclusive measure of success. As the social personality grows stronger, the inner life often receives progressively less attention. Psychological development does not cease during this process, but it becomes increasingly unconscious. The neglected dimensions of personality do not disappear simply because they are ignored. They continue to influence perception, motivation, and behavior from beyond conscious awareness, often expressing themselves through dissatisfaction that appears unrelated to its true source. This observation offers another way of understanding the contemporary masculine condition. Perhaps many men are not searching for masculinity itself. Perhaps they are searching for initiation without realizing that this is what they have lost. They pursue discipline because they long for structure. They pursue status because they long for recognition. They pursue financial success because they hope achievement will finally authorize their identity. They pursue physical transformation because the body remains one of the few places where change feels tangible. None of these pursuits is inherently misguided. Each may represent a legitimate expression of growth, yet they can also become substitutes for a deeper psychological movement if they are expected to accomplish what only inner transformation can achieve. The disappearance of symbolic initiation leaves individuals in a peculiar situation. The external markers of adulthood continue to accumulate while the internal experience of becoming an adult remains strangely incomplete. Responsibility increases, competence expands, and social expectations multiply, yet many continue to experience themselves as though waiting for a moment that never fully arrives. They become increasingly accomplished versions of the person they have learned to be without ever confronting the more unsettling task of discovering who they might become beyond those learned identities. It is precisely within this gap between adaptation and transformation that the modern conversation about masculinity acquires its deepest psychological significance. The psychological mistake. If modern culture has lost a symbolic understanding of psychological development, it has not lost its desire for orientation. Human beings do not stop searching for meaning simply because older narratives disappear. They begin constructing new ones. This is why periods of cultural transition almost always produce an extraordinary proliferation of identities. The less certain people become about who they are, the more attractive externally defined identities become. They offer clarity where ambiguity exists, belonging where isolation grows, and direction where uncertainty becomes psychologically exhausting. The contemporary landscape surrounding masculinity illustrates this dynamic with remarkable clarity. Traditional ideals continue to coexist with newer cultural expectations, while countless alternative models promise to reconcile the tension between them. Some celebrate dominance, discipline, and hierarchy. Others emphasize emotional openness, vulnerability, and relational awareness. Still others reject both frameworks in favor of entirely new conceptions of masculine identity. At first glance, these movements appear fundamentally opposed to one another. Yet from a psychological perspective, they often share a hidden assumption. Each begins by asking what kind of man an individual ought to become. The disagreement concerns the destination, not the structure of the journey itself. This similarity is easily overlooked because the content of these identities differs so dramatically. One encourages stoicism, while another encourages emotional expression. One celebrates competition while another critiques it. One defines masculinity through provision and sacrifice, while another defines it through authenticity and emotional literacy. These differences are genuine, and they matter culturally. Psychologically, however, something deeper remains unchanged. The individual continues searching for himself by identifying with an external image of what a successful man should look like. The personality becomes organized around conformity to an ideal rather than around the slower and more uncertain process of self-discovery. Jung recognized this tendency long before contemporary debates about gender emerged. The persona, in his understanding, was never limited to conventional social roles. It included every image through which consciousness attempted to establish a stable relationship with the world. The danger, therefore, did not reside in any particular identity, but in the unconscious belief that identity itself could be completed through identification. Every persona, regardless of its moral or cultural value, remains partial. It highlights certain dimensions of personality while leaving others outside conscious awareness. The stronger the attachment to a single image of oneself, the greater the likelihood that neglected aspects of the psyche will eventually seek expression elsewhere. This insight transforms the way we understand many of the behaviors commonly associated with the modern masculine crisis. A man who compulsively pursues success is not necessarily motivated by greed. Another who rejects ambition altogether is not necessarily free from the need for recognition. Someone who embraces emotional vulnerability is not automatically more psychologically integrated than someone who values emotional restraint. Every one of these positions can become another persona if it serves primarily to protect the individual from confronting dimensions of himself that remain psychologically unresolved. What appears to be self-expression may sometimes function as self-avoidance under a more socially acceptable name. This is one of the reasons why external change so often produces disappointing results. Men frequently report that achieving goals they once believed would transform their lives leaves an unexpected residue of dissatisfaction. Career advancement, financial security, physical fitness, or romantic success certainly alter the conditions of life, yet they often fail to produce the deeper sense of psychological coherence that had silently been projected onto them. The problem is not that these achievements lack value. They become problematic only when they are asked to answer questions they were never capable of answering. No accomplishment, however significant, can resolve a conflict that belongs to identity itself. The psychological mistake, then, is not ambition, discipline, or strength, nor is it vulnerability, sensitivity, or emotional openness. The mistake lies in believing that any collection of traits, regardless of how admirable they may be, can replace the inner work through which personality gradually becomes more whole. Every identity organized primarily around external ideals eventually encounters its own limitations because it depends upon continuous confirmation from outside itself. It must constantly prove that it deserves to exist. The individual becomes increasingly occupied with maintaining coherence rather than discovering truth. Seen from this perspective, the contemporary conversation about masculinity begins to resemble a much older human dilemma. The issue is no longer whether one model of manhood should replace another, but whether identity itself has been mistaken for development. A society may endlessly redefine what it expects from men, without ever addressing the psychological process through which a person learns to relate consciously to the many conflicting dimensions of his own nature. The language changes, the ideals evolve, the social expectations shift, yet the underlying conflict remains remarkably familiar. The individual continues searching for himself in images of what he should become, while the quieter and more difficult task of becoming who he already has the potential to be remains largely unexplored. The chapters that follow begin precisely where these externally defined identities reach their limits. Rather than asking which model of masculinity is correct, they ask what kind of psychological development makes every model simultaneously useful and insufficient. Masculinity, from this perspective, is neither rejected nor idealized. It becomes one expression of a far deeper human process, the lifelong movement through which identity gradually gives way to individuation, performance gives way to integration, and the person hidden beneath the role slowly becomes capable of living without depending upon the role to know who he is. This change of perspective, if the argument developed so far is correct, then many of the questions surrounding modern masculinity have been framed too narrowly from the beginning. The issue is not simply that society no longer agrees on what a man should be, nor is it that one particular cultural model has replaced another. Those changes are historically significant, but they remain secondary to a more fundamental psychological development. Every era has proposed its own image of the ideal man. Warriors, priests, fathers, scholars, entrepreneurs, revolutionaries, and providers have each occupied that position at different moments in history. The images change because societies change. What remains remarkably constant is the temptation to mistake those images for the process of becoming a person. This distinction deserves emphasis because it shifts the entire purpose of the investigation that follows. Throughout this book, masculinity will not be treated as a fixed essence waiting to be recovered, nor as a social construct waiting to be dismantled. Both positions, despite their profound disagreements, share an underlying assumption. they approach masculinity primarily as an identity. The perspective developed here begins somewhere else. It begins with the possibility that masculinity is best understood as one expression of a broader psychological journey whose ultimate goal is neither conformity nor rebellion, but integration. The relevant question is therefore not whether a particular model of manhood is correct. The relevant question is whether that model facilitates or interrupts the individual's movement towards psychological wholeness. This change of perspective also alters how contemporary phenomena will be interpreted throughout these pages. The subjects ahead, competition, ambition, pornography, loneliness, fatherhood, romantic relationships, emotional repression, work, violence, social media, self-improvement, and status, will not be examined primarily as moral, political, or ideological issues. They will be approached as symbolic expressions of psychological life. Every persistent pattern of human behavior, whether constructive or destructive, attempts to solve a problem that exists beneath conscious awareness. People rarely devote years of their lives to something entirely meaningless. Even their most self-defeating habits often begin as reasonable attempts to answer questions they have never learned to formulate. If we wish to understand the modern male condition, we must first understand the psychological needs these behaviors are trying to satisfy before deciding whether the behaviors themselves deserve praise or condemnation. This approach inevitably requires patience. It asks us to suspend the comforting simplicity of immediate conclusions and remain with questions that modern discourse often rushes to resolve. It is considerably easier to classify behaviors than to understand them, easier to assign blame than to investigate meaning, easier to defend an identity than to examine the psychological function that identity performs. Yet meaningful understanding almost always begins where certainty becomes uncomfortable. The purpose of this book is therefore not to replace one ideological certainty with another. Its purpose is to recover a way of thinking capable of holding complexity without dissolving into confusion, and capable of seeking integration without sacrificing intellectual honesty. Carl Jung once observed that one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. The sentence has been quoted so frequently that it risks becoming another inspirational slogan detached from the psychological insight that originally gave it meaning. The darkness Jung referred to was never simply evil, nor was it merely trauma, instinct, or destructive impulse. It was everything consciousness refused to recognize about itself. The more completely a person identified with a particular image of who he believed he was supposed to be, the larger this neglected territory inevitably became. Psychological development did not require abandoning identity altogether. It required recognizing that no identity, however admirable, could ever contain the totality of a human life. Perhaps this is the deepest challenge facing men today. They inhabit a historical moment overflowing with definitions of masculinity, while possessing remarkably few maps for understanding the development of the self that exists beneath those definitions. They have inherited unprecedented freedom to choose who they wish to become, yet often lack a symbolic language capable of explaining what genuine becoming actually requires. In many respects, this is not merely a masculine problem. It is one of the defining psychological conditions of modernity. Masculinity simply offers a particularly revealing lens through which to observe it, because nowhere else is the tension between social expectation and personal identity debated with such intensity. The investigation that follows begins from this premise. Before asking what kind of man someone should become, we must ask a more fundamental question. What does it mean for any human being to become psychologically mature? Everything else depends upon the answer. For if the crisis commonly described as a crisis of masculinity is, at its deepest level, a crisis of interrupted psychological development, then the conversation cannot begin with strength, success, vulnerability, or power. It must begin with something far more basic. It must begin by understanding what has always separated adulthood from maturity, adaptation from transformation, and identity from the lifelong process of becoming whole. That is where our journey truly begins. Every generation inherits a different image of what a successful man ought to become. Some inherit the warrior, others the provider, the intellectual, the entrepreneur, the activist, the stoic, or the emotionally expressive partner. None of these figures is entirely false. Each captures an important dimension of masculine experience, yet none is capable of containing it completely. The mistake begins when an image designed to orient development gradually replaces development itself. At that moment, identity ceases to function as a guide and quietly becomes a destination. The individual no longer asks whether he is growing. He asks whether he resembles the ideal closely enough. This confusion is rarely experienced consciously. It is lived through comparison, exhaustion, chronic dissatisfaction, and the persistent feeling that one more achievement, one more promotion, one more relationship, or one more transformation will finally resolve an uneasiness that has accompanied life for years. The external goals continue changing because the internal question has never been recognized. The psyche keeps demanding something that success alone cannot provide. Modern culture responds by offering increasingly sophisticated identities. Analytical psychology suggests that what is being sought may not be another identity at all. The purpose of this book is therefore neither to rescue masculinity nor to dismantle it. It is to relocate the conversation within a broader psychological landscape where masculinity becomes one expression of a universal human task, the lifelong movement from unconscious adaptation toward conscious integration. Every chapter that follows will examine a phenomenon commonly associated with modern men, but none of those phenomena will be treated as isolated problems. They will instead be approached as symbolic expressions of the same underlying process. Whether discussing ambition, intimacy, pornography, competition, fatherhood, or emotional repression, our concern will remain constant. We will ask not simply what men do, but what psychological movement their behavior reveals, what unconscious need it attempts to satisfy, and what it tells us about the unfinished work of becoming a person. Seen in this light, the contemporary crisis of masculinity becomes something both less alarming and far more profound. Less alarming because it is not evidence that men have suddenly become defective or that civilization has irreparably abandoned them. More profound because it points toward a question that extends far beyond gender itself. What if the deepest struggle of modern life is not that we no longer know how to be men, but that we no longer know how human beings become psychologically whole? Masculinity is simply the doorway through which this larger question enters our field of vision. Once we step through it, we discover that the real subject of our investigation has been there all along. The first step in any investigation is learning to distinguish the apparent problem from the real one. If this introduction has accomplished its purpose, it has not provided a definition of masculinity or a solution to the challenges facing modern men. Instead, it has attempted to clear enough conceptual ground for a different kind of inquiry to become possible. Before deciding what a mature man should look like, we must first understand what maturity itself requires. Before evaluating masculine identities, we must understand how identities are formed. Before discussing strength, vulnerability, or responsibility, we must ask what kind of psychological development makes any of these qualities meaningful rather than merely performative. The journey, therefore, begins at a place that may seem unexpectedly simple, not with masculinity itself, but with the process through which a boy gradually becomes a man, or, in many cases, appears to become one without ever completing the psychological transition that adulthood demands. The distinction between growing older and truly maturing has accompanied human civilization since its earliest myths. It remains one of the least understood realities of modern life. It is also the place where our investigation must begin. The next chapter explores that forgotten transition, not by asking what kind of man the modern world needs, but by examining a more fundamental question. What does it actually mean to become one? Chapter 1. Becoming a man. The forgotten transition to adulthood. No culture has ever expected a boy to become a man automatically. Although societies have disagreed profoundly about what kind of man should emerge, they have shared a remarkably consistent intuition about the process itself. Adulthood was never understood as something that arrived simply because time had passed. Age could be measured. Physical growth could be observed. Sexual maturity announced itself through biology. None of these changes, however, guaranteed psychological transformation. Somewhere between childhood and adulthood there existed an invisible threshold, and every civilization that endured for long enough eventually developed ways of helping young men cross it. To modern readers, many of these rituals seem distant, even primitive. Some involved physical hardship, prolonged isolation, dangerous hunts, painful ceremonies, or demanding tests of endurance. Others required periods of silence, apprenticeship, symbolic death, or public recognition by older members of the community. Their outward forms varied enormously, but their psychological function remained surprisingly stable. They all communicated the same message. The person who entered the ritual could not be the same person who emerged from it. Becoming a man was not understood as the accumulation of new abilities. It required the relinquishing of an earlier identity. This distinction is far more important than the rituals themselves. Modern discussions often reduce rites of passage to colorful anthropological curiosities, interesting mainly because they reveal how different ancient societies once behaved. Yet focusing on their external form risks overlooking the psychological necessity that gave birth to them in the first place. Human beings did not invent initiation rituals simply because they enjoyed tradition. They invented them because they repeatedly discovered that psychological development does not unfold automatically. Left entirely to itself, the personality often prefers familiarity over transformation. It clings to identities that once provided safety, even after those identities have quietly become obstacles to further growth. The disappearance of traditional initiation rituals, therefore, does not imply that the underlying psychological need has vanished. Human beings continue to undergo the same developmental tensions regardless of whether their culture possesses a language for understanding them. The longing to leave childhood behind, to discover purpose, to earn recognition from older generations, to test one's capacities against reality, to become someone capable of carrying responsibility rather than merely receiving protection. None of these experiences belongs exclusively to any historical period. They belong to the structure of psychological development itself. This is where contemporary discussions about masculinity often begin to lose their depth. They correctly observe that many young men appear disoriented, unmotivated, or uncertain about adulthood, but they frequently explain these experiences almost exclusively through social changes. Economic instability, changing family structures, educational systems, technology, declining religious participation, shifting gender expectations, and digital culture have all transformed the environment in which modern men grow up. These changes matter enormously, and no serious investigation should ignore them. Yet they primarily describe the landscape through which development occurs. They do not fully explain the developmental process itself. Imagine planting the same tree in different climates. One environment may provide richer soil, another harsher weather, another less water, another greater exposure to sunlight. Every condition influences the tree's growth, yet none of those conditions explains what a tree fundamentally is or how it develops from within. The external environment shapes development, but it does not replace the internal logic through which development unfolds. Human beings are no different. Culture determines the circumstances under which maturation occurs, but maturation itself follows psychological principles that cannot be reduced entirely to culture. This distinction becomes especially important when considering the modern experience of many young men. They often possess unprecedented access to information, educational opportunities, technological resources, and personal freedom. At the same time, they frequently report feeling uncertain about what adulthood actually demands from them. This uncertainty is often interpreted as confusion about masculine roles, but perhaps that interpretation mistakes consequence for cause. The deeper uncertainty may concern something more fundamental. Before asking what kind of man they should become, many have never discovered what it means to become psychologically adult at all. This difference may seem merely semantic until one notices how modern culture measures maturity. We tend to evaluate adulthood through visible achievements. Financial independence, professional competence, academic success, romantic relationships, marriage, parenthood, and social responsibility all function as markers that someone has entered adult life. These milestones undoubtedly matter. They change how an individual relates to society and how society relates to him. Yet they reveal surprisingly little about the inner movement through which childhood gradually gives way to psychological adulthood. A man may own a successful business while remaining emotionally dependent upon the approval he sought as a boy. Another may become a father without ever resolving his relationship to his own father. Someone else may display extraordinary confidence in professional settings while remaining terrified of genuine emotional intimacy. From the outside, these men appear fully adult. Internally, they may still be negotiating developmental conflicts that belong to much earlier stages of life. The responsibilities have changed. The underlying psychological organization has not. This observation does not suggest that adulthood is an illusion, nor that external accomplishments are meaningless. It simply recognizes that adaptation and transformation are different processes. Adaptation allows an individual to function effectively within society. Transformation reorganizes the individual's relationship to himself. The first is visible and relatively easy to evaluate. The second often unfolds silently over decades, hidden beneath the ordinary events of everyday life. Confusing one for the other has become one of the defining psychological mistakes of modern culture, because it encourages people to pursue increasingly sophisticated forms of adaptation while quietly assuming that psychological maturity will emerge as an automatic consequence. The tragedy is not that this assumption occasionally fails. The tragedy is that it fails so often while remaining almost entirely invisible. When a man experiences persistent dissatisfaction despite objective success, contemporary culture typically offers one of two explanations. Either he has not yet achieved enough, or he has chosen the wrong goals. Both responses assume that fulfillment remains primarily an external problem, waiting to be solved through better decisions, greater discipline, or different ambitions. Much less frequently do we ask whether the dissatisfaction itself might be signaling that the individual has reached the limits of adaptation and has unconsciously begun longing for something altogether different. Not another achievement, but another stage of psychological development. That possibility fundamentally changes the conversation. It suggests that what many modern men experience is not simply confusion about masculinity, but the absence of a meaningful transition between childhood and mature identity. The problem is not merely that contemporary society has offered conflicting models of manhood. It is that many individuals have never been taught to distinguish between growing older, becoming socially competent, and undergoing genuine psychological transformation. Those three processes often occur together. They should never be mistaken for the same thing. The illusion of growing up. One of the most persistent assumptions in modern life is that psychological maturity emerges naturally from experience. We imagine that responsibility inevitably produces wisdom, that age gradually brings emotional stability, and that exposure to life's inevitable hardships slowly transforms children into adults. Reality tells a far more complicated story. Experience changes everyone, but it does not necessarily mature anyone. Some individuals become more flexible as they grow older, while others become increasingly rigid. Some acquire greater self-awareness through suffering, while others merely accumulate resentments that harden into personality. Time, by itself, accomplishes neither growth nor integration. It merely provides opportunities for both. This distinction has become increasingly difficult to recognize because contemporary society rarely distinguishes between development and accumulation. Modern life rewards the acquisition of knowledge, credentials, wealth, influence, technical competence, and measurable achievement. Each accomplishment expands an individual's capacity to function within increasingly complex social environments. These are genuine forms of growth, yet they belong primarily to the external organization of life. Psychological development follows another trajectory altogether. It concerns not what a person possesses, but the structure through which that person experiences himself and the world. One may accumulate extraordinary competence while remaining psychologically organized around fears, desires, and relational patterns established decades earlier. Anyone who has spent enough time observing people begins to notice this phenomenon. The executive who still seeks the approval of authority figures with the same intensity he once sought his father's recognition. The husband who withdraws emotionally whenever conflict threatens intimacy, because vulnerability continues to feel as dangerous as it did during adolescence. The retired businessman who, after decades of professional success, discovers an unbearable emptiness the moment his career no longer provides an identity. These lives differ enormously on the surface, yet psychologically they often reveal the same underlying structure. The child has not disappeared. He has simply learned increasingly sophisticated ways of surviving inside an adult body. This is not a failure of intelligence, education, or moral character. It is a consequence of how personality develops. Childhood is not merely a period of biological dependency. It is the stage during which the psyche constructs its earliest strategies for obtaining safety, love, recognition, and belonging. These strategies emerge long before conscious reflection becomes possible. A child learns, often without words, which emotions are welcomed, which provoke rejection, what earns affection, what invites criticism, when strength is rewarded, and when vulnerability becomes dangerous. None of these adaptations is irrational. They represent remarkably intelligent responses to the world as the child experiences it. The problem arises because strategies developed for psychological survival during childhood often continue governing adult life long after the original circumstances have disappeared. Many discussions about masculinity implicitly assume that adulthood consists of replacing immature behaviors with mature ones. While this is partially true, it overlooks something more fundamental. The deepest developmental challenge is rarely behavioral. It is structural. A man does not become psychologically mature simply because he behaves more responsibly. He becomes psychologically mature when the internal organization of his personality no longer depends upon the survival strategies that once defined his childhood. Responsibility then becomes the expression of maturity rather than its substitute. Here, analytical psychology introduces a perspective that remains surprisingly absent from most contemporary conversations. Jung repeatedly suggested that genuine development requires more than adaptation to external reality. It requires the gradual differentiation of the individual from unconscious patterns that once organized his entire psychological life. In practical terms, this means that maturity involves becoming increasingly aware of why one acts, desires, fears, and relates in particular ways. Without such awareness, adulthood risks becoming little more than childhood expressed through more socially acceptable forms. The individual appears transformed because his circumstances have changed. Psychologically, however, he continues to interpret reality through assumptions established many years before. This helps explain why so many transitions that should feel meaningful often leave individuals strangely unchanged. Graduation, marriage, career success, financial independence, or parenthood certainly transform external life, yet they do not automatically transform consciousness. They create opportunities for psychological development, but they cannot guarantee it. Every major life transition confronts the individual with a choice that often remains invisible. One possibility is to incorporate the new experience into an unchanged identity, preserving old patterns beneath new responsibilities. The other is to allow the experience to reorganize one's understanding of oneself. Only the second represents genuine psychological maturation. Ancient initiation rituals understood this intuitively. Their purpose was never simply to celebrate adulthood. They were designed to interrupt psychological continuity. They symbolized the end of one way of existing before legitimizing another. Modern societies continue marking transitions through graduations, weddings, promotions, and retirement ceremonies, but these events primarily recognize social status rather than inner transformation. They announce that something has changed in the individual's public life without necessarily asking whether anything has changed within the person himself. The symbolic movement from one mode of consciousness to another has become increasingly private, often unsupported, and frequently unnoticed even by those experiencing it. Perhaps this explains why adulthood today often feels less like an arrival than an endless improvisation. Many men report feeling as though they are simply trying to keep up with responsibilities they never fully chose, hoping that confidence, certainty, or maturity will eventually emerge through repetition alone. Outwardly, they become increasingly capable. Inwardly, they continue waiting for a transformation that never seems to occur. The feeling is difficult to articulate because nothing appears objectively wrong. Life progresses. Careers develop. Families grow. Responsibilities multiply. Yet beneath the continuous movement remains the quiet suspicion that becoming older has somehow occurred without fully becoming an adult. The difference between those two experiences is subtle enough to escape ordinary conversation, yet profound enough to shape an entire life. Until that distinction becomes visible, the search for masculinity easily becomes another attempt to solve a developmental problem through external identity. The individual assumes he needs a better model of manhood when, in reality, what he lacks is not another identity, but a psychological process capable of transforming the one he already inhabits. It is precisely this forgotten process that lies at the center of Jung's understanding of human development, and it is to that process that we must now turn. The boy who never leaves. The psychological transition from childhood to adulthood does not require abandoning the child within. In many respects, the opposite is true. A healthy adult retains curiosity, imagination, spontaneity, and the capacity for wonder precisely because these qualities belong to childhood. The task of maturation is not to destroy the child, but to transform the relationship one has with him. Problems emerge when the child remains the hidden center around which the adult personality continues to organize itself. Outwardly, life progresses. Inwardly, the deepest motivations remain remarkably unchanged. This is one of the reasons Jung became so interested in what he called the puer aeternus, the eternal boy. Contrary to many superficial interpretations, the puer is not simply an immature man who refuses responsibility. It is a symbolic pattern describing a psyche that remains psychologically identified with the possibilities of life, while resisting the limitations that every real life inevitably demands. The eternal boy dreams of becoming someone extraordinary, but often struggles with the irreversible commitments through which real identity is actually formed. Every decision excludes countless alternatives. Every relationship requires sacrifice. Every vocation closes other paths. and every mature identity demands the death of previous versions of oneself. The pure longs for transformation while quietly avoiding the losses that transformation requires. This pattern should not be understood as a diagnosis reserved for a small number of individuals. It is better understood as a permanent psychological possibility present within every human being. Every person experiences moments of hesitation before irreversible commitments. Every life contains fantasies of alternative futures that appear more exciting than the one currently being lived. The problem begins when possibility itself becomes more psychologically rewarding than reality. The individual starts inhabiting imagined versions of himself rather than entering fully into the imperfect life unfolding before him. He postpones commitment while waiting for certainty, postpones responsibility while waiting to feel prepared, postpones adulthood while assuming that one decisive moment will eventually announce its arrival. Modern society has become exceptionally good at sustaining this condition. Consumer culture encourages endless reinvention. Digital environments allow individuals to experiment with identities that require little permanence. Social media transforms personality into something that can be continuously edited, refined, and performed. Career paths become increasingly fluid, relationships increasingly provisional, geographical movement increasingly common. Many of these developments have expanded personal freedom in genuinely valuable ways. Yet they also make it easier to remain psychologically suspended between adolescence and maturity, because they reduce the pressure to establish enduring commitments through which identity gradually consolidates. This observation should not be mistaken for nostalgia. The goal is not to romanticize earlier historical periods, many of which imposed rigid social roles that suppressed individuality rather than cultivating it. Traditional societies often solve the problem of uncertainty by eliminating freedom. Modern societies have frequently attempted to solve the problem of oppression by maximizing freedom. Both approaches carry psychological costs. One risks imprisoning the individual within inherited identities. The other risks leaving him permanently responsible for constructing himself without ever receiving symbolic guidance concerning how such construction actually occurs. Between these two extremes lies the central developmental challenge of modern adulthood. The attraction of many contemporary masculine movements begins to make more sense when viewed through this lens. Their popularity cannot be explained solely by political ideology, economic anxiety, or changing gender relations, important though these factors undoubtedly are. They also succeed because they offer something psychologically ancient beneath their modern language. They provide certainty, structure, hierarchy, direction, and clearly defined expectations. They tell young men what is expected of them, what sacrifices must be made, what virtues deserve cultivation, and what kind of future lies beyond disciplined effort. In other words, they attempt to perform functions once carried by initiation itself. This does not mean that these movements genuinely initiate anyone. Some undoubtedly encourage valuable habits of discipline, responsibility, and self-respect. Others reduce psychological development to simplistic formulas or rigid ideological identities. The distinction matters enormously, yet both varieties reveal the same underlying hunger. Their extraordinary appeal suggests that many men are searching less for dominance, status, or power than for orientation. They want to know where childhood ends. They want to know what adulthood asks of them. More deeply still, they want someone to convince them that the difficult process of becoming a man follows an intelligible pattern rather than unfolding through meaningless confusion. Here we encounter one of Jung's most profound insights. The psyche does not merely seek comfort. It seeks meaning. Human beings can endure extraordinary hardship when suffering appears connected to transformation, yet they become psychologically disoriented when pain seems arbitrary or directionless. Initiation rituals across cultures understood this intuitively. They did not remove difficulty from the transition into adulthood. They gave difficulty symbolic significance. The hardships endured during initiation mattered because they represented the visible expression of an invisible psychological death. The old identity was no longer sufficient. A different relationship to life had become necessary. Modern men continue encountering that same psychological necessity, even if they no longer possess a cultural language capable of recognizing it. Their confusion often appears as uncertainty about careers, relationships, or masculine identity, because these are the arenas in which developmental tension becomes most visible. Yet beneath those visible struggles, another process quietly unfolds. The psyche continues asking the same question it has asked throughout human history, not whether a boy can survive the world, but whether he is finally prepared to leave the psychological world of the boy behind. Until that question is consciously confronted, every new achievement risks becoming another attempt to preserve an earlier identity beneath increasingly adult responsibilities. The challenge, then, is not to reject the boy, but to understand what his continued presence reveals. He carries imagination, vitality, and possibility, qualities without which adulthood easily hardens into sterile obligation. At the same time, he carries fears that belong to an earlier stage of life, fears of limitation, rejection, failure, and irreversible commitment. Psychological maturity begins when the adult no longer asks the child to organize his life on his behalf. It begins when the individual becomes capable of carrying both possibility and limitation without allowing either to dominate the other. Only then does adulthood cease to be a social status and gradually become a genuine psychological reality. The father, the boundary, and reality. If the movement from boyhood to manhood requires more than the passage of time, an unavoidable question follows. What, psychologically speaking, makes such a transformation possible? Throughout history, cultures have offered different answers. Some emphasized courage, others obedience, sacrifice, wisdom, or spiritual devotion. Yet beneath these differences lies a remarkably consistent pattern. The transition into adulthood almost always required an encounter with limitation. A boy could imagine himself becoming anything. A man gradually discovers that becoming someone always requires surrendering countless other possibilities. This encounter with limitation is psychologically painful because it contradicts one of childhood's deepest assumptions, that identity remains infinitely open. Children live in a world of expanding possibility. Every year introduces new capacities, new freedoms, and new imagined futures. Development feels additive. Maturity, however, introduces a different logic. It reveals that identity is shaped as much by what one refuses as by what one embraces. Every commitment simultaneously creates and eliminates possibilities. To choose one vocation is to abandon many others. To devote oneself to one family is to relinquish countless alternative lives. Freedom does not disappear in adulthood, but it changes its character. It ceases to mean unlimited possibility and becomes the capacity to choose one path while accepting the loss of others. Psychologically, this is one of the most difficult transitions a human being ever undergoes. It demands the acceptance of reality over fantasy, permanence over endless experimentation, responsibility over limitless potential. Jung frequently observed that genuine development requires sacrifice, not because suffering possesses inherent virtue, but because consciousness cannot expand without relinquishing earlier forms of identification. Something must die before something more mature can emerge. The symbolic death found in initiation rituals was never merely theatrical. It represented an enduring psychological truth. Every meaningful transformation asks the individual to surrender an identity that once provided safety, but can no longer sustain growth. This process has traditionally been associated with the psychological function of the father. It is important to distinguish this function from the biological father himself. Many devoted fathers struggle to embody it consistently, while many individuals encounter it through mentors, teachers, communities, or life itself. The paternal function introduces the individual to reality. It establishes boundaries, insists upon consequences, and gradually teaches that desire alone cannot determine the structure of the world. It is the voice that says no when childhood still believes every wish should become possible. Properly understood, this refusal is not an act of rejection. It is an invitation into reality. Modern discussions about fatherlessness often focus on its social consequences, and rightly so. Statistical correlations between paternal absence and a wide range of developmental difficulties are well established. Yet beneath these observable effects lies another question that receives far less attention. What happens psychologically when the paternal function itself becomes weakened? What becomes of a generation whose primary experience of authority is either arbitrary domination or complete absence? In such circumstances, many individuals continue longing for the encounter with structure that initiation once provided, but without possessing the symbolic framework necessary to understand what they are seeking. Perhaps this is why contemporary culture produces such intense attraction toward figures who speak with certainty. Whether they are motivational speakers, ideological leaders, entrepreneurs, military veterans, or internet personalities matters less than the psychological role they temporarily occupy. Their appeal often exceeds the practical value of their advice. They represent orientation. They speak with conviction in a cultural environment saturated with ambiguity. For many young men, this certainty feels profoundly reassuring because it temporarily resolves the anxiety created by psychological indeterminacy. Someone finally appears to know what adulthood requires. There is nothing inherently wrong with seeking guidance. In fact, no meaningful development occurs entirely in isolation. The difficulty begins when guidance substitutes for individuation. The individual exchanges one dependency for another, replacing uncertainty with unquestioning identification. Instead of discovering an inner relationship to responsibility, he adopts an external system that promises to eliminate uncertainty altogether. The authority figure becomes psychologically indispensable because he now carries the burden of identity that the individual has not yet learned to carry himself. Jung repeatedly warned that this temptation accompanies every stage of development. The psyche naturally seeks certainty because certainty reduces anxiety. Individuation, however, moves in a different direction. Rather than providing absolute answers, it gradually develops the individual's capacity to tolerate complexity without surrendering responsibility for his own consciousness. Maturity is not the disappearance of guidance, but the ability to receive guidance without abandoning one's capacity for independent judgment. The father, in psychological terms, succeeds precisely when he is no longer needed as the primary organizer of another person's inner life. This insight reveals something important about the transition into manhood. Becoming an adult is not fundamentally about acquiring power, status, or confidence. It is about establishing a different relationship to reality itself. The mature individual ceases negotiating with existence as though it were obligated to fulfill childhood expectations. He begins asking what reality requires of him instead. Responsibility no longer feels like an external demand imposed by society. It gradually becomes the natural expression of someone who has accepted that every meaningful life is built through commitment, limitation, and sacrifice. Only after this acceptance becomes psychologically possible does another transformation begin to unfold. The question is no longer whether the boy can become a man according to society's expectations. It becomes whether the man who has emerged is living from his deepest center, or whether he has merely exchanged one externally defined identity for another. It is here that the distinction between adaptation and individuation becomes impossible to ignore, and it is here that the journey toward genuine psychological integration truly begins. Individuation begins where initiation ends. If initiation introduces the individual to the reality of adulthood, it does not complete the work of becoming fully human. It marks a beginning rather than an arrival. Traditional societies understood this intuitively. Their initiation rituals did not transform boys into perfect men overnight. They simply acknowledged that a fundamental psychological threshold had been crossed. The individual had accepted responsibility for his own life. What followed remained a lifelong process of refinement. Modern culture often collapses these two movements into one. It assumes that adulthood itself is the destination, overlooking the possibility that adulthood merely creates the conditions under which genuine psychological development can finally begin. This distinction lies at the heart of Jung's idea of individuation. The concept is frequently misunderstood because it is often presented as a search for authenticity or self-expression. Neither description captures its depth. Individuation is not the process of becoming whoever one wishes to be, nor is it an invitation to reject social expectations in pursuit of complete personal freedom. It is something considerably more demanding. Individuation describes the gradual alignment between conscious identity and the deeper psychological reality that exists beyond the limited image one has constructed of oneself. It is not the abandonment of social roles, but the refusal to confuse those roles with the entirety of one's being. This explains why individuation rarely begins during childhood. A child must first develop a functional identity before he can question it. He must learn how to adapt, how to belong, how to participate in society, and how to fulfill responsibilities. The persona, far from being an obstacle, is initially a developmental necessity. Problems emerge only when adaptation becomes permanent. An identity originally designed to facilitate participation in the world gradually solidifies into a psychological prison. The individual continues performing increasingly sophisticated versions of the same role, while quietly losing contact with dimensions of himself that never found expression within that identity. Many men unknowingly arrive at this point sometime during early or middle adulthood. Outwardly, life appears stable. They have careers, relationships, responsibilities, and recognizable places within society. Yet beneath this stability another experience begins to emerge, often with surprising intensity. Achievements lose some of their emotional power. Ambitions that once seemed unquestionably meaningful begin to feel strangely mechanical. Relationships expose conflicts that cannot be solved merely by improving communication or becoming more disciplined. What initially appears to be dissatisfaction frequently represents something more profound. The psyche has begun demanding development beyond adaptation. It is significant that this transition is so often interpreted as failure. Contemporary culture tends to assume that discomfort indicates malfunction. If a successful man feels restless, he is encouraged to optimize his habits, redefine his goals, or increase his productivity. If he experiences emotional conflict, he is advised to regulate his thoughts, improve communication, or seek better strategies for managing stress. Each recommendation may possess practical value, yet all quietly assume that the existing identity remains fundamentally sufficient. The task is merely to improve its performance. Individuation proposes something altogether different. It suggests that certain forms of dissatisfaction arise precisely because the identity itself has reached the limits of its developmental usefulness. This perspective radically alters how we understand crisis. Rather than viewing psychological upheaval exclusively as evidence that something has gone wrong, Jung invites us to consider the possibility that periods of disorientation often accompany genuine growth. Every major transformation destabilizes the identity that preceded it. The person cannot become psychologically larger while preserving every certainty that previously organized his life. something familiar must inevitably lose its authority. What feels like collapse from the perspective of the old identity may represent expansion from the perspective of the personality as a whole. This is one of the reasons modern masculinity often appears caught between opposing extremes. Some men cling desperately to inherited definitions of manhood because abandoning them feels psychologically equivalent to abandoning themselves. Others reject those definitions entirely, believing that liberation requires discarding every traditional image of masculine identity. Both responses remain understandable. Both also remain incomplete. One attempts to preserve an identity that no longer contains the whole personality. The other attempts to eliminate identity altogether, as though freedom could exist without form. Individuation moves along neither path. It neither worships the mask nor destroys it. It places the mask in its proper relationship to the person who wears it. Seen from this perspective, becoming a man is no longer understood as reaching a final psychological state. It becomes the beginning of a more demanding task. The question gradually shifts from "have I become a man?" to "who is the person becoming through this life?" That change appears subtle, yet it transforms the entire landscape of development. Masculinity ceases to function as a destination and instead becomes one dimension of a much larger human journey. Strength, responsibility, courage, and discipline remain indispensable virtues, but they no longer exist to prove one's identity. They become expressions of an identity that is slowly learning not to depend upon external confirmation for its existence. The chapters that follow explore what happens when this deeper process is interrupted. Every phenomenon commonly associated with the modern masculine condition, status, competition, emotional repression, pornography, loneliness, fatherlessness, romantic relationships, and the pursuit of success, can be understood as an attempt, successful or unsuccessful, to continue a developmental journey that was never fully completed. Only by recognizing this hidden continuity does it become possible to see these experiences not as isolated social problems, but as different expressions of the same unfinished psychological work. The crisis, in other words, is not that men no longer know how to behave like men. It is that many have never been shown how to continue becoming fully human after the performance of adulthood has already begun. Why every generation must learn this again. One of the more curious features of psychological development is that it cannot be inherited. Wealth can be inherited. Knowledge can be transmitted. Institutions can preserve traditions across centuries. Psychological maturity, however, must always be achieved anew. Every generation begins the same journey from dependence toward autonomy, from imitation toward individuality, from unconscious adaptation toward conscious participation in life. The external conditions surrounding that journey may change dramatically, but the inner movement remains remarkably constant. This is why the oldest myths continue speaking to contemporary readers with surprising clarity. They describe psychological realities rather than historical events. The hero's journey, so often reduced to a storytelling formula, is perhaps the clearest symbolic expression of this developmental process. The hero does not leave home because adventure appears exciting. He leaves because remaining psychologically identified with childhood has become impossible. Every meaningful departure contains an element of loss. Familiar identities must be abandoned before larger ones can emerge. The dragons encountered along the way are rarely external creatures. They represent fear, dependency, illusion, pride, and every internal force that resists transformation. The treasure discovered at the end of the journey is not power but consciousness. The hero returns not because he has conquered the world, but because he has established a different relationship with himself. It is significant that so many contemporary stories continue reproducing this pattern, even in cultures that no longer consciously understand its symbolic meaning. Audiences instinctively recognize narratives of transformation because they correspond to structures already present within the psyche. We admire characters who sacrifice comfort for growth, because some part of us recognizes that the same demand quietly exists within our own lives. We celebrate their courage while often failing to notice that the story is describing us. The myth survives because the psychological reality that created it has never disappeared. Modern culture, however, often interrupts this symbolic journey in subtle ways. It encourages continuous preparation rather than decisive commitment. Young people are taught to optimize resumes, accumulate credentials, maintain flexibility, and preserve as many future possibilities as possible. These strategies are often economically sensible, yet psychologically they carry an unexpected cost. They extend the logic of adolescence indefinitely. Possibility becomes more valuable than realization. Potential becomes more attractive than embodiment. The future quietly acquires greater emotional importance than the life currently being lived. This tendency reaches beyond education or careers. It appears in relationships that remain perpetually provisional, identities that are continuously revised, ambitions that are constantly postponed until conditions become ideal. Modern individuals become exceptionally skilled at preparing for life, while finding it increasingly difficult to enter life completely. Every irreversible commitment appears as the loss of countless unrealized alternatives. Because no single path can contain every possibility, commitment begins to feel less like freedom and more like limitation. Yet this is precisely the illusion that psychological maturity must eventually overcome. Jung repeatedly observed that consciousness develops through differentiation rather than accumulation. The personality becomes more integrated not by preserving every possibility, but by consciously choosing among them. Identity acquires depth through limitation. Character emerges through repeated commitments that gradually organize life around enduring values rather than temporary impulses. This principle runs directly against many contemporary assumptions. We often imagine freedom as the absence of constraint, when psychologically the opposite may be closer to the truth. A life without meaningful commitments remains indefinitely open, but it also remains indefinitely unfinished. The consequences of this misunderstanding become particularly visible among men because traditional masculine development has historically emphasized movement into responsibility. Whether through work, family, craftsmanship, military service, or civic participation, adulthood demanded active engagement with realities larger than individual preference. Modern societies have rightly questioned many of the rigid forms these expectations once assumed. Yet in dismantling certain external structures, they have not always replaced the deeper psychological function those structures performed. Many men now possess unprecedented freedom to choose their lives while lacking symbolic guidance concerning how to transform freedom into responsibility. Choice alone does not produce identity. At some point, every meaningful life requires commitment. This is why so many modern crises appear simultaneously psychological and existential. The individual is no longer asking which career to pursue or whom to marry. Beneath these practical questions lies another that is considerably more difficult to articulate. What kind of life is worthy of my irreversible commitment? Childhood postpones this question because the future appears limitless. Genuine adulthood begins the moment postponement itself becomes impossible. The individual discovers that every day not consciously chosen has nevertheless been chosen, because time continues shaping identity regardless of conscious intention. Becoming a man, therefore, cannot be reduced to fulfilling cultural expectations or adopting socially approved virtues. It requires something more demanding. It requires accepting that no one else can complete the work of psychological development on one's behalf. Parents can provide guidance, mentors can offer wisdom, traditions can preserve insight, and communities can provide belonging, but none of them can assume responsibility for the individual's encounter with himself. That encounter remains radically personal. Every generation must undergo it again because no previous generation, however wise, can spare the next from the necessity of becoming conscious. Only after recognizing this does the contemporary conversation about masculinity begin to assume its proper proportions. The crisis confronting many men today is undoubtedly shaped by economic conditions, technological change, shifting family structures, and cultural transformation. Yet beneath all these historical developments lies a psychological reality that belongs to every age. The central challenge has never been merely learning how to behave like a man. It has always been discovering how to become an adult without abandoning the deeper task of becoming fully human. Everything else, however important, is ultimately secondary to that journey. The first mistake we make about manhood. If there is one assumption that quietly shapes almost every conversation about masculinity, it is the belief that manhood is something to be acquired. From early childhood onward, boys are surrounded by explicit and implicit messages describing what a real man should become. Sometimes the emphasis falls on courage, discipline, and self-control. At other times it shifts toward emotional intelligence, vulnerability, and empathy. Different cultures arrange these virtues differently, but the underlying structure rarely changes. Masculinity is presented as an achievement that must be earned through successful conformity to an ideal. There is an understandable reason why this idea remains so persuasive. Human beings require ideals. They orient behavior, provide direction, and offer standards against which growth can be measured. Without ideals, development easily dissolves into aimlessness. The difficulty begins only when the ideal gradually replaces the person. Instead of functioning as a guide, it becomes an identity. The individual no longer asks whether he is becoming more conscious, more integrated, or more capable of living truthfully. He asks whether he resembles the ideal closely enough. Development quietly becomes imitation. This confusion is particularly dangerous because imitation can be remarkably successful. A man may spend decades becoming exactly the person his culture rewards. He learns confidence because confidence is admired. He becomes disciplined because discipline is respected. He acquires wealth because wealth commands status. He learns emotional restraint because restraint appears masculine, or emotional openness because openness appears psychologically enlightened. None of these qualities is inherently false. Each can represent genuine development. Yet each can also become another carefully constructed layer of personality, beneath which the deeper self remains largely unknown. Jung's psychology repeatedly returns to this distinction between adaptation and authenticity. The persona, as he understood it, is not merely a social mask but an indispensable psychological achievement. It allows individuals to participate in collective life without constantly exposing the full complexity of their inner world. Civilization depends upon this capacity. Every profession, every institution, and every enduring relationship requires a certain degree of role consciousness. The problem, therefore, is not that human beings possess personas. The problem arises when consciousness becomes entirely identified with them. The role begins speaking in place of the person. This identification is subtle precisely because it is rewarded. Society rarely questions individuals who perform their expected roles successfully. The reliable employee, the devoted husband, the disciplined athlete, the charismatic leader, or the attentive father all receive recognition that reinforces the identity they have constructed. Yet external approval cannot determine whether these roles genuinely express the individual's psychological reality or merely conceal dimensions of himself that remain unexplored. Success can therefore become deeply ambiguous. It may indicate authentic growth, or it may simply reveal increasing mastery in the performance of a socially valued identity. This ambiguity helps explain an experience that many men find difficult to describe. They often speak of feeling strangely divided, as though different parts of themselves belong to different lives. The confident executive becomes emotionally helpless within intimate relationships. The dependable father privately experiences overwhelming uncertainty. The disciplined professional secretly envies those who appear capable of living with spontaneity. These contradictions are frequently interpreted as hypocrisy. More often they reveal something less moral and more psychological. The personality has become unevenly developed. Certain qualities have received years of conscious cultivation because they supported the adopted identity. Others remain neglected because they seemed incompatible with the person one believed oneself required to become. The consequences of this imbalance rarely appear immediately. During the first half of life, strong identification with an ideal often produces impressive achievements. Society rewards focus, discipline, and specialization. Individuals who devote themselves wholeheartedly to a coherent identity frequently outperform those who remain uncertain about their direction. Difficulties emerge later, when the neglected dimensions of personality begin demanding recognition. Emotions that once appeared irrelevant acquire unexpected intensity. Relationships expose vulnerabilities previously hidden beneath competence. Success loses some of its psychological power because it no longer answers the questions consciousness has begun asking. The individual gradually discovers that identity can organize life effectively while simultaneously limiting it. This moment occupies a central place within Jung's understanding of development. The first task of life is adaptation. Without it, psychological survival would be impossible. The second task is integration. Without it, adaptation eventually hardens into imprisonment. Many of the struggles commonly associated with middle adulthood arise precisely because individuals attempt to solve problems of integration using tools that belong exclusively to adaptation. They work harder, become more disciplined, pursue greater success, or adopt new identities, all while the underlying psychological question remains untouched. The psyche is no longer asking how to become socially effective. It is asking how to become internally whole. Seen from this perspective, the modern conversation about masculinity acquires an unexpected depth. The proliferation of masculine identities may reveal not simply cultural confusion, but developmental interruption. Men continue searching for better models because they have mistaken the problem for one of identity. They assume that somewhere there exists a version of masculinity capable of resolving the tension they experience within themselves. Jung's psychology suggests another possibility. The tension may persist precisely because no identity, however admirable, can accomplish the work that belongs only to individuation. Identity can organize consciousness. It cannot replace the gradual encounter with the totality of one's own psyche. This realization represents a decisive turning point in our investigation. It invites us to stop asking which model of masculinity is correct and begin asking a far more demanding question. What aspects of himself must a man inevitably leave behind in order to become the person society expects? And once those neglected dimensions begin demanding recognition, how can they be integrated without abandoning the responsibilities that adulthood requires? The answer to those questions leads directly toward one of Jung's most profound psychological discoveries, the reality he called the shadow. The beginning of the real journey. Every culture eventually arrives at the same realization, even if it expresses it through different myths, religions, or social institutions. A boy does not become a man simply because he survives childhood. Biological development prepares him for adulthood, but psychological development asks something far more demanding. It asks him to relinquish identities that once guaranteed safety, to accept limits he did not choose, to carry responsibilities that cannot be delegated, and to discover meaning beyond the endless pursuit of approval. Whether this movement is recognized through elaborate rites of passage or left entirely to the individual, its necessity never disappears. The psyche continues asking the same question generation after generation, regardless of whether the surrounding culture still remembers how to answer it. Seen from this perspective, many contemporary discussions about masculinity appear curiously incomplete. They ask what qualities men should cultivate before asking what psychological process makes those qualities meaningful in the first place. Courage without self-knowledge easily becomes recklessness. Discipline without inner orientation becomes compulsion. Emotional openness without psychological integration becomes another performance. Even virtues lose their developmental value when they are pursued merely as external identities. The question has never been whether strength, responsibility, or resilience matter. The question is what kind of consciousness gives those virtues their proper place within a human life. This is precisely where modern culture often mistakes adaptation for maturity. Society rewards competence because competence is visible. It rewards achievement because achievement can be measured. It rewards confidence because confidence inspires trust. None of these rewards is misguided. Civilizations could not function without them. Yet psychological development obeys a different logic. The qualities most essential to becoming fully human, self-awareness, symbolic understanding, emotional integration, the capacity to confront one's own contradictions, rarely receive the same public recognition because they unfold almost entirely within the private landscape of consciousness. A man may therefore become increasingly successful while remaining psychologically unfinished, not because success prevents maturity, but because the two belong to different dimensions of development. Perhaps this is why so many men eventually experience a form of dissatisfaction that appears strangely disproportionate to the lives they have built. They have fulfilled expectations, accumulated achievements, and accepted responsibilities, yet continue sensing that something fundamental remains unresolved. Contemporary culture often interprets this feeling as evidence that they have chosen the wrong career, the wrong relationship, or the wrong definition of masculinity. The argument developed throughout this chapter suggests another possibility. The dissatisfaction may not be pointing toward a different identity. It may be pointing beyond identity altogether. It may signal that adaptation has reached its natural limits, and that another psychological movement is now asking to begin. If this interpretation is correct, then the central challenge facing modern men is not discovering a better model of masculinity. It is recognizing that no model, however admirable, can substitute for the lifelong work of individuation. Every identity remains partial because every identity necessarily emphasizes certain qualities while leaving others outside awareness. The task is therefore not to eliminate identity, but to hold it more lightly, recognizing it as an instrument rather than an essence. A mature man continues fulfilling responsibilities, inhabiting roles, and contributing to society, but he gradually ceases mistaking those roles for the totality of who he is. He understands that becoming a father, a husband, a leader, a professional, or a provider may express his development, yet none of these identities can ever exhaust it. This realization leads directly to the next stage of our investigation. If adulthood alone does not produce psychological maturity, and if masculinity itself can quietly become another role through which identity is performed, then we must ask a more difficult question. How does a human being construct the image he eventually mistakes for himself? At what point does adaptation cease to be a necessary bridge between the individual and society and begin to function as a psychological prison? Why do some identities become flexible expressions of personality, while others harden into masks that slowly eclipse the person wearing them? These questions carry us toward one of Jung's most enduring insights. Before we can understand the conflict between the individual and the unconscious, we must first understand the structure that stands between them. Every human being develops a face through which he learns to meet the world. It is indispensable for social life, indispensable for responsibility, indispensable for belonging. Yet it also contains one of the greatest psychological dangers of adult existence. For the more convincing the performance becomes, the easier it is to forget that it is, in fact, a performance. Chapter 2. The Performance of Masculinity. When identity replaces the self, no child enters the world wondering whether he is masculine enough. He wonders whether he is loved, whether he is safe, whether he belongs. Long before he becomes concerned with strength, status, or confidence, his psychological world revolves around a far simpler question. What must I do to remain connected to the people upon whom my life depends? Every child answers this question differently. Some discover that achievement earns admiration. Others learn that silence avoids conflict. Some become agreeable because affection follows obedience. Others become independent because vulnerability appears dangerous. None of these responses is consciously chosen. They emerge gradually through countless interactions, eventually becoming so familiar that they no longer feel like adaptations at all. They feel like personality. This is one of the first paradoxes of psychological development. The characteristics we often describe as who we are frequently begin as strategies for maintaining relationships with the world around us. The child is not attempting to deceive anyone. He is learning how to survive within a particular emotional environment. If his curiosity is welcomed, he becomes more curious. If emotional expression is ridiculed, he learns restraint. If confidence receives approval while uncertainty invites shame, confidence gradually becomes more than a behavior. It becomes an identity. Every family, every school, and every culture participates in this silent process. Long before we consciously ask who we are, we have already begun constructing someone capable of existing within the expectations surrounding us. Modern psychology often describes this process through the language of socialization, and rightly so. Human beings are profoundly shaped by the environments in which they develop. Yet Jung perceived another dimension, hidden beneath these observable interactions. He recognized that adaptation does not merely influence behavior. It organizes consciousness itself. The personality gradually constructs a psychological position from which it meets the world, selecting certain qualities for expression while leaving others largely unconscious. The result is not simply a collection of habits, but a coherent image of oneself. Jung called this image the persona, borrowing the Latin word for the theatrical mask worn by actors in classical drama. The metaphor remains remarkably precise because a mask performs two functions simultaneously. It reveals and conceals. An actor's mask communicates the role he intends to play while hiding the individual beneath it. The persona functions in much the same way. It allows a person to participate successfully in society by presenting qualities appropriate to particular circumstances. Professional life requires one face. Friendship another, parenthood another still. Without this capacity, social existence would become nearly impossible. Contrary to many popular interpretations, Jung never regarded the persona as inherently false or pathological. On the contrary, he considered it one of civilization's greatest psychological achievements. The ability to inhabit social roles without becoming overwhelmed by every impulse, emotion, or fantasy is essential for meaningful participation in collective life. The difficulty begins so gradually that it often passes unnoticed. A role initially adopted, because it serves practical purposes, slowly acquires emotional significance. Success reinforces it. Recognition strengthens it. Repetition transforms it into something that no longer feels performed. The individual begins experiencing the role not as something he does, but as something he fundamentally is. Over time, questioning the role comes to feel psychologically equivalent to questioning one's own existence. Identity and adaptation quietly merge into a single structure. This transformation is especially powerful during the formation of masculine identity, because masculinity has rarely been presented as a purely biological reality. Every society surrounds biological sex with symbolic expectations that tell boys what kind of men deserve admiration. These expectations differ across history and culture, but their psychological function remains surprisingly stable. They offer orientation. They define competence. They establish standards through which a boy evaluates both himself and other men. Some cultures emphasize courage, others emotional restraint, others provision, sacrifice, leadership, or spiritual authority. The content changes, but the developmental mechanism remains remarkably similar. Masculinity becomes one of the earliest languages through which a boy learns to organize his identity. There is nothing inherently problematic about this process. Every civilization depends upon transmitting values across generations. Without shared ideals, neither families nor cultures could survive. The problem appears only when the symbolic ideal gradually eclipses the living person. Instead of asking what qualities genuinely express his developing personality, the individual becomes increasingly concerned with resembling the image he has inherited. Psychological energy shifts away from self-discovery towards self-construction. Growth is no longer measured by increasing consciousness, but by increasing similarity to an external model. This shift is subtle because it is constantly rewarded. Society recognizes successful performances long before it recognizes integrated personalities. Competence is visible. Confidence is visible. Discipline is visible. The internal relationship a person has with those qualities is not. Two men may display identical behavior while inhabiting entirely different psychological realities. One acts from a deep sense of inner coherence. The other acts from the persistent fear that abandoning the performance would reveal someone fundamentally unworthy of love or respect. Outwardly, they appear indistinguishable. Inwardly, they are separated by an immense psychological distance. The distinction is easy to overlook because modern culture encourages us to evaluate identity from the outside. We ask what kind of man someone appears to be before asking how that identity was constructed in the first place. We admire confidence without wondering what insecurity it may conceal. We praise discipline without asking whether it serves freedom or fear. We celebrate emotional restraint or emotional openness according to the ideals of our particular cultural moment. Yet we rarely examine the psychological function these behaviors perform within the individual life. Jung's insight directs our attention precisely there. Behavior acquires meaning only when understood within the structure of consciousness that produces it. This observation marks the beginning of a more demanding investigation. If the persona is not merely a social mask, but a necessary psychological adaptation, then the question is no longer whether we possess one. Every psychologically healthy individual does. The real question is considerably more unsettling. At what point does the face we learn to wear become more familiar than the person wearing it? It is within that almost invisible transition that one of the central dramas of modern masculinity quietly unfolds. The invisible contract. The construction of identity begins long before it becomes conscious. No child deliberately decides which parts of himself deserve expression and which must remain hidden. Instead, he gradually discovers that certain ways of being preserve connection while others threaten it. Approval, affection, admiration, and belonging become the psychological currency through which personality organizes itself. Every smile, criticism, disappointment, or word of encouragement quietly teaches the child something about the kind of person he is expected to become. By adulthood, these lessons have usually become so deeply integrated that they no longer appear learned. They feel self-evident. This is why identity is often experienced less as a choice than as a necessity. Most people do not wake each morning consciously deciding to maintain a particular image of themselves. They simply continue inhabiting a psychological structure that has become inseparable from their perception of reality. The disciplined man feels compelled to remain disciplined. The agreeable man experiences conflict as a threat to his very character. The provider cannot imagine his worth existing independently of his usefulness. The strong man struggles to acknowledge fear because fear no longer appears to be an emotion. It appears to be a contradiction of who he believes himself to be. Identity quietly transforms behavior into obligation. The remarkable aspect of this process is that it rarely originates from deception. It emerges from adaptation. A boy who learns that competence earns admiration naturally becomes competent. Another who discovers that emotional restraint prevents humiliation naturally learns to suppress vulnerability. Someone praised for protecting younger siblings gradually experiences responsibility as an inseparable part of his character. These adaptations often become genuine strengths. The disciplined child frequently becomes a disciplined adult. The responsible child often becomes someone upon whom others can rely. Psychological development does not ask us to abandon these qualities. It asks a more subtle question. What happened to the parts of the personality that never received permission to develop? Every identity is therefore constructed through a double movement. It cultivates certain capacities while simultaneously neglecting others. The process is unavoidable because no human personality can consciously express every potential at once. To become something always requires not becoming something else. The child who learns to value rationality may quietly distance himself from imagination. The one who becomes emotionally accommodating may gradually lose contact with healthy aggression. Another who organizes his identity around independence may discover, years later, that he has almost forgotten how to ask for help. Development always involves selection. The problem begins when those selections harden into permanent definitions of the self. Masculinity intensifies this dynamic because it has historically been associated with qualities that societies considered essential for survival. Strength, courage, restraint, competitiveness, endurance, and self-sacrifice were not merely admired. They often possessed genuine practical value. Communities depended upon men capable of carrying physical danger, enduring hardship, and protecting others. These expectations emerged from historical realities rather than arbitrary prejudice alone. Yet every ideal carries a psychological cost. Whenever one group of qualities receives sustained cultural emphasis, other equally human capacities risk becoming psychologically marginalized. A boy quickly learns not only what earns respect, but also what appears incompatible with being respected. This observation should not be confused with the claim that masculinity itself is psychologically oppressive. Such conclusions merely replace one simplification with another. The issue is considerably more nuanced. Every cultural ideal, regardless of its content, organizes personality through inclusion and exclusion. The same mechanism appears within femininity, professional identity, religious life, and political belonging. Masculinity simply offers a particularly illuminating example because its symbolic expectations remain highly visible and intensely debated. The underlying psychological process, however, belongs to human identity itself. Jung understood that the persona inevitably produces this selective organization of consciousness. Whenever consciousness identifies strongly with one image of itself, everything incompatible with that image gradually retreats into the unconscious. The neglected qualities do not disappear. They simply lose their place within conscious identity. A man who prides himself on unwavering rationality may unconsciously reject emotional sensitivity. Another who defines himself through compassion may become unable to acknowledge legitimate anger. Someone who organizes his identity around invulnerability may experience dependence as intolerable. None of these rejected dimensions ceases to exist. They merely await another avenue through which to express themselves. This is why identity often feels so stable during the first half of life. The persona functions remarkably well. It facilitates adaptation, earns recognition, and creates coherence. The individual experiences himself as someone with a clear personality, consistent values, and recognizable strengths. The unconscious quietly cooperates because the demands of adaptation remain developmentally necessary. Yet beneath this apparent stability, another process has already begun. Every neglected aspect of personality continues accumulating psychological energy. The longer it remains excluded from conscious life, the more insistently it seeks expression. The individual rarely notices this movement, while life continues rewarding the identity he has constructed. Eventually, however, reality begins presenting experiences that the existing identity can no longer adequately contain. It is at precisely this point that the persona reveals both its extraordinary usefulness and its greatest limitation. The mask that once enabled participation in the world gradually becomes incapable of mediating between the conscious personality and the deeper life of the psyche. What initially functioned as an instrument of adaptation slowly hardens into a boundary, separating the individual from dimensions of himself that demand recognition. The very structure that once made social life possible begins, almost imperceptibly, to restrict psychological development. The tragedy is not that this happens. It happens to everyone. The tragedy is that most people interpret the resulting discomfort as evidence that they have constructed the wrong identity, when the deeper problem is that they have begun mistaking identity itself for the whole of who they are. It is from this misunderstanding that one of the most important psychological phenomena in Jung's work inevitably emerges: the shadow. Becoming the mask. One of the greatest misconceptions about the persona is the assumption that it exists only in people who are obviously inauthentic. We imagine the mask belongs to politicians, celebrities, executives, or public figures whose lives depend upon maintaining carefully managed images. The ordinary person, we assume, simply lives as himself. Jung would almost certainly disagree. The persona is not an exceptional psychological phenomenon. It is universal. The question is never whether we possess one, but how consciously we relate to it. This distinction is essential because the persona is not built through deception. It is built through repetition. Every role repeatedly inhabited leaves psychological traces upon the personality. The father gradually begins thinking like a father. The physician learns to perceive suffering through the discipline of medicine. The soldier develops instincts that remain long after military service has ended. Identity is shaped by action as much as action is shaped by identity. The danger, therefore, does not arise because people consciously decide to pretend. It arises because consciousness slowly forgets that adaptation has taken place at all. The role ceases to feel adopted. It begins to feel natural. This process is psychologically seductive because it provides stability. Human beings possess a profound need for coherence. We instinctively seek narratives capable of explaining who we are, where we belong, and what our lives mean. Stable identities satisfy this need remarkably well. They reduce uncertainty, organize behavior, and simplify difficult decisions. Once someone sincerely believes, "I am the responsible one," countless future choices become easier because every situation is interpreted through that single organizing principle. Identity reduces complexity by transforming a living personality into a recognizable story. Yet the psyche is never as simple as the story's consciousness tells about itself. Every coherent identity is achieved through simplification. Certain qualities become central while others recede into the background. The disciplined man rarely describes himself as fearful, even if fear quietly motivates much of his discipline. The endlessly self-sacrificing husband may struggle to acknowledge resentment because resentment contradicts the identity he has cultivated for decades. The man who prides himself on independence often experiences dependence not merely as uncomfortable, but as psychologically impossible. These excluded dimensions do not disappear because they conflict with conscious identity. They simply cease participating in the story consciousness tells about itself. This explains why self-knowledge is so much more difficult than self-description. Most people can describe themselves fluently. They know their strengths, values, preferences, and ambitions. They possess coherent autobiographical narratives explaining the kind of person they believe themselves to be. Self-description, however, is not necessarily self-knowledge. It frequently reveals only the aspects of personality that consciousness has already accepted. The unknown portions of the psyche remain absent precisely because they are unknown. Consciousness cannot describe what it has never recognized. Modern culture inadvertently reinforces this limitation by encouraging individuals to strengthen identities rather than examine them. We are repeatedly encouraged to be ourselves, to find our purpose, to build our personal brand, to know our values, and to live authentically. Although these aspirations often contain genuine wisdom, they also carry an unnoticed assumption. They presume that the self already exists as something consciousness can fully access. The task is merely to express it more confidently. Jung approached the matter quite differently. For him, the self was not something consciousness already possessed. It was something consciousness gradually discovered, often through encounters with precisely those aspects of personality it had spent years overlooking. The difference between these perspectives is profound. If identity already represents the whole person, then psychological development consists primarily of expressing that identity more effectively. If identity represents only a partial organization of the psyche, then development requires something considerably more unsettling. It requires questioning the very image through which consciousness has understood itself. The individual must become willing to encounter qualities that contradict his preferred narrative, desires that challenge his ideals, fears that undermine his confidence, and capacities that never found expression because they appeared incompatible with the person he believed himself required to become. For many men, this confrontation begins unexpectedly. It is often triggered not by failure, but by success. The career they work tirelessly to build no longer provides meaning. The family they deeply love nevertheless confronts them with emotional realities for which achievement offers no preparation. The identity that once organized life with remarkable efficiency begins producing subtle forms of psychological suffocation. Nothing has objectively gone wrong. In many cases, life has unfolded exactly as planned. Yet the person living that life increasingly senses that something essential remains absent. This moment is frequently misunderstood because it appears irrational. From the outside, there seems to be no legitimate reason for dissatisfaction. Friends admire the life that has been built. Society recognizes accomplishment. Responsibilities are fulfilled. Gratitude appears to demand contentment. Yet the psyche obeys neither social recognition nor rational expectation. It continues moving toward greater wholeness regardless of whether the conscious personality considers such movement convenient. What appears to be ingratitude may instead represent the first unmistakable sign that the persona has fulfilled its developmental task and that another stage of psychological life is attempting to begin. It is precisely at this threshold that consciousness encounters the reality it has spent an entire lifetime organizing itself against. Every quality excluded from the carefully maintained image of who one believes oneself to be quietly gathers beyond the limits of the persona. Jung gave this neglected territory a name that has become one of the most misunderstood concepts in modern psychology. He called it the shadow. The cost of identification. The danger of identifying with the persona is not that it produces a false life. More often, it produces a life that is only partially true. This distinction is essential because psychological development is rarely interrupted by obvious deception. Most men do not consciously pretend to be someone they are not. They genuinely become disciplined, responsible, courageous, competent, and dependable. These qualities are real. The problem is that the reality of those qualities gradually persuades consciousness that nothing meaningful exists beyond them. The identity becomes so successful that it quietly excludes every aspect of personality that cannot be incorporated into its narrative. Psychologically, this is a remarkably stable arrangement. As long as life continues rewarding the adopted identity, there appears to be little reason to question it. A man admired for his competence naturally invests further energy in becoming even more competent. Another respected for his emotional stability learns to suppress whatever threatens that stability. Someone whose worth has long depended upon being useful becomes increasingly incapable of imagining value apart from usefulness. Each success strengthens the structure that produced it. The persona becomes not only the individual's public face, but also the primary lens through which he interprets himself. The consequences of this identification are rarely immediate because the persona often succeeds in accomplishing precisely what it was designed to accomplish. It allows the individual to function effectively within society. Careers develop, families are formed, responsibilities are fulfilled, relationships become stable. In many respects, the first half of life depends upon exactly this capacity for adaptation. Jung himself repeatedly emphasized that the development of a strong persona is not a psychological mistake, but an essential developmental achievement. No meaningful individuation is possible without first establishing a coherent identity capable of meeting the ordinary demands of existence. The difficulty arises only when adaptation quietly becomes an end in itself. At that point, consciousness begins evaluating every experience according to whether it reinforces or threatens the existing identity. Emotions are no longer experienced simply as emotions. They become acceptable or unacceptable, depending on whether they fit the story a man tells about himself. Vulnerability becomes dangerous for the man who believes himself invulnerable. Dependence becomes intolerable for the man who has organized his life around self-sufficiency. Failure becomes psychologically catastrophic for the man whose identity depends upon perpetual competence. Reality itself begins passing through increasingly narrow psychological filters. This narrowing of consciousness carries an inevitable consequence. Every experience incompatible with the persona gradually loses conscious expression without losing psychological existence. The individual no longer experiences certain impulses as parts of himself because they have ceased participating in his conscious identity. They become strangers living within the same psyche. A compassionate man may become incapable of recognizing his own aggression. A highly rational man may quietly lose contact with imagination, tenderness, or grief. Another who prides himself on emotional openness may discover that he has become surprisingly intolerant of authority, structure, or disciplined restraint. Every identity creates blind spots precisely because every identity organizes attention selectively. The modern world unintentionally amplifies this process. Never before have individuals possessed so many opportunities to publicly display coherent identities. Professional networking encourages carefully managed competence. Social media rewards consistency of image. Political affiliation increasingly demands moral certainty. Even personal development frequently becomes another form of identity construction, inviting individuals to optimize themselves according to ever more refined ideals. The result is a cultural environment in which maintaining a recognizable self often becomes more valuable than remaining psychologically open to transformation. This tendency appears with particular force among men because masculine identity has historically been associated with predictability and reliability. Society expects fathers to remain dependable, leaders to remain composed, providers to remain competent, and protectors to remain emotionally steady under pressure. These expectations often reflect genuine social necessities. Families do require stability. Communities do depend upon responsibility. The problem emerges only when these indispensable roles leave no psychological space for the complexity of the individual inhabiting them. The man gradually begins relating not only to others through the persona, but also to himself. He no longer asks what he genuinely feels or fears. He asks what someone like him is supposed to feel. This is perhaps the most subtle form of psychological alienation. The individual does not become disconnected from himself through dramatic trauma or conscious repression alone. He becomes disconnected because the image through which he understands himself grows increasingly complete, while the living psyche remains infinitely more complex than any image can contain. The more coherent the identity becomes, the easier it is to mistake coherence for wholeness. Yet wholeness has never meant becoming internally uniform. It means becoming capable of maintaining a conscious relationship with dimensions of the personality that do not comfortably fit one's preferred self-image. For Jung, this marked the decisive turning point in psychological development. Sooner or later, every sufficiently developed persona encounters experiences it cannot successfully assimilate. The contradictions become too numerous, the excluded emotions too persistent, the neglected capacities too insistent to remain indefinitely outside awareness. At that moment, the individual stands before a choice that is rarely recognized consciously. He may strengthen the persona further, investing even more energy in defending the identity that has begun to crack. Or he may become willing to investigate what the emerging fractures are attempting to reveal. It is only through this second possibility that consciousness approaches the threshold of the shadow, where personality begins recovering the forgotten parts of itself that adaptation alone could never fully contain. The persona as a social necessity. At this point, it would be easy to misunderstand Jung's argument and conclude that the persona is something humanity ought to abandon. Such an interpretation has become increasingly common within popular psychology, where authenticity is often presented as the opposite of social adaptation. According to this view, psychological health requires removing the mask, rejecting social expectations, and expressing one's inner life without restraint. While intuitively appealing, this conclusion bears little resemblance to Jung's actual understanding of personality. The persona is not the enemy of psychological development. In many respects, it is one of its indispensable preconditions. Human beings are not solitary creatures. Every meaningful relationship requires adaptation. Friendship asks us to consider another person's needs alongside our own. Parenthood demands the temporary suspension of personal preference in service of a child's development. Professional life depends upon reliability, discipline, and emotional regulation. Civilization itself rests upon the assumption that individuals can consistently behave in ways that transcend their immediate impulses. Without this capacity, cooperation would collapse into chaos. The persona therefore represents not a corruption of the personality, but one of its greatest achievements. It allows private consciousness to enter public life without exposing every internal conflict to the outside world. The difficulty begins only when adaptation ceases to function as a bridge and gradually becomes a substitute for identity. A bridge exists to connect two places. It is valuable precisely because something lies beyond it. The persona serves a similar function. It enables the individual to participate in society, while remaining connected to the deeper psychological life from which genuine creativity, intimacy, and transformation emerge. When consciousness forgets that another reality exists beyond the bridge, however, adaptation quietly becomes confinement. The individual remains permanently suspended within the role, no longer remembering that the role was originally intended to facilitate a relationship with life rather than replace it. This misunderstanding explains why so many contemporary calls for authenticity ultimately produce disappointment. They encourage people to discard social masks without first understanding the developmental function those masks perform. The result is often not greater authenticity, but another identity organized around the ideal of being authentic. The individual begins performing spontaneity instead of discipline, vulnerability instead of stoicism, emotional openness instead of emotional restraint. The content changes while the psychological structure remains identical. Identity simply reorganizes itself around a different ideal. The phenomenon is especially visible within modern discussions of masculinity. Over the past several decades, many traditional masculine virtues have been criticized for encouraging emotional repression, excessive competitiveness, and rigid social expectations. These criticisms often identify genuine psychological problems, yet the proposed solutions sometimes mirror the same developmental mistake they seek to correct. One externally prescribed model of masculinity is replaced by another. Men are instructed to become emotionally expressive, relationally aware, psychologically literate, and vulnerable in ways that are frequently presented with the same moral certainty previously reserved for emotional restraint, stoicism, or self-sacrifice. The individual remains occupied with conforming to an image rather than investigating the psychological life from which authentic behavior naturally emerges. Jung's perspective offers a more demanding alternative. It suggests that neither traditional masculinity nor its contemporary revisions should be mistaken for the goal of development. Every collective ideal possesses value because every society requires shared patterns of behavior. At the same time, every collective ideal remains incomplete because no symbolic image can fully contain the complexity of an individual life. Psychological maturity, therefore, consists neither in rejecting collective expectations nor in surrendering uncritically to them. It consists in developing a conscious relationship to them. The mature individual is capable of inhabiting social roles without unconsciously becoming identical to them. This distinction fundamentally changes the meaning of freedom. Freedom is often imagined as the absence of roles, obligations, or expectations. From a psychological perspective, however, such freedom is largely illusory. Human beings inevitably occupy roles throughout life. We become sons and daughters, friends and lovers, professionals and parents, teachers and students. The question is never whether these identities exist. The question is whether consciousness remains larger than the identities it inhabits. A psychologically mature man continues performing every responsibility his life requires, but he no longer derives his entire sense of existence from any single role. His identity becomes flexible because it is rooted in something deeper than social recognition. It is precisely here that the persona reaches both its greatest success and its natural limit. It succeeds because it allows the individual to function within the collective world. It reaches its limit because collective life can never exhaust the totality of psychological life. There will always remain thoughts, emotions, desires, fears, and possibilities that cannot be fully expressed within socially acceptable identities. They accumulate quietly beyond the boundaries of conscious self-definition, not because they are inherently destructive, but because every identity necessarily excludes aspects of experience that do not fit its organizing image. The modern man often interprets the resulting tension as inconsistency. He wonders why he behaves rationally at work yet irrationally in intimate relationships, why confidence unexpectedly collapses under certain circumstances, or why emotions he believed long conquered suddenly return with overwhelming intensity. These experiences are not evidence that the persona has failed. They reveal something much more significant. They suggest that another dimension of the personality has begun asking for recognition. What appears as contradiction may in fact be the first sign that consciousness has reached the boundaries of the identity it has spent an entire lifetime constructing. The next step in development, therefore, requires a profound psychological reversal. Instead of asking how the persona can become stronger, consciousness must begin asking what the persona has prevented it from seeing. Only then does the individual approach the territory Jung regarded as both the most uncomfortable and the most transformative region of psychological life. Beyond the mask lies everything the mask could never contain. Jung called that territory the shadow, and understanding it requires abandoning one of the most persistent assumptions modern people hold about themselves, that they already know who they are. The performance society. Although the persona is a universal feature of psychological life, no historical period has amplified it quite as dramatically as the modern world. Earlier societies certainly demanded social conformity, yet the number of roles available to an individual remained relatively limited. A person was largely known by his family, his village, his profession, and the small circle of relationships that surrounded him. Reputation mattered, but it developed slowly, through years of direct experience. The distance between the private self and the public image remained comparatively narrow, because both were shaped within the same community. Modern life has fundamentally altered that relationship. Today, identity exists under a level of continuous observation that would have been unimaginable for previous generations. Professional networking platforms encourage individuals to cultivate an image of competence. Social media rewards carefully curated personalities. Dating applications transform first impressions into commodities competing for attention. Even ordinary conversations increasingly occur with an awareness that every opinion, photograph, or public statement contributes to a permanent digital identity. The individual is no longer merely living his life. He is simultaneously managing the appearance of that life before an invisible audience. This transformation reaches beyond technology itself. It reflects a deeper cultural movement in which identity has gradually become something to be produced rather than discovered. The language of contemporary life reveals this shift with remarkable clarity. We speak of building a personal brand, crafting a narrative, creating an image, marketing ourselves, and managing perception. Originally confined to commerce, these concepts have quietly migrated into psychology. The individual increasingly relates to himself through the same logic once reserved for products. Identity becomes something that must remain coherent, attractive, and competitive within an increasingly crowded symbolic marketplace. For men, this pressure often assumes a particularly demanding form because masculine worth has historically been associated with visible competence. Achievement, financial success, physical capability, confidence, and leadership have long functioned as public indicators of masculine value. Modern culture has not abandoned these expectations so much as multiplied them. A man is now expected not only to be professionally successful, but emotionally intelligent, physically healthy, socially conscious, romantically attentive, psychologically self-aware, and continuously engaged in self-improvement. Each expectation may appear reasonable when considered individually. Together they create an almost impossible standard of psychological performance. This helps explain why so many contemporary men experience life as though they are being evaluated even when no explicit judgment is taking place. The audience has become internalized. Long after external expectations disappear, the individual continues measuring himself against an imagined observer who silently assesses every success, failure, and emotional response. Jung understood that this internalization represents one of the persona's most subtle developments. The social gaze gradually becomes an inner gaze. The individual no longer needs society to enforce its expectations because consciousness has learned to perform them automatically. The consequences extend far beyond self-consciousness. Continuous performance reshapes the way experience itself is interpreted. Moments that might otherwise become opportunities for reflection are immediately evaluated according to how they contribute to one's identity. Success becomes evidence that the performance remains convincing. Failure threatens not merely practical goals, but the image through which consciousness has organized itself. Relationships become vulnerable to the same distortion. Instead of asking what another person truly awakens within him, a man may unconsciously ask what kind of man he appears to be within that relationship. Authentic encounter quietly gives way to symbolic confirmation. One of the greatest ironies of modern life is that unprecedented opportunities for self-expression have coincided with unprecedented pressure to maintain coherent identities. Never before have individuals possessed greater freedom to define themselves, yet never before have they been required to display those definitions so continuously. The result is not necessarily greater individuality. Often it produces increasingly refined performances. The persona becomes more sophisticated, more adaptable, and more socially effective, while simultaneously growing further removed from the deeper movements of the psyche. Consciousness becomes occupied with maintaining consistency rather than cultivating wholeness. This phenomenon also helps explain the extraordinary appeal of certainty within contemporary masculinity. In a world saturated with competing identities, clear definitions offer psychological relief. To be told exactly what a man should do, how he should behave, and which virtues he should cultivate temporarily resolves the anxiety created by endless self-construction. Whether these prescriptions originate from traditional values, modern therapeutic culture, or internet personalities matters less than the psychological function they perform. They simplify identity. Complexity gives way to certainty. The performance becomes easier because the script has already been written. Yet the psyche has remarkably little interest in scripts. Its movement is always toward greater differentiation, greater complexity, and greater consciousness. Every externally prescribed identity eventually encounters experiences it cannot fully explain because life itself consistently exceeds the categories through which consciousness attempts to organize it. This is why periods of genuine psychological growth so often begin with confusion. The existing persona continues functioning adequately within society, while simultaneously becoming insufficient for the deeper developmental movement now unfolding within the individual. What appears externally as stability often conceals an inner structure approaching its limits. The question therefore ceases to be whether the persona is necessary. It unquestionably is. The more important question is whether the life being lived has become organized primarily around maintaining a successful performance or around participating honestly in the difficult process of psychological development. These two aims often overlap during the first half of life. Eventually, however, they begin diverging. When that moment arrives, the individual faces one of the most significant choices of adult existence. He can continue perfecting the mask that has brought him this far, or he can begin listening to the neglected dimensions of personality that the mask could never fully represent. It is within those neglected dimensions that the shadow first begins to announce its presence. The life that waits behind the mask. The persona possesses a peculiar psychological paradox. The more effectively it fulfills its purpose, the more difficult it becomes to recognize that it is only one aspect of the personality. A poorly developed persona creates obvious social difficulties. An excessively developed persona creates something far more subtle. It creates the illusion that nothing exists beyond it. The individual becomes increasingly successful at navigating the external world while gradually losing contact with the inner processes that originally gave life its vitality. From the outside, this appears as maturity. From within, it often feels like a quiet but persistent narrowing of existence. This narrowing rarely announces itself dramatically. It usually begins with experiences so ordinary that they are easily dismissed. A career that once inspired genuine enthusiasm slowly becomes mechanical. Conversations begin repeating themselves. Achievements produce satisfaction that fades with surprising speed. Relationships continue functioning, while somehow feeling less alive than they once did. Many people interpret these experiences as boredom, burnout, or the inevitable consequence of adulthood. Sometimes they are, yet they may also represent something more significant. They may indicate that consciousness has exhausted the possibilities available within its current identity, and that another dimension of psychological life is attempting to emerge. Jung observed that the psyche possesses a remarkable tendency toward balance. Whenever consciousness becomes excessively identified with one way of existing, unconscious material gradually accumulates in compensation. This movement should not be imagined as an internal battle between opposing forces. It is better understood as the psyche's attempt to preserve wholeness. Every quality emphasized by consciousness necessarily leaves other qualities underdeveloped. The longer these neglected capacities remain excluded from awareness, the greater their psychological significance becomes. What consciousness refuses to acknowledge eventually begins seeking expression through dreams, fantasies, unexpected emotions, compulsive behaviors, projections, and conflicts that seem strangely disproportionate to the situations provoking them. This is one of the reasons why apparently successful lives sometimes become the setting for profound psychological crises. Such crises often appear irrational precisely because they emerge when external circumstances seem most favorable. The individual has achieved the goals he believed would finally provide lasting fulfillment. His life appears coherent, respectable, and stable. Yet beneath that stability another reality has been developing unnoticed. The unconscious has patiently accumulated everything the persona could not include. Success, rather than preventing confrontation with this neglected material, often creates the conditions under which it finally becomes impossible to ignore. Once the urgent demands of survival begin receding, deeper developmental questions naturally move into the foreground. Many men encounter this transition without recognizing its psychological significance. They assume they have lost motivation, become ungrateful, or simply chosen the wrong direction. In response, they often attempt to repair the discomfort by strengthening the very identity that has reached its limits. They work harder, pursue greater achievements, improve their physical condition, seek new ambitions, or adopt more demanding systems of self-discipline. These efforts may temporarily restore a sense of direction because they reactivate the familiar logic of adaptation. Yet they rarely resolve the deeper uneasiness. The problem no longer concerns performance. It concerns the growing distance between performance and the totality of the personality. This distance explains why so many forms of self-improvement eventually become psychologically exhausting. Self-improvement in itself is not the problem. Learning, growing, cultivating discipline, and expanding one's capacities remain essential aspects of a meaningful life. The difficulty emerges when improvement serves only the existing persona. Every new achievement strengthens the image already presented to the world, while leaving untouched the neglected dimensions of the psyche that originally generated the dissatisfaction. The individual becomes increasingly competent without becoming increasingly whole. Development continues, but only within the narrow boundaries established by identity. It is precisely here that Jung's psychology departs most radically from contemporary ideas of personal growth. Modern self-development often asks, how can I become a better version of myself? Jung would likely have responded with another question altogether. Which self is asking to become better? The distinction is subtle but transformative. If the self pursuing improvement is merely the persona, then every achievement may deepen identification with the mask. Genuine development requires something different. It requires expanding consciousness beyond the identity already known rather than endlessly refining it. This movement demands an unusual form of courage because it asks the individual to become curious about precisely those aspects of himself he has spent years avoiding. Instead of asking how to perfect his strengths, he begins wondering what his strengths have prevented him from seeing. Instead of defending his established identity, he investigates its limitations. Instead of asking only who he has become, he begins asking who he has been unable to become. These questions do not weaken identity. They prevent identity from becoming psychologically absolute. The transition from adaptation to individuation, therefore, begins with a profound reversal of attention. Consciousness gradually turns away from the image it has projected into the world and toward the forgotten territories lying beyond that image. This movement is neither comfortable nor immediate. It requires relinquishing the reassuring certainty that one already knows oneself. Yet without this surrender, genuine transformation remains impossible. The mask can evolve indefinitely, becoming ever more convincing, more admired and more sophisticated, while the deeper personality quietly waits for an encounter that never arrives. That waiting does not continue forever. Eventually the neglected dimensions of the psyche cease, asking politely for attention. They begin insisting. Sometimes they appear through relationships that evoke unexpectedly intense emotional reactions. Sometimes through dreams that refuse to be forgotten. Sometimes through inexplicable anger, anxiety, loneliness, or desire. Sometimes through profound admiration or equally profound hatred toward another person. Whatever form they assume, they all point toward the same psychological reality. They reveal that consciousness has reached the edge of the persona and is beginning to encounter the immense territory that lies beyond it. Jung gave that territory a single name, not because it is simple, but because every journey into it begins in the same place. He called it the shadow. Chapter 3. The shadow every man carries. What we bury never truly disappears. Few concepts in psychology have been as widely misunderstood as Jung's idea of the shadow. Popular culture has reduced it to a synonym for evil, darkness, or the hidden capacity for cruelty that supposedly exists within every human being. The image is compelling, but it captures only a small portion of what Jung actually meant. If the shadow contained nothing but destructive impulses, psychological development would simply require learning how to control it. Jung believed the challenge was considerably more difficult because the shadow contains not only what is morally unacceptable, but everything consciousness has failed to recognize as belonging to itself. This distinction changes the entire landscape of psychological life. The shadow is not created because certain aspects of the personality are inherently dark. It is created because consciousness is selective. Every identity necessarily defines itself by emphasizing some qualities while excluding others. The disciplined man gradually distances himself from laziness, the compassionate man from aggression, the independent man from dependency, the rational man from emotionality. These exclusions initially appear harmless, even necessary, because they help organize a coherent personality. Yet the psyche possesses no mechanism for destroying unwanted capacities. It can only move them beyond the boundaries of conscious identity. Whatever cannot be included in the story we tell about ourselves continues existing outside that story. For this reason, the shadow begins forming at precisely the same moment the persona begins developing. The two processes are inseparable. Every adaptation requires selection, and every selection leaves something behind. A child praised for being quiet may gradually suppress his anger. Another rewarded for strength may become uncomfortable with tenderness. Someone admired for intelligence may unconsciously distance himself from intuition or imagination. None of these neglected qualities disappears. They simply become increasingly unfamiliar. Over time, consciousness ceases experiencing them as parts of the self. They begin feeling alien, inappropriate, or strangely disturbing whenever they appear. This is why Jung insisted that the shadow is fundamentally relative rather than absolute. There is no universal list of shadow qualities shared equally by everyone. What belongs to one person's shadow may exist comfortably within another person's conscious identity. A military officer who has spent decades cultivating discipline may discover that spontaneity feels psychologically threatening. An artist who has organized her identity around emotional openness may find structure and authority deeply uncomfortable. A man admired for extraordinary kindness may carry intense aggression outside awareness, while another known for his competitiveness may possess remarkable tenderness that never found permission to emerge. The shadow always forms in relation to the identity consciousness has chosen to inhabit. Understanding this point prevents one of the most common misunderstandings surrounding masculinity. Discussions about men often assume that aggression, dominance, or violence automatically belong to the masculine shadow because these qualities have historically caused significant harm when left unchecked. While they certainly can become shadow material, they are not inherently so. A man who consciously acknowledges his aggressive capacities may relate to them with considerable responsibility. Another who prides himself on being endlessly gentle may become profoundly dangerous precisely because he has convinced himself that aggression could never belong to him. What consciousness refuses to own often gains far greater influence than what it openly recognizes. The same principle applies in the opposite direction. Many men spend years believing that tenderness, vulnerability, dependence, or emotional sensitivity are incompatible with their identity. These qualities then become shadow material not because they are weak, but because they contradict the image through which consciousness understands itself. The result is one of the central paradoxes of psychological development. Individuals often fear precisely those qualities that would make them more psychologically complete. Strength becomes one-sided because it fears tenderness. Independence becomes isolation because it fears dependence. Rationality becomes emotional poverty because it fears feeling. Every exclusion gradually impoverishes the personality by reducing the number of ways it can meaningfully respond to life. The shadow, therefore, should never be imagined as a hidden chamber containing only humanity's worst impulses. It is better understood as the vast psychological territory that remains unexplored because the conscious personality has never learned how to enter it. Within that territory certainly reside envy, resentment, cruelty, and destructiveness. Yet they are accompanied by equally neglected capacities for creativity, playfulness, sensuality, grief, courage, imagination, and love. The unconscious does not organize itself according to moral categories. It organizes itself according to what consciousness has accepted and what consciousness has rejected. The shadow simply names everything left outside the boundaries of the accepted self. This realization carries profound implications for the modern understanding of masculinity. If the shadow is created whenever identity becomes selective, then no cultural ideal of manhood can ever eliminate it. Traditional masculinity creates one shadow. Contemporary masculinity creates another. Every attempt to define the ideal man inevitably determines which human qualities appear compatible with that definition and which do not. The content changes across generations. The psychological mechanism remains remarkably constant. The question is therefore not whether men possess a shadow. Every psychologically developed man necessarily does. The real question is whether he is willing to recognize it before it begins expressing itself without his knowledge. This marks a decisive turning point in our investigation. Up to this point, we have been concerned primarily with the construction of identity. We have examined how boys gradually become men by learning to inhabit social roles, and how those roles slowly solidify into the personas through which adulthood is organized. We now arrive at the inevitable consequence of that process. Every identity leaves something behind. Every mask casts a shadow. And whatever remains outside consciousness never simply disappears. It waits patiently until life provides another way for it to make itself known. The return of the repressed self. One of the defining characteristics of the shadow is that it never remains passive. Unlike forgotten memories, which may simply fade with time, shadow material continues participating in psychological life regardless of whether consciousness acknowledges it. The unconscious does not resemble a storage room where unwanted aspects of the personality are quietly locked away. It is a living system that constantly seeks equilibrium. Whatever consciousness excludes, the psyche attempts to restore in another form. This compensatory movement is one of Jung's most enduring observations, and it explains why individuals are so often surprised by emotions, impulses, or behaviors that seem to emerge out of nowhere. From the perspective of consciousness, they appear sudden. From the perspective of the psyche, they have been developing for years. This tendency toward compensation should not be understood as punishment. The unconscious does not retaliate against consciousness for its blind spots. Rather, it behaves like every complex living system that resists becoming excessively one-sided. Whenever conscious identity narrows itself around a particular ideal, the neglected dimensions of personality gradually accumulate psychological energy. The more intensely a man identifies with being rational, the more emotionally charged his unconscious life often becomes. The more relentlessly he pursues control, the more unpredictable his neglected impulses may eventually appear. This relationship is not accidental. It reflects the psyche's continuous attempt to preserve the fullness of human experience against the simplifying tendencies of conscious identity. Because of this dynamic, the shadow rarely announces itself directly. It prefers symbolic language. Dreams, fantasies, irrational attractions, unexpected anger, disproportionate fear, compulsive habits, and recurring interpersonal conflicts all become possible vehicles through which neglected aspects of personality seek recognition. Modern psychology often examines these phenomena individually, assigning them separate clinical or behavioral explanations. Jung approached them differently. He saw them as fragments of a larger conversation taking place between consciousness and the unconscious. The question was never simply, why did this behavior occur? It was, what forgotten part of the personality is attempting to speak through it? This perspective fundamentally changes how we interpret many ordinary experiences. Consider the man who finds himself repeatedly overwhelmed by anger in situations that appear relatively minor. The immediate temptation is to regard anger itself as the problem. Yet anger rarely develops in isolation. More often, it emerges where other psychological capacities have remained chronically underdeveloped. A man who has never learned how to express disappointment may eventually experience explosive rage. Another who cannot tolerate dependence may become deeply resentful whenever life forces him to rely upon others. Someone who has built his identity around endless competence may react with disproportionate hostility toward even minor failures, because failure threatens not merely his goals, but the very structure through which he understands himself. The emotion itself is real, but it often points beyond its apparent object toward something consciousness has never fully recognized. The same principle applies to many experiences that contemporary culture interprets almost exclusively through moral categories. Envy, for example, is commonly regarded as a vice requiring suppression. Jung would not have denied its destructive potential, but he would likely have asked a different question before condemning it. What does envy reveal about the unlived life of the person experiencing it? We rarely envy individuals whose lives bear no relationship to our own neglected possibilities. We envy those who appear to embody qualities we unconsciously sense belong, at least in part, to ourselves. The successful artist may awaken envy in someone who abandoned creativity decades earlier. The emotionally expressive friend may provoke irritation in a man who has spent years suppressing tenderness. In this sense, envy often functions less as evidence of another person's success than as an unconscious map pointing toward forgotten dimensions of one's own personality. This is one of the reasons Jung believed psychological symptoms should not be approached solely as obstacles to eliminate. They often contain information. Anxiety, resentment, compulsive ambition, emotional numbness, or recurring relational conflicts may all represent imperfect attempts by the psyche to restore contact with neglected aspects of itself. This does not mean suffering should be romanticized, or that every symptom possesses hidden wisdom. Psychological pain remains genuine pain. Yet dismissing symptoms without asking what developmental function they might serve risks silencing the very conversation through which the psyche attempts to move toward greater integration. Modern masculinity frequently encourages precisely this silence. Men are often taught, either explicitly or implicitly, to regard uncomfortable emotions as weaknesses to be mastered rather than messages to be understood. Anger becomes something to control, fear something to overcome, sadness something to conceal, desire something to discipline. There is practical wisdom in learning emotional regulation, but regulation differs profoundly from repression. Regulation acknowledges emotion while choosing how to respond to it. Repression attempts to deny emotion's existence altogether. The difference is decisive because only acknowledged emotions can become integrated into consciousness. Whatever remains denied inevitably seeks another route back into experience. Here the shadow begins revealing one of its most paradoxical characteristics. It does not become dangerous because it is dark. It becomes dangerous because it is unconscious. Aggression consciously recognized can be transformed into courage, protection, or assertiveness. Aggression denied often returns as cruelty, passive hostility, or explosive violence. Vulnerability consciously accepted becomes intimacy and compassion. Vulnerability rejected frequently reappears as defensiveness, emotional distance, or the desperate need to dominate. The moral quality of these psychological forces depends less upon their existence than upon the relationship consciousness establishes with them. The modern man therefore faces a task considerably more demanding than simply becoming stronger, kinder, or more disciplined. He must become capable of recognizing the life that continues unfolding beyond the boundaries of the identity he has consciously constructed. Only then can he begin distinguishing between the qualities he genuinely possesses and the qualities he merely performs. The shadow does not ask him to become someone else. It asks him to acknowledge that he has always been more than the person he believed himself to be. Projection, seeing ourselves in other people. If the shadow remained entirely hidden within the individual, psychological development would be difficult but relatively straightforward. The problem is that the unconscious possesses another, far more subtle way of avoiding recognition. Instead of allowing us to see rejected qualities within ourselves, it quietly persuades us to see them in other people. Jung called this process projection, and he regarded it as one of the most pervasive mechanisms of everyday psychological life. Projection is often misunderstood as simple misjudgment, as though it merely described the tendency to make inaccurate assumptions about others. Jung meant something considerably deeper. Projection occurs whenever consciousness attributes to another person qualities that actually belong, in some form, to its own unconscious life. The individual sincerely experiences these qualities as existing outside himself because he has lost conscious access to the corresponding reality within. What has been psychologically rejected cannot easily be recognized as one's own. The psyche therefore encounters it externally, where it appears both strangely compelling and emotionally charged. This explains one of the oldest mysteries of human relationships. Certain people affect us with an intensity that seems wildly disproportionate to anything they have actually done. We meet someone and immediately admire them beyond reason, distrust them without evidence, or feel inexplicable irritation in their presence. We often assume these reactions reveal objective truths about the other person. Sometimes they do. More often, however, the intensity itself deserves closer examination. Strong emotional reactions frequently reveal not simply who the other person is, but what they unconsciously represent to us. Consider the man who prides himself on unwavering emotional composure. Throughout his life, he has cultivated discipline, restraint, and rational self-control. He genuinely experiences these qualities as central to his identity. Then he encounters someone who openly expresses emotion, cries without embarrassment, or speaks with unusual vulnerability. Rather than responding with curiosity, he experiences immediate contempt. He dismisses the other person as weak, unstable, or immature. From the perspective of consciousness, this judgment appears entirely reasonable. Yet psychologically, another possibility exists. The emotional intensity of his reaction may reveal not objective weakness in the other person, but a disowned emotional life within himself that has never been permitted conscious expression. The reverse occurs just as frequently. A man who has built his identity around kindness and emotional sensitivity may experience profound discomfort around individuals who display healthy assertiveness or decisive authority. He interprets confidence as arrogance, boundaries as hostility, and ambition as selfishness. Again, these perceptions may occasionally be accurate. Projection does not imply that other people possess no objectionable qualities. It simply suggests that the emotional force with which we perceive those qualities often exceeds the reality before us because we are unconsciously responding to neglected aspects of our own personality. This mechanism becomes especially significant when examining contemporary conversations about masculinity. Public discourse frequently divides masculine behavior into opposing moral categories. Confidence is celebrated in one context and condemned in another. Aggression is sometimes viewed as necessary strength, sometimes as inherent toxicity. Emotional vulnerability is praised by some while dismissed by others as weakness. Beneath these disagreements often lies something more psychologically interesting than ideology alone. Different groups project different shadow qualities onto the image of masculinity itself. What one culture represses, another romanticizes. What one generation condemns, another secretly admires. Masculinity becomes a symbolic screen upon which entire societies project unresolved psychological conflicts. This helps explain why debates about manhood often become unusually emotional. They are rarely discussions about behavior alone. They become battles over unconscious images. One person is not merely defending stoicism or criticizing vulnerability. Another is not merely celebrating emotional openness or questioning traditional gender roles. Frequently, both are responding to symbolic representations of psychological qualities they have never fully integrated within themselves. The argument therefore extends beyond politics or culture. It becomes a conversation between different shadows that neither side fully recognizes as its own. Projection also explains why admiration can be as psychologically revealing as hatred. We tend to assume projection functions only through negative emotions, yet idealization often follows exactly the same mechanism. The man who becomes captivated by charismatic leaders, flawless heroes, or seemingly perfect mentors may be encountering neglected aspects of his own psychological potential. The qualities he experiences as extraordinary in another person often correspond to capacities that have remained dormant within himself. The admiration feels overwhelming precisely because consciousness believes these possibilities exist exclusively outside its own experience. Jung repeatedly observed that psychological development requires withdrawing these projections, not because other people become unimportant, but because only then can the individual recover the lost parts of himself hidden within them. Every projection represents a fragment of psychological life temporarily displaced onto the external world. The process of becoming conscious, therefore, involves asking an uncomfortable but transformative question whenever another person provokes unusually strong emotional reactions. Instead of asking only, "What does this person reveal about themselves?" one must also ask, "What does my response reveal about me?" This question marks a decisive shift in responsibility. The world gradually ceases to function as a collection of people who either confirm or threaten our identity. Instead, relationships become mirrors reflecting dimensions of the personality consciousness has not yet fully encountered. The individuals who disturb us most profoundly, those we envy, idolize, resent, or fear with unusual intensity, often become unexpected guides in psychological development. They reveal not merely who they are, but who we have not yet allowed ourselves to become. It is through this realization that the shadow begins transforming from an invisible source of conflict into one of the most important teachers the psyche possesses. The shadow and the myth of the good man. Few identities are more psychologically dangerous than the identity of the good man. At first, this statement appears almost absurd. Surely becoming a good man should represent one of the highest aspirations of human development. In one sense, it does. Every mature civilization depends upon individuals capable of honesty, responsibility, compassion, and moral restraint. Jung never questioned the value of these virtues. What concerned him was something considerably subtler: the psychological consequences of identifying with goodness itself. The moment a man becomes convinced that he is fundamentally incapable of cruelty, selfishness, envy, or hatred, those qualities do not disappear. They simply become increasingly difficult for consciousness to recognize. This is one of the shadow's greatest paradoxes. The more intensely a person identifies with one side of his moral nature, the more completely the opposite side tends to disappear into unconsciousness. A man who consciously acknowledges his capacity for selfishness is often less dangerous than one who sincerely believes himself incapable of it. The first remains capable of observing the impulse before acting upon it. The second experiences the impulse as incompatible with his identity. Since consciousness cannot accept it, the psyche finds another route through which it may be expressed. It appears disguised as righteous indignation, moral certainty, passive aggression, manipulation, or the conviction that harmful actions are justified because they serve unquestionably virtuous ends. History repeatedly illustrates this uncomfortable truth. Humanity's greatest atrocities have rarely been committed by individuals who believed themselves evil. Far more often they were committed by people convinced they were defending justice, protecting civilization, preserving morality, or serving a higher good. This observation does not erase personal responsibility, nor does it suggest that moral distinctions are meaningless. It simply recognizes that the psyche possesses an extraordinary capacity to conceal its own motives whenever consciousness becomes too certain of its virtue. The shadow flourishes wherever self-examination comes to an end. The same principle operates within ordinary life, although its consequences are usually less dramatic. Consider the father who defines himself entirely through sacrifice. He genuinely loves his family and devotes enormous energy to providing for them. Yet because his identity depends upon seeing himself as endlessly selfless, he becomes incapable of acknowledging the resentment that naturally accompanies years of responsibility. That resentment does not vanish. Instead, it emerges indirectly through emotional distance, unexplained irritability, subtle criticism, or the quiet expectation that others should somehow repay sacrifices they never requested. The individual continues believing himself motivated exclusively by love, while unconsciously acting from needs he has never permitted himself to recognize. The opposite pattern appears just as frequently. A man who organizes his identity around independence may sincerely believe he asks nothing from anyone. He prides himself on self-sufficiency and emotional resilience. Yet the desire for dependence remains part of human nature, regardless of whether consciousness accepts it. Denied openly, it often reappears through possessiveness in intimate relationships, disproportionate disappointment when others fail him, or an unconscious demand that loved ones intuit needs he refuses to express directly. Once again, the shadow does not create the impulse. It merely changes the form through which the impulse becomes visible. This is why Jung regarded moral development and psychological development as related but distinct processes. Morality asks whether an action is right or wrong. Psychology asks how that action became possible within the structure of the personality. Both questions matter, but they belong to different levels of understanding. A society cannot function without moral judgment. An individual, however, cannot become psychologically whole merely by judging himself. If consciousness attempts to eliminate every unacceptable impulse through condemnation alone, those impulses simply retreat further into unconsciousness. The individual becomes morally cleaner in his own eyes, while becoming psychologically less transparent to himself. Modern masculinity often encourages precisely this confusion. Men are frequently presented with competing moral identities. One model insists that a good man is dominant, fearless, and unwaveringly strong. Another insists that a good man is emotionally expressive, endlessly empathetic, and psychologically enlightened. Both visions may contain admirable qualities. Both also risk creating new shadows if they encourage identification with moral ideals rather than conscious engagement with the full complexity of human nature. A man who believes himself incapable of weakness becomes imprisoned by strength. A man who believes himself incapable of aggression becomes imprisoned by kindness. In both cases, morality quietly transforms into identity, and identity once again replaces consciousness. Jung's psychology asks something much more demanding. It asks whether a man can remain morally committed while refusing to simplify himself into a single image of virtue. Can he acknowledge envy without becoming envious, aggression without becoming violent, fear without becoming cowardly, tenderness without becoming dependent? These questions do not weaken ethical responsibility. They deepen it. Genuine morality becomes possible only when consciousness recognizes the realities it is choosing not to enact. A man incapable of cruelty deserves less moral admiration than one who fully recognizes his capacity for cruelty and consciously refuses it. The first has simply never encountered the full extent of his own nature. The second has. For this reason, the shadow should never be understood as an obstacle standing in the way of becoming a good man. It is the condition that makes genuine goodness possible. Virtue without self-knowledge remains fragile because it depends upon ignorance of one's own contradictions. Virtue grounded in consciousness is altogether different. It emerges not from the fantasy of personal purity, but from the difficult recognition that every human being carries possibilities, both creative and destructive, within the same psyche. Maturity begins when a man no longer asks whether darkness belongs to him. He begins asking what responsibility accompanies the knowledge that it does. The shadow and the fear of power. Among the many qualities that disappear into the shadow, few have generated more confusion than power. Modern discussions often assume that the desire for power is inherently corrupt, a remnant of primitive instincts that civilized individuals ought to overcome. History certainly provides abundant evidence of the destruction produced by those who sought domination at any cost. Yet Jung would likely have cautioned against drawing too simple a conclusion. The psychological danger does not lie in power itself. It lies in unconscious power. Power, at its most fundamental level, is simply the capacity to influence reality. It allows a parent to protect a child, a surgeon to save a life, a teacher to shape a student's future, and a political leader to organize society. Every meaningful act requires some form of power, because every action changes the world in ways both small and large. To reject power entirely would therefore require rejecting responsibility itself. The question has never been whether human beings should possess power. The question is whether they possess sufficient consciousness to exercise it without becoming possessed by it. For many men, however, power becomes psychologically complicated long before it is ever exercised. Childhood teaches not only what is admirable, but also what feels dangerous. A boy raised in an environment where anger led to violence may unconsciously associate assertiveness with cruelty. Another whose father exercised authority through humiliation may come to experience leadership itself as morally suspect. Someone repeatedly praised for being agreeable may gradually lose contact with healthy confrontation because disagreement threatens the identity upon which belonging has always depended. In each case, the problem is not that power has disappeared from the personality. It has simply become incompatible with the conscious image of oneself. The consequences of this repression are rarely obvious. A man who cannot consciously relate to his own capacity for authority often believes he has become exceptionally humble or compassionate. Yet relationships gradually reveal another reality. Unable to establish clear boundaries, he quietly accumulates resentment. Incapable of expressing anger directly, he relies upon withdrawal, sarcasm, or passive resistance. Fearful of conflict, he repeatedly sacrifices his own needs until those sacrifices begin demanding unconscious repayment. Outwardly he appears gentle. Inwardly he remains governed by the very forces he believes he has transcended. The desire for influence has not disappeared. It has merely lost its conscious relationship to responsibility. This dynamic explains why suppressed power frequently returns in distorted forms. Individuals who avoid direct confrontation often become unexpectedly controlling through indirect means. Those who pride themselves on never seeking authority sometimes become deeply dependent upon the approval of those who possess it. Others reject leadership publicly while secretly fantasizing about recognition, admiration, or influence. The psyche rarely abandons fundamental human capacities. When consciousness refuses them, they simply seek less conscious expressions. The opposite pattern proves equally dangerous. Some men organize their entire identity around strength, dominance, and control because these qualities have become the only acceptable expressions of masculine worth. At first glance, they appear to have integrated power completely. Closer examination often reveals the opposite. Their confidence depends upon never encountering vulnerability. Their authority depends upon never admitting uncertainty. Their strength requires constant external confirmation because it has become inseparable from identity itself. They have not integrated power. They have identified with it. The result is another form of psychological dependence, one in which any experience of weakness threatens not merely self-esteem, but the entire structure of the conscious personality. Jung repeatedly emphasized that every psychological force becomes destructive when consciousness identifies with it completely. The problem is never the existence of aggression, authority, or ambition. The problem begins when these qualities become the exclusive foundation of identity, or, conversely, when they are excluded from identity altogether. In both cases, consciousness loses its freedom. The individual is no longer relating to power. He is either possessed by it or fleeing from it. Genuine maturity occupies neither extreme. It develops the capacity to exercise power deliberately while remaining fully aware of the responsibilities accompanying its use. This distinction becomes especially significant when examining contemporary masculinity. Much of the cultural conversation oscillates between two opposing fears. On one side lies the fear of powerful men, shaped by historical experiences of domination and abuse. On the other lies the fear of powerless men, shaped by concerns about passivity, aimlessness, and declining responsibility. Both fears contain legitimate insights because both describe real psychological dangers. Yet neither can be resolved simply by encouraging more or less power. The decisive factor is always consciousness. Unconscious weakness can become as destructive as unconscious strength, just as unconscious submission can produce suffering no less profound than unconscious domination. Perhaps this is why some of the most psychologically integrated individuals appear quietly powerful rather than obviously dominant. They possess the capacity for firmness without needing intimidation, authority without arrogance, and confidence without theatrical displays of superiority. Their strength does not depend upon defeating others, because it no longer serves as proof of identity. Power has become integrated into the personality rather than elevated above it. They can refuse, confront, protect, lead, and even fight when circumstances genuinely require it. Yet none of these actions defines who they fundamentally are. Strength has ceased to function as a mask. This movement toward integration reveals one of the shadow's deepest lessons. The qualities we fear within ourselves often become the very capacities required for psychological wholeness once they are brought into consciousness. Aggression becomes courage. Authority becomes responsibility. Desire for influence becomes meaningful leadership. Ambition becomes creative contribution. None of these transformations occurs by denying the original impulse. They occur by entering into a conscious relationship with it. The shadow does not ask us to become less powerful. It asks us to become sufficiently conscious that power no longer needs to hide behind either domination or fear. The shadow in relationships. There are few places where the shadow reveals itself more clearly than in intimate relationships. Alone, a man can preserve the illusion that he knows himself reasonably well. He can organize his life around routines, responsibilities, and familiar identities that rarely challenge the structure of his personality. Relationships make such stability far more difficult to maintain. The presence of another human being introduces unpredictability, emotional complexity, and vulnerability in ways that no amount of personal discipline can fully control. It is often only through genuine intimacy that a person begins encountering aspects of himself he never suspected existed. This is not because relationships create the shadow. They reveal it. Every close relationship gradually erodes the distance between the persona and everyday life. The carefully maintained image that functions effectively in professional environments becomes increasingly difficult to sustain within the ordinary realities of love, conflict, disappointment, and dependence. A man who appears endlessly patient at work may discover surprising impatience at home. Another celebrated for confidence in public may become deeply insecure when confronted with emotional intimacy. Someone who prides himself on independence may experience overwhelming fear of abandonment once genuine attachment develops. These reactions often feel as though they are caused by the relationship itself. More accurately, the relationship exposes psychological structures that were already present but had remained largely invisible. This explains why romantic conflict so frequently follows repetitive patterns. Partners often believe they are arguing about isolated events, a forgotten promise, a financial disagreement, an emotional misunderstanding. While the practical issue certainly matters, the emotional intensity attached to it often points elsewhere. Beneath the visible disagreement, each individual is responding not only to the present moment, but also to unconscious expectations, fears, and identities formed long before the relationship began. The conflict becomes emotionally disproportionate because it is never only about what has just happened. It is also about everything the situation symbolically represents within the unconscious life of each partner. For men, this symbolic dimension often becomes especially difficult to recognize because masculine identity has historically emphasized competence over emotional reflection. When emotional discomfort emerges, many instinctively attempt to solve it as though it were an external problem requiring practical action. They seek better communication techniques, clearer boundaries, improved habits, or more effective strategies for conflict resolution. These tools possess undeniable value, yet they cannot resolve conflicts rooted in unconscious identity. A man may learn every available communication skill while remaining unaware that his deepest fear is not disagreement but rejection, not failure but inadequacy, not vulnerability but the collapse of the identity through which he has always believed himself worthy of love. The shadow frequently reveals itself through precisely these disproportionate emotional reactions. Jealousy, for example, often appears to concern another person's behavior. In reality, it frequently reflects unconscious insecurity concerning one's own value. The jealous man believes he is primarily reacting to his partner's actions, when he may actually be confronting a neglected part of himself that has never developed genuine self-worth independent of external validation. Likewise, possessiveness often disguises dependence, emotional withdrawal conceals fear, and excessive control masks profound uncertainty. The behavior is real, but its psychological meaning extends far beyond the situation in which it appears. Projection intensifies these dynamics even further. The qualities a man has excluded from conscious identity are often encountered most powerfully within the person he loves. He may become captivated by a partner's spontaneity because he unconsciously abandoned his own. He may resent her emotional intensity because it confronts feelings he has spent years suppressing. He may idealize her confidence, creativity, or vulnerability without recognizing that these qualities resonate so deeply because they correspond to capacities lying dormant within himself. Romantic attraction, therefore, becomes far more than biological preference or social compatibility. It often represents an unconscious attempt to recover parts of the personality that consciousness can no longer experience directly. This helps explain why the early stages of love frequently feel transformative. The beloved appears to complete something that has long been missing. Life acquires new emotional depth, forgotten possibilities seem suddenly available, and the future becomes infused with extraordinary meaning. Jung did not dismiss these experiences as illusions. He regarded them as psychologically real, while interpreting them differently. The transformation originates less from the other person than from the unconscious life awakened through the encounter. The beloved becomes the symbolic carrier of psychological possibilities that consciousness has not yet integrated for itself. Love, therefore, begins by revealing hidden aspects of the self, before gradually asking whether those aspects can become conscious without remaining dependent upon another person to embody them. This transition is among the most demanding tasks of adulthood. Relationships cannot remain psychologically healthy if one partner continues carrying the unconscious life of the other. Sooner or later, the projections begin collapsing. The extraordinary woman becomes an ordinary human being with limitations, contradictions, and needs of her own. The man who once appeared perfectly strong reveals vulnerability. The idealized image gives way to reality. Many relationships fail at precisely this moment because each partner mistakes the collapse of projection for the disappearance of love. In truth, something far more important has become possible. For the first time, both individuals are invited to encounter one another as people rather than as symbolic solutions to unfinished psychological lives. This is one of the shadow's greatest gifts. It transforms relationships from places where identity seeks confirmation into places where consciousness seeks growth. Love ceases to be merely the search for someone who completes us and gradually becomes the encounter through which we discover what remains incomplete within ourselves. The conflicts that once seemed to threaten the relationship begin revealing the unconscious structures each person brought into it. Intimacy becomes not the absence of psychological tension, but the willingness to allow that tension to illuminate forgotten regions of the personality. The relationship no longer exists simply to provide happiness. It becomes one of the primary arenas in which individuation quietly unfolds. For this reason, every meaningful relationship eventually confronts a man with the same unsettling realization. The greatest obstacle to intimacy is rarely the other person. More often, it is the version of himself he has spent a lifetime believing to be complete. Only when that certainty begins to dissolve does the shadow cease functioning merely as a source of conflict and begin revealing itself as an unexpected path toward psychological wholeness. Why we fear the shadow. If the shadow contains not only our capacity for destruction, but also forgotten possibilities for growth, an obvious question arises. Why do we resist encountering it so strongly? Why does consciousness cling so desperately to identities that, however incomplete, often produce unnecessary suffering? The answer lies in the psychological function identity originally served. The persona was never constructed merely to satisfy society. It was constructed to protect the individual from the terrifying uncertainty of existing without a coherent sense of self. To question that identity therefore feels far more dangerous than simply admitting a mistake. It feels like questioning the psychological structure upon which reality itself has been organized. This fear should not be underestimated. Human beings tolerate extraordinary limitations in order to preserve familiar identities. A man may remain in an unfulfilling career for decades because success has become inseparable from his sense of worth. Another may continue performing emotional invulnerability long after recognizing the loneliness it creates because vulnerability still feels psychologically equivalent to humiliation. Someone else may repeatedly sabotage intimate relationships because genuine closeness threatens the independent identity through which he has always understood himself. These choices often appear irrational from the outside. From within the existing personality, however, they represent attempts to preserve psychological continuity. Consciousness almost always prefers familiar suffering to unfamiliar transformation. This explains why encounters with the shadow frequently produce anxiety rather than immediate liberation. Modern culture often imagines self-discovery as an uplifting experience in which hidden talents are uncovered and authentic identity finally emerges. Reality is considerably more complicated. The first encounter with neglected aspects of the personality rarely expands consciousness peacefully. It disrupts it. Everything consciousness believed certain about itself begins losing stability. The man who considered himself endlessly patient discovers unexpected cruelty. The woman who identified with compassion encounters powerful resentment. The disciplined individual recognizes profound laziness. The independent one confronts overwhelming dependency. None of these discoveries feels like growth in the moment. They feel like disintegration because the personality has temporarily lost the certainty that previously organized its world. Jung regarded this experience as psychologically unavoidable. Development cannot occur without the dissolution of earlier forms of identity, because every new level of consciousness necessarily transcends the one preceding it. This movement resembles biological growth in an important respect. Childhood cannot survive unchanged within adulthood. The child is not destroyed. He is reorganized within a larger psychological structure. The same principle governs every significant transformation throughout life. Consciousness repeatedly outgrows the identities that once allowed it to function effectively. The resulting uncertainty is not evidence that development has failed. It is evidence that development has begun. Modern society, however, possesses remarkably little tolerance for this kind of uncertainty. We are encouraged to remain confident, decisive, and psychologically coherent. Ambivalence is often mistaken for weakness, doubt for incompetence, and inner conflict for dysfunction. Consequently, many individuals interpret the earliest signs of psychological transformation as personal failure. They attempt to restore certainty as quickly as possible, frequently by strengthening the very identity that has begun to dissolve. They seek new ideologies, stricter disciplines, clearer definitions, or more demanding systems of self-improvement, believing that greater certainty will resolve the discomfort. In reality, these efforts often postpone the developmental movement the psyche has already initiated. For men, this temptation can become especially powerful because masculine identity has traditionally emphasized consistency and self-mastery. The ideal man is often imagined as someone who knows exactly who he is, what he believes, and where he is going. While confidence certainly has its place, psychological development rarely unfolds in such a linear fashion. Every meaningful expansion of consciousness requires periods during which certainty temporarily weakens. The individual becomes capable of holding contradictions without rushing to eliminate them. He learns that strength and vulnerability, confidence and humility, authority and tenderness need not exist as mutually exclusive identities. They can coexist within the same mature personality precisely because maturity no longer depends upon maintaining psychological simplicity. This movement demands a different understanding of courage. Courage is often imagined as the willingness to confront external danger. The shadow reveals another form that may be equally demanding: the willingness to confront oneself without retreating into comforting illusions. Such courage asks a man to recognize envy without becoming consumed by shame, to acknowledge aggression without fearing that he has become monstrous, to admit fear without believing himself weak, and to discover capacities for love, creativity, or tenderness that his identity once considered impossible. None of these recognitions diminishes the individual. They enlarge him by expanding the range of psychological life he can consciously inhabit. Perhaps this is why Jung repeatedly insisted that becoming conscious is neither a purely intellectual nor a purely moral achievement. It is an existential one. Consciousness expands only to the degree that the individual becomes capable of bearing the truth about himself. Not an idealized truth, nor a condemned truth, but the difficult and often contradictory reality of being human. Every person contains impulses worthy of admiration alongside impulses deserving careful restraint. Every personality includes both extraordinary potential and profound limitation. The shadow simply reminds us that neither side disappears because consciousness chooses to identify exclusively with the other. Seen in this light, the shadow ceases to be an enemy hidden within the psyche. It becomes the threshold beyond which a more complete humanity begins. The fear it evokes is real because identity must inevitably surrender some of its certainty before consciousness can grow larger than the image it has constructed of itself. Yet this surrender is not a loss. It is the necessary price of becoming someone whose life is no longer governed by the exhausting task of defending a partial version of who he is. Only then does the individual begin approaching the deeper psychological center toward which the entire process of individuation has quietly been leading him from the beginning. Chapter 4. The Missing Initiation. Why Modern Men Keep Looking for Rituals. One of the most remarkable characteristics of modern men is not that they reject initiation, but that they continue searching for it without recognizing what they are searching for. The language has disappeared, the rituals have faded, and many of the institutions that once guided the transition into adulthood have weakened or vanished altogether. Yet the psychological need they addressed remains strikingly intact. It survives beneath contemporary life in forms so ordinary that they often escape notice. It appears in the obsessive pursuit of discipline, in the longing for mentors, in the fascination with military training, extreme endurance, martial arts, entrepreneurial success, self-improvement, and even ideological movements that promise certainty through sacrifice. These pursuits may appear unrelated on the surface. Psychologically, however, they often express the same underlying desire, the longing to cross an invisible threshold that modern culture no longer knows how to acknowledge. This observation challenges one of the most common assumptions about contemporary masculinity. It is often suggested that modern men simply resist responsibility, preferring comfort over commitment and entertainment over discipline. There is undoubtedly some truth to this description. Every generation contains individuals who avoid the demands of adulthood. Yet such explanations become insufficient when one notices the extraordinary intensity with which many young men willingly embrace hardship under the right circumstances. Millions voluntarily subject themselves to physically exhausting exercise, strict dietary regimens, military-style routines, brutal endurance races, cold exposure, demanding business cultures, and relentless systems of personal discipline. None of these activities is easy. Quite the opposite. They require precisely the qualities that supposedly disappeared from modern masculinity. The question, therefore, is not why men avoid difficulty. The more interesting question is why certain forms of difficulty become deeply meaningful, while others are experienced merely as burdens. The answer may lie in a distinction that modern culture rarely makes. Hardship alone does not transform a human being. It never has. Suffering by itself possesses remarkably little psychological value. Throughout history, countless individuals have endured extraordinary hardship without becoming noticeably wiser, more compassionate, or more integrated. Pain can deepen character, but it can just as easily deepen bitterness. The decisive factor has never been suffering itself. It has always been meaning. Human beings willingly accept enormous sacrifice when they believe it serves a transformation larger than immediate discomfort. Remove that symbolic framework, and hardship rapidly becomes something to escape rather than something capable of reorganizing identity. This was the hidden function of initiation. Anthropologists have often described initiation rituals by cataloging their visible features, periods of isolation, demanding physical trials, symbolic ordeals, instruction from elders, and formal reintegration into the community. These descriptions are accurate but incomplete because they focus primarily on what participants did rather than what the rituals accomplished psychologically. Initiation did not derive its power from physical challenge alone. It transformed ordinary hardship into symbolic experience. The initiate suffered, but his suffering became intelligible. Every challenge communicated that an earlier identity was ending and that another relationship to life was beginning. The ritual gave form to an inner process that might otherwise have remained invisible. Modern societies continue exposing young men to difficulty, but they often remove precisely this symbolic dimension. Education becomes preparation for employment. Employment becomes preparation for financial stability. Financial stability becomes preparation for retirement. Each stage possesses practical necessity, yet none explicitly addresses the psychological question that initiation once placed at the center of communal life. Who are you becoming through these experiences? Achievement replaces transformation. Competence replaces meaning. Success becomes measurable, while psychological development increasingly becomes a private concern that many individuals lack the language to understand. This absence creates a peculiar form of hunger. Men frequently experience an intuitive sense that life ought to contain a decisive transition into adulthood, yet they struggle to identify where that transition actually occurs. Graduation rarely feels sufficient. Employment provides responsibility, but not necessarily identity. Marriage transforms relationships, but cannot complete a developmental process that predates it. Fatherhood may awaken profound psychological changes, yet many men enter it without ever having experienced a meaningful initiation of their own. The expected moment of arrival repeatedly fails to arrive because no external event, however important, can substitute for the symbolic movement initiation was designed to represent. The consequences of this absence become increasingly visible during periods of cultural uncertainty. Whenever societies cease providing meaningful pathways into adulthood, individuals begin constructing substitutes. These substitutes vary enormously, yet they often share the same psychological structure. They promise transformation through discipline, belonging through shared sacrifice, and identity through participation in something larger than oneself. Their extraordinary appeal reveals not simply ideological agreement, but developmental longing. The individual is searching less for information than for confirmation that childhood has truly ended and that his place within the adult world has been consciously recognized. Jung understood this longing as an expression of something far older than any particular culture. The psyche develops symbolically before it develops conceptually. Long before individuals can explain the meaning of a transformation, they must first experience it. Symbols perform precisely this function. They allow psychological realities to become emotionally tangible. Initiation rituals, therefore, were never merely social customs preserved through tradition. They were symbolic technologies through which communities helped individuals experience inward changes that language alone could never adequately communicate. When these symbolic structures disappear, the developmental task remains. The psyche simply begins searching elsewhere for experiences capable of carrying the same psychological weight. This is perhaps the deepest misunderstanding surrounding the modern search for masculinity. Many observers assume that men are looking for stronger identities. In reality, they may be looking for something considerably older and more fundamental. They are looking for initiation. They are looking for an experience that tells them, in a language deeper than words, that the boy who entered the ritual cannot remain the man who emerges from it. Until that longing is recognized for what it truly is, contemporary masculinity will continue generating endless substitutes for a psychological need that has never disappeared. It has merely lost the symbolic forms through which previous generations once knew how to satisfy it. Modern rituals without transformation. If the need for initiation has not disappeared, then the modern world presents us with an intriguing paradox. Although traditional rites of passage have largely faded from Western societies, ritual itself has not. In fact, modern life may contain more rituals than ever before. They simply no longer appear under that name. Graduation ceremonies, military boot camps, fraternity hazing, athletic competitions, corporate promotions, entrepreneurial culture, fitness challenges, spiritual retreats, online communities, and even self-improvement programs all possess ritualistic characteristics. They establish rules, demand sacrifice, separate participants from ordinary life, promise transformation, and offer recognition upon completion. From the outside, they often resemble the initiatory structures that accompanied human development for thousands of years. Yet resemblance should not be confused with equivalence. A ritual and an initiation are not the same psychological event. The distinction becomes visible when we ask a deceptively simple question. What exactly has changed when the ritual is over? Many contemporary rituals produce measurable external changes. A recruit becomes a soldier. A student becomes a graduate. An employee receives a promotion. A marathon runner completes 42 kilometers. A bodybuilder transforms his physique. An entrepreneur reaches financial independence. Each accomplishment deserves admiration because each requires discipline, perseverance, and sacrifice. But psychological initiation was never primarily concerned with external achievement. It sought to transform the individual's relationship to himself. The visible event merely gave symbolic expression to an invisible movement already unfolding within the psyche. This difference explains why so many modern accomplishments produce a surprisingly brief sense of arrival. The long-awaited achievement is finally obtained, only for satisfaction to dissolve weeks or months later into another search for purpose. The individual often interprets this feeling as evidence that he has chosen the wrong goal, not realizing that the dissatisfaction originates elsewhere. External success has answered a practical question while leaving a symbolic one untouched. The ritual changed social reality. It did not necessarily reorganize consciousness. The person crossed a professional threshold without crossing a psychological one. The world of self-improvement illustrates this pattern with unusual clarity. Few cultural movements have attracted as many young men over the past 2 decades. Countless books, podcasts, online communities, and public figures encourage discipline, physical training, financial independence, emotional resilience, and personal responsibility. Much of this advice is genuinely valuable. Better health, greater competence, and stronger habits unquestionably improve lives. It would be intellectually dishonest to dismiss these achievements simply because they have become culturally fashionable. Nevertheless, the extraordinary emotional intensity surrounding self-improvement suggests that something more than practical development is taking place. Men are not merely trying to become healthier or wealthier. Many are seeking a psychological rebirth without possessing the symbolic language to describe it. This helps explain why discipline itself often acquires an almost sacred quality within these communities. Rising before dawn, enduring physical discomfort, eliminating distractions, embracing hardship, and pursuing relentless self-mastery are rarely presented as ordinary habits. They become moral acts. They symbolize the rejection of an earlier self and the emergence of another. The language surrounding these practices frequently echoes the language of ancient initiation, even when participants remain entirely unaware of the historical continuity. The old self must die. Comfort must be sacrificed. Weakness must be overcome. A stronger identity awaits on the other side of suffering. From Jung's perspective, these movements reveal something psychologically significant. Symbols never disappear. They migrate. When one symbolic system loses its cultural authority, the psyche spontaneously begins constructing new symbolic forms capable of carrying the same developmental functions. This is one reason modern societies repeatedly generate rituals around fitness, entrepreneurship, extreme endurance, or elite performance. They satisfy needs that extend far beyond the activities themselves. The gym becomes more than a place to exercise. The marathon becomes more than an athletic event. The business venture becomes more than an economic project. Each offers the possibility of crossing an invisible threshold that contemporary culture rarely acknowledges explicitly. The difficulty arises when symbolic substitutes are mistaken for complete psychological transformations. A stronger body cannot, by itself, resolve questions of identity. Financial success cannot complete emotional development. Discipline cannot replace self-knowledge. The individual may emerge from these experiences healthier, more capable, and more confident, while remaining psychologically organized around the same unconscious fears that shaped his life before the transformation began. The ritual has strengthened the persona without necessarily expanding consciousness. The performance has improved. The relationship between the individual and himself may remain largely unchanged. This observation should not be interpreted as criticism of self-improvement. Quite the opposite. These practices often represent the beginning of genuine psychological development. The problem appears only when they are expected to accomplish what they were never designed to achieve. Physical strength can prepare a man for maturity. It cannot make him psychologically mature. Financial independence can create the conditions for inner freedom. It cannot produce that freedom by itself. Every external discipline becomes profoundly valuable once it is understood as preparation rather than completion. The modern search for initiation therefore reveals something deeply hopeful. Beneath the endless variety of contemporary rituals lies evidence that the psyche continues orienting itself toward transformation. Men have not stopped longing to become. They have simply inherited a culture that often mistakes visible achievement for invisible development. Until that distinction becomes conscious, the search will continue producing ever more demanding rituals, while leaving untouched the psychological question from which the search originally began. Who must die within me so that someone more whole can begin to live? The men who become our initiators. When a culture loses formal rites of passage, it does not eliminate the need for guides. It merely changes where people look for them. Throughout history, initiation rarely occurred alone. The transition into adulthood almost always unfolded under the supervision of someone who had already crossed the threshold. Whether called elder, warrior, priest, master, craftsman, or shaman, this figure represented more than accumulated knowledge. He embodied psychological continuity. His presence communicated something words alone never could. I have survived this transformation. You can survive it too. The initiate was not simply learning information. He was borrowing courage from someone whose existence demonstrated that another way of being had become possible. Modern men continue searching for these figures, although the search often assumes unfamiliar forms. Coaches, entrepreneurs, psychologists, military veterans, spiritual teachers, authors, athletes, and internet personalities frequently occupy the symbolic position once held by elders. Their popularity cannot be explained solely by the quality of their ideas. Thousands of intelligent people possess valuable knowledge without attracting devoted followers. What distinguishes certain figures is their symbolic function. They appear to embody certainty at precisely the moment many young men experience profound uncertainty about adulthood. They become living representations of a destination the individual has not yet reached. This symbolic role helps explain why discussions surrounding public masculine figures become so emotionally charged. Supporters often defend them with an intensity that exceeds rational agreement, while critics reject them with an equally disproportionate passion. Neither reaction is necessarily about the individual himself. More often, it concerns the psychological meaning he has come to represent. To one person he embodies discipline, to another authority, to someone else independence, rebellion, strength, or paternal guidance. The public figure becomes a symbolic container into which thousands of individuals unconsciously project developmental longings that extend far beyond his actual personality. Jung would immediately recognize this phenomenon because projection rarely limits itself to romantic relationships. We project not only onto lovers, but onto teachers, leaders, political movements, religious institutions, and cultural heroes. Whenever another human being appears to possess exactly what we believe ourselves to lack, projection becomes psychologically likely. The admired figure seems unusually complete because consciousness has unknowingly placed forgotten aspects of its own potential outside itself. The mentor therefore feels larger than life not simply because of who he is, but because of what he carries on behalf of the unconscious. This explains one of the greatest risks facing modern masculine movements. The guide easily becomes the destination. Instead of using the mentor as a bridge toward greater psychological independence, the individual begins constructing his identity around imitation. He adopts the mentor's language, worldview, habits, emotional style, and moral certainty, as though psychological development could be achieved through replication. At first, this often produces remarkable changes. Clear structure replaces confusion. Discipline replaces passivity. Purpose replaces aimlessness. The experience genuinely feels transformative because adaptation has finally found an organizing principle. Yet genuine initiation has never asked the initiate to become another person. Its purpose has always been the opposite. The elder leads the initiate toward his own adulthood, not toward permanent dependence upon the elder himself. This distinction has become increasingly difficult to preserve because contemporary culture often rewards personality over wisdom. Charisma attracts larger audiences than quiet understanding. Certainty spreads more rapidly than complexity. The modern mentor therefore faces an almost impossible temptation. The more followers he gathers, the easier it becomes for others to organize their identities around him instead of around their own psychological development. Without intending it, he risks becoming not a guide through initiation, but a substitute for it. This observation is not a criticism of mentorship. Human development has always required guidance. Jung himself learned from Freud before eventually separating from him. Every intellectual, spiritual, and psychological tradition depends upon transmission across generations. The decisive question is whether guidance gradually enlarges consciousness or quietly replaces it. Healthy mentorship always points beyond itself. It encourages increasing psychological autonomy. Unhealthy mentorship, regardless of its ideology, gradually makes the teacher indispensable. The individual ceases asking what is true and begins asking what his guide would think. The irony is that many men who believe they are searching for answers are actually searching for permission. They long for someone older, wiser, or stronger to confirm that adulthood has truly begun. They want to know that their struggles possess meaning, that responsibility is worth accepting, and that the uncertainty they experience is not evidence of failure, but an unavoidable stage of development. These longings are profoundly human. They reveal that the need for initiation has survived even after many of its traditional forms disappeared. The tragedy is not that modern men continue looking for initiators. The tragedy is that they often stop at the first person willing to play the role. When a culture no longer provides symbolic pathways into adulthood, almost anyone capable of speaking with confidence can temporarily occupy the psychological space once reserved for genuine elders. Some guides lead toward greater consciousness. Others lead toward dependence, ideology, or identity. Distinguishing between them requires precisely the psychological maturity initiation was originally designed to cultivate. For this reason, the true initiator is never recognized by the certainty he offers. He is recognized by the freedom he leaves behind. The closer a man moves toward genuine adulthood, the less he needs another person to tell him who he is. The guide gradually disappears because his task has been fulfilled. The initiate no longer imitates another life. He has finally begun inhabiting his own. Why boys invent their own initiations. The absence of initiation does not eliminate the developmental pressure toward adulthood. It merely removes the symbolic structure through which that pressure can be consciously expressed. The psyche, however, is remarkably resourceful. Whenever a genuine developmental need remains unmet, it begins constructing symbolic substitutes of its own. This is one of Jung's most consistent observations. Unconscious life does not simply disappear because consciousness ignores it. It reorganizes itself, often in unexpected ways, until it finds another avenue through which it can continue its movement toward wholeness. This helps explain a phenomenon that appears repeatedly across cultures and historical periods. Young men spontaneously create ordeals for themselves. They compete recklessly, expose themselves to unnecessary danger, seek increasingly difficult physical challenges, form tightly bonded groups governed by rigid internal rules, pursue symbolic victories that carry enormous emotional significance, and repeatedly test themselves against experiences that seem excessive from a purely practical perspective. These behaviors are often dismissed as immaturity, excessive testosterone, or poor impulse control. While biology undoubtedly plays an important role, such explanations remain incomplete. They describe the mechanism without fully addressing the psychological purpose the behavior serves. For many young men, these self-created ordeals function as unconscious initiation rituals. Consider how often boys invent games whose central purpose is not entertainment but hierarchy. Someone must prove courage. Someone must endure pain. Someone must face fear while others watch. The external activity changes across generations, yet the underlying structure remains remarkably stable. The group seeks evidence that one of its members has crossed an invisible threshold. Physical suffering becomes meaningful because it symbolizes psychological transformation. The pain itself matters less than what surviving it appears to communicate. The same pattern emerges throughout adolescence. Dangerous driving, excessive drinking, criminal behavior, violent confrontation, extreme sports, gang affiliation, and countless other forms of risk-taking frequently contain an initiatory logic hidden beneath their obvious dangers. This observation should never be mistaken for justification. Many of these behaviors produce devastating consequences. The point is not that they are healthy, but that they are psychologically intelligible. They represent unconscious attempts to answer a developmental question that has received no conscious response. What must I endure before I can finally believe I have become a man? Notice that this question differs fundamentally from the pursuit of pleasure. Many of these experiences are deeply unpleasant. They involve fear, discomfort, humiliation, and genuine physical danger. Yet they continue attracting young men precisely because suffering appears meaningful when interpreted as proof of transformation. A painful experience willingly chosen often feels psychologically different from an equally painful experience imposed by circumstance. The first appears to reveal character. The second merely demands endurance. This distinction explains why voluntary hardship frequently possesses extraordinary emotional power, even when its practical value remains questionable. Traditional initiation rituals understood this principle while surrounding it with symbolic containment. The ordeal occurred within a larger framework that interpreted its meaning, established clear boundaries, and reintegrated the initiate into the community afterward. The suffering, therefore, became finite. It pointed beyond itself toward a transformed identity recognized by others. Modern substitutes frequently lack this containing structure. The hardship remains, but its meaning becomes unstable. The individual continues seeking increasingly difficult challenges because no experience ever quite resolves the underlying developmental longing. The threshold never feels fully crossed. This may explain why so many contemporary masculine pursuits become progressively extreme. Physical training evolves into obsessive self-discipline. Career ambition becomes relentless work without rest. Stoicism gradually transforms from emotional resilience into emotional denial. Self-improvement becomes an endless project of optimization in which no achievement finally feels sufficient. The external behavior changes, but the psychological movement remains remarkably similar. The individual unconsciously continues asking initiation to accomplish what only consciousness can complete. Jung repeatedly emphasized that symbols lose their transformative power when they become literalized. A symbolic death differs profoundly from actual self-destruction. A symbolic battle differs from perpetual warfare. A symbolic sacrifice differs from endless suffering. Modern culture often forgets these distinctions. We begin treating the external ordeal as though it possessed magical psychological properties independent of its symbolic meaning. The individual therefore assumes that greater hardship will necessarily produce greater transformation. Yet psychological development has never followed such a mechanical formula. One meaningful symbolic experience may reorganize an entire life, while years of purposeless suffering leave consciousness almost entirely unchanged. The persistence of these unconscious initiations reveals something deeply encouraging about human nature. Even in the absence of cultural guidance, the psyche continues moving toward adulthood. It continues searching for experiences capable of separating childhood from maturity. The instinct has survived because the developmental task itself has never disappeared. What has disappeared is the symbolic language capable of helping individuals understand what they are actually seeking. Perhaps this is why so many men eventually arrive at a strange and difficult realization. After years of proving themselves to employers, partners, fathers, peers, or society, they discover that the person they have been trying hardest to convince is themselves. No amount of external recognition fully settles the question, because the question was never external to begin with. It belonged to the psyche. It asked not whether others believed the boy had become a man, but whether the boy himself had consciously experienced his own psychological transformation. Until that question receives an answer, every achievement risks becoming another attempt to pass an initiation that no one ever formally invited him to undertake. The search for brotherhood. Initiation was never an individual event. Modern culture often imagines personal growth as a solitary pursuit. The individual isolates himself, reads the right books, develops better habits, improves his health, builds his career, and gradually becomes the person he wishes to be. There is undeniable value in solitude. Jung himself repeatedly emphasized the importance of withdrawing from collective expectations in order to establish a relationship with one's own inner life. Yet psychological independence should not be confused with psychological isolation. Throughout human history, the transition into adulthood almost always unfolded within a community of men. This communal dimension has received surprisingly little attention in contemporary discussions of masculinity. Much of the conversation revolves around fathers, romantic partners, or individual achievement, while the importance of male friendship has quietly faded into the background. Previous generations often inherited stable communities through extended families, military service, religious institutions, apprenticeships, neighborhoods, or shared physical labor. These environments naturally created relationships between younger and older men, allowing experience, values, and symbolic knowledge to pass organically across generations. Many of those structures have weakened dramatically. Modern men therefore enter adulthood with unprecedented personal freedom, while simultaneously experiencing unprecedented social fragmentation. The consequences extend far beyond loneliness. A man develops differently when he is seen by other men. This observation should never be misunderstood as suggesting that masculine development depends upon excluding women. Rather, it recognizes a psychological reality that has existed across cultures. Certain aspects of identity are reflected uniquely within relationships among men. Competition, admiration, challenge, imitation, mutual respect, and shared responsibility create developmental experiences difficult to reproduce elsewhere. Older men become living images of possible futures. Peers become mirrors reflecting strengths and weaknesses that remain invisible in solitude. Brotherhood, at its healthiest, provides not merely companionship but orientation. This is precisely why so many modern substitutes for initiation organize themselves around groups. Military units, sports teams, martial arts academies, emergency services, mountaineering expeditions, entrepreneurial communities, and even online forums frequently generate unusually powerful emotional bonds among men. Participants often describe these environments using language that exceeds the practical activity itself. They speak of belonging, transformation, loyalty, and purpose. Something psychologically significant has occurred. The shared hardship matters, but the presence of other men witnessing that hardship often matters even more. Transformation feels real because it has become visible to others. Traditional initiation understood this principle intuitively. A boy did not simply survive an ordeal in private. His transformation was publicly recognized. The community acknowledged that a threshold had been crossed. Recognition carried profound psychological importance because identity is never formed entirely from within. Human beings require witnesses. We need others capable of confirming that genuine change has taken place, particularly during developmental transitions that cannot be measured objectively. Without such recognition, transformation often remains psychologically incomplete. The individual continues wondering whether anything truly changed at all. Perhaps this explains why so many men quietly long for respect from other men, even after achieving success in every conventional sense. Financial security, romantic fulfillment, and professional accomplishment remain deeply meaningful, yet they often fail to satisfy another, less visible need. Men frequently seek acknowledgement from peers who understand the particular burdens of responsibility, sacrifice, and adulthood. This longing is not simply about status. At its healthiest, it expresses the desire to have one's struggles recognized by those who have undertaken similar journeys. It is less a request for admiration than for confirmation. You have crossed something difficult. I see it. Unfortunately, the disappearance of traditional brotherhood has often left this need vulnerable to exploitation. Extremist movements, gangs, ideological communities, and hyper-tribal political groups frequently attract young men, not because their beliefs are uniquely persuasive, but because they successfully recreate certain emotional dynamics once found within healthier forms of communal initiation. They provide belonging, hierarchy, shared symbols, collective sacrifice, and clear distinctions between insiders and outsiders. Psychologically, they answer a developmental need, while simultaneously directing it toward increasingly rigid identities. The hunger itself is legitimate. The form through which it is satisfied often becomes destructive. Jung repeatedly warned that individuals disconnected from meaningful psychological communities become especially susceptible to collective identification. Isolation weakens the individual relationship to consciousness while strengthening the seductive power of groups that promise certainty and belonging. This does not mean that communities are dangerous. It means that unconscious communities are. A healthy brotherhood encourages individuation. An unhealthy one demands conformity. The first helps a man become more fully himself. The second rewards becoming increasingly identical to everyone else. This distinction reveals one of the deepest purposes of genuine initiation. Its goal was never simply to incorporate young men into the collective. If that were the case, initiation would merely produce obedience. Instead, healthy initiation prepared individuals to participate in society without becoming psychologically consumed by it. The initiate returned to the community, but he returned differently. He now belonged not because he surrendered his individuality, but because he had consciously accepted responsibility for it. Modern men continue searching for this experience, often without realizing what they are seeking. Beneath the desire for friendship frequently lies a deeper longing to be challenged, recognized and transformed in the presence of others walking the same path. Brotherhood, at its best, has never been about creating identical men. It has always been about ensuring that no man must cross the threshold into adulthood entirely alone. The loss of elders. One of the most significant differences between traditional societies and the modern world is not simply the disappearance of rituals. It is the disappearance of elders. This distinction deserves careful attention, because an elder is not merely an older person. Age alone has never guaranteed wisdom. Every culture has known old men who remained psychologically immature and young men who displayed unusual depth of character. The elder occupies a symbolic position rather than a biological one. He represents someone who has consciously lived through the developmental crises of life without becoming permanently identified with them. His authority arises not from status but from integration. He has suffered, failed, sacrificed, loved, lost, and continued becoming. His life itself becomes a form of symbolic knowledge. Traditional initiation depended upon such figures because psychological transformation cannot be transmitted solely through information. Knowledge explains. Wisdom embodies. A young man can read thousands of pages about courage while remaining uncertain how courage actually feels. He can memorize every philosophical argument concerning responsibility without fully understanding what it means to carry another human being's well-being above his own comfort. Certain forms of understanding emerge only through lived experience. The elder does not merely describe these realities. He becomes visible evidence that they can be survived. Modern society possesses no shortage of information. It suffers from a shortage of embodied wisdom. Never before has humanity enjoyed such immediate access to knowledge. Within seconds, almost anyone can learn the fundamentals of psychology, philosophy, history, nutrition, finance, or relationships. Yet information rarely changes character by itself. A man may intellectually understand every principle of emotional maturity while remaining incapable of practicing it when his deepest fears are activated. Consciousness develops through experience interpreted with meaning, not through facts accumulated in isolation. The elder once helped perform precisely this interpretive function. This loss has quietly transformed the way younger generations relate to authority. Instead of encountering a relatively small number of trusted guides over many years, modern men are exposed to thousands of competing voices simultaneously. Every social platform, podcast, video channel, and online community offers another interpretation of success, masculinity, relationships, or purpose. The abundance of perspectives creates an unexpected psychological consequence. Authority becomes fragmented. Instead of developing a long relationship with one or two mentors capable of gradually challenging and refining the personality, many men consume endless advice without ever entering the vulnerable process of being personally known by someone wiser than themselves. There is an important difference between receiving instruction and being initiated. Instruction communicates knowledge. Initiation transforms identity. A book can explain discipline. A mentor notices where discipline has become avoidance. A lecture can describe courage. An elder recognizes the particular fear preventing one specific individual from acting courageously. Information speaks generally. Wisdom always becomes personal. It meets the individual precisely where he is rather than where abstract principles assume he should be. Jung repeatedly emphasized that individuation cannot occur through imitation alone. Every psychological journey remains irreducibly unique because every unconscious life possesses its own symbolic structure. This is why genuine teachers rarely produce copies of themselves. Instead, they gradually help others distinguish between borrowed identities and authentic development. Their deepest contribution is not certainty, but discernment. They teach individuals how to think psychologically rather than merely what to think. This distinction has become increasingly difficult to preserve because modern culture often rewards visibility more than integration. Public influence is frequently mistaken for wisdom. Followers become confused with authority. Confidence becomes confused with insight. Yet these qualities belong to entirely different psychological categories. A charismatic leader may inspire millions while remaining profoundly unconscious of his own shadow. Conversely, some of the wisest individuals rarely attract public attention because wisdom often speaks more quietly than certainty. The psyche, however, is naturally drawn towards certainty, particularly during periods of developmental confusion. The absence of elders, therefore, creates a subtle developmental vacuum. Young men continue asking questions that require lived wisdom, but the culture increasingly responds with information, ideology, or performance. They ask how to become adults and receive productivity systems. They ask how to build meaningful lives and receive financial advice. They ask how to confront loneliness and receive dating strategies. None of these answers is necessarily wrong. They simply address practical problems while leaving untouched the symbolic questions from which those practical concerns originally emerged. Perhaps this is why the most memorable mentors are rarely those who possess the greatest expertise. They are those who somehow made another person feel seen. They recognized potential before achievement existed. They challenged excuses without humiliating the individual. They demanded responsibility while simultaneously communicating faith in the person's capacity to bear it. In psychological terms, they temporarily carried an image of the future self until the individual became capable of carrying it alone. This, ultimately, is what the elder has always represented. Not someone who tells a boy who to become, someone who recognizes the man already struggling to emerge beneath the boy's unfinished identity. When such figures disappear from a culture, the longing for initiation inevitably becomes more confused. Men continue searching for direction, but they often mistake information for wisdom, influence for authority, and certainty for maturity. They are not merely looking for better advice. They are searching for someone capable of witnessing a transformation that has become increasingly difficult to recognize in a world that no longer remembers how initiation once worked. The rite that never ends. One of the greatest misconceptions surrounding initiation is the belief that it is an event. Popular imagination pictures a young man entering a ritual, enduring an ordeal, and emerging permanently transformed. The image is compelling because it satisfies our desire for clear beginnings and endings. It suggests that maturity can be crossed like a bridge, that one decisive experience forever separates childhood from adulthood. Traditional societies certainly employed rituals that appeared to function in this way. Yet even within those cultures, the ceremony itself was never the transformation. It was the symbolic recognition of a process that had only just begun. Modern life often reverses this relationship. We search obsessively for decisive moments that will finally change us. We imagine that the right promotion, marriage, business success, spiritual retreat, military service, athletic achievement, or personal breakthrough will permanently reorganize our lives. Each accomplishment promises to become the moment after which everything finally makes sense. Sometimes profound experiences genuinely do alter the course of a life. More often, however, they reveal something less dramatic and ultimately more important. They show that transformation cannot be preserved through a single event because consciousness itself never stops developing. Jung understood this better than perhaps any psychologist of the 20th century. Individuation is not the reward received after successful initiation. It is the continuation of initiation across an entire lifetime. Every stage of life introduces another symbolic death. Every expansion of consciousness requires relinquishing another identity that once seemed indispensable. The boy must surrender childhood. The young man must surrender fantasy. The successful adult must eventually surrender identification with achievement. Even old age demands another initiation as the personality gradually releases its attachment to productivity, status, and physical strength. The psyche never ceases asking the same fundamental question: who must I stop being so that a larger version of myself may emerge? This perspective radically alters the meaning of maturity. A mature man is not someone who has completed development. He is someone who has accepted that development will never be completed. The difference is profound because it transforms certainty into openness. The psychologically immature person seeks a final identity, one stable definition that will permanently answer the question of who he is. The mature person gradually abandons that hope. He recognizes that every identity remains provisional because consciousness itself continues unfolding. Rather than defending yesterday's self against tomorrow's possibilities, he learns to participate consciously in the endless process of becoming. This is precisely what many modern substitutes for initiation quietly fail to understand. They promise completion. They imply that enough discipline, enough success, enough confidence, or enough knowledge will finally produce the finished man. Yet the finished man has never existed. The moment development becomes complete, consciousness ceases growing. Psychological life remains alive precisely because it never allows the personality to become fixed once and for all. Every identity eventually reaches its developmental limit. Every certainty eventually encounters experiences it cannot fully explain. Every stage of life asks for another surrender. Paradoxically, this realization offers extraordinary freedom. The individual no longer needs to prove that he has finally become a man, because manhood itself is no longer understood as a destination. It becomes participation in a lifelong process of increasing consciousness. Strength remains valuable, but now it serves growth rather than identity. Responsibility remains indispensable, but it is no longer carried merely to satisfy external expectations. Discipline continues shaping character, yet it ceases functioning as evidence of worth. Every masculine virtue finds its proper place once it becomes an expression of development rather than a substitute for it. Perhaps this is what traditional initiation always attempted to communicate beneath its outward ceremonies. The ritual ended so that another journey could begin. The boy crossed the threshold not into certainty, but into responsibility for his own psychological life. The elders could accompany him only so far. Eventually, every initiate had to become the guardian of his own consciousness. No ceremony, however sacred, could assume that task on his behalf. The modern man finds himself in a remarkably similar position. He may never experience the formal rituals his ancestors once knew. He may never stand before tribal elders, endure symbolic ordeals, or receive public recognition that childhood has ended. Yet the psychological invitation remains exactly the same. Life itself continues initiating him through love, loss, responsibility, failure, fatherhood, loneliness, aging, and every unexpected encounter that reveals another limitation within the identity he has built. Whether he recognizes these experiences as initiation or merely as inconvenience determines, to a surprising extent, the direction of his development. This realization brings us to the threshold of the next chapter. For if initiation asks a man to relinquish one identity after another, then another question inevitably follows. What exactly is being transformed? If the persona is only the mask, and the shadow contains everything the mask leaves behind, then what is the deeper center of the personality toward which this lifelong movement is leading? Jung believed that beneath the roles we perform, beneath the identities we defend, and even beneath the unconscious conflicts we struggle to integrate, there exists another organizing principle altogether. It is neither the persona nor the shadow, neither the ego nor any social definition of masculinity. It is the deepest pattern of psychological wholeness itself. He called it the self, and it is there that the journey of individuation truly begins. Chapter 5. The Search for the Father. Authority, mentors, and the need to be guided. Whether he knows his father or not, every man grows up in relationship to one. This statement may initially appear contradictory. Surely a man without a father cannot inherit a relationship that never existed. Yet psychology operates according to different principles than biology. The paternal relationship is formed not only through presence, but also through absence. A loving father shapes the psyche. So does a distant father. An abusive father leaves his imprint no less profoundly than an affectionate one. Even the complete absence of a father becomes a psychological presence because the mind instinctively organizes itself around what should have been there. The unconscious does not distinguish between what happened and what failed to happen. Both become formative experiences. This is one of Jung's most important contributions to understanding masculine development. He repeatedly emphasized that human beings do not relate merely to individuals. They relate to symbolic patterns carried by those individuals. A biological father certainly matters, but he also becomes the first representative of something larger than himself. For the child, he is often the earliest encounter with authority, limitation, protection, judgment, discipline, and the mysterious world beyond the intimate security of the mother. Long before a boy consciously reflects upon these experiences, they begin organizing his expectations concerning power, responsibility, and the structure of reality itself. For this reason, the father should never be understood simply as another parent. Psychologically, he performs a different function. The maternal relationship introduces the child to belonging. The paternal relationship gradually introduces him to separation. The mother, at least symbolically, represents the original experience of unconditional existence. The father increasingly represents the world beyond that original unity, a world governed by boundaries, consequences, expectations, and responsibility. These symbolic functions are not rigidly attached to biological sex. Mothers may embody paternal qualities, just as fathers may express profoundly maternal ones. Jung's concern was never with domestic roles alone. He was describing fundamental movements within psychological development. This distinction becomes especially significant during the transition into adulthood. Childhood naturally begins with independence. Survival requires attachment. The child quite literally cannot exist without others. Development therefore demands a gradual movement away from this original dependence toward increasing autonomy. The paternal function facilitates precisely this transition. It encourages the child to leave the protected psychological world of infancy and enter the larger world of reality. Every healthy form of authority ultimately serves this movement. It does not exist merely to control behavior. It exists to prepare the individual for independent participation in life. When this function operates well, it often becomes nearly invisible. A father establishes boundaries while simultaneously communicating confidence that the child can eventually live without him. Discipline becomes an expression of faith rather than domination. Expectations become invitations to growth rather than demands for obedience. The child gradually internalizes these experiences until external authority slowly transforms into inner authority. Responsibility no longer depends upon supervision because the individual has developed an internal relationship to order, discipline, and meaning. When this process fails, however, the consequences often extend far beyond childhood. A father who dominates without encouraging independence may produce adults who continue seeking external approval long after leaving home. Another who remains emotionally absent may leave behind a persistent uncertainty concerning personal worth. Excessive criticism may create perfectionism. Excessive permissiveness may undermine the development of internal discipline. Even fathers acting with sincere love inevitably influence the psychological architecture through which their sons later relate to work, authority, ambition, failure, and themselves. The father rarely disappears when childhood ends. More often, he becomes internalized as a voice through which consciousness continues interpreting reality. This explains why adulthood often fails to resolve paternal conflicts automatically. A man may become financially independent, build a successful career, and raise children of his own, while remaining psychologically organized around conversations that occurred decades earlier. Some continue striving for achievements they imagine would finally earn paternal recognition. Others organize entire identities around proving they are nothing like their fathers. Although these strategies appear opposite, they frequently share the same psychological center. Both remain unconsciously oriented toward the paternal image. One seeks its approval. The other continues fighting its authority. Neither has yet become fully free from it. Freedom, in Jung's understanding, never meant rejecting the father. It meant transforming the relationship to him. This transformation represents one of the decisive movements of psychological maturity, because authority cannot remain external forever. Every man eventually encounters situations in which no father, mentor, or institution can tell him what to do. The responsibility for judgment becomes entirely his own. If the paternal function has been successfully internalized, he acts neither from blind obedience nor compulsive rebellion. He acts from an authority that has gradually become part of his own consciousness. This is why so many modern discussions of fatherhood remain psychologically incomplete. They often focus on behavior, whether fathers should be stricter or gentler, more emotionally expressive or more traditionally masculine. These questions undoubtedly matter, yet beneath them lies another that is even more fundamental. The deepest contribution a father can make is not teaching specific behaviors. It is helping another human being develop an inner relationship to reality itself. Every practical lesson ultimately serves this larger developmental purpose. The father prepares the son not merely to live in the world, but to stand within it without endlessly depending upon someone else to define who he must become. Understanding this reveals something surprising about the modern search for masculine identity. Many men believe they are searching for better role models, stronger leaders, or wiser mentors. In reality, they may be searching for something much older than any contemporary movement. They are searching for the paternal function itself, the psychological force that helps transform dependence into responsibility, uncertainty into orientation, and borrowed authority into an authority that finally belongs to one's own life. The father as a psychological principle. One of the reasons discussions about fatherhood so often become polarized is that they remain confined to biography. We ask whether a father was present or absent, affectionate or distant, supportive or critical. These questions matter because lived experience always shapes the personality. Yet Jung repeatedly invited us to look beyond biography toward symbolism. The father, in analytical psychology, is not merely the man who raised us. He is one expression of a deeper psychological principle that every human being eventually encounters regardless of personal history. This principle might be described as the force that introduces consciousness to reality. Unlike childhood, which naturally experiences the world primarily through immediate need and emotional dependence, adulthood requires a different relationship to existence. Reality does not always respond to desire. Effort does not always produce reward. Love does not eliminate suffering. Good intentions do not exempt anyone from consequences. The paternal principle gradually initiates the individual into this difficult but liberating recognition. It teaches that meaning emerges not by escaping limitation, but by learning how to live responsibly within it. For this reason, the father has traditionally been associated with law. Here the word should not be understood primarily in a legal sense. It refers to order itself, to the recognition that existence possesses structure independent of individual preference. Gravity functions as law. Time functions as law. Mortality functions as law. Human relationships possess laws no less real than the physical universe. Trust must be earned. Promises create obligations. Actions produce consequences whether or not we intended them. The paternal principle introduces consciousness to these realities, not as punishment, but as the necessary conditions through which genuine freedom eventually becomes possible. Modern culture often experiences this encounter as oppressive because freedom is frequently defined as the absence of external constraint. From this perspective, every limit appears as something to overcome. Jung's psychology suggests a very different understanding. The individual does not become free by escaping reality. He becomes free by developing a conscious relationship to it. A pianist gains artistic freedom, not by rejecting the discipline of music, but by mastering it. A craftsman becomes creative not by ignoring the laws of his material, but by understanding them deeply enough to work with them. Likewise, psychological maturity emerges not from resisting reality, but from gradually aligning oneself with its deeper structure. This explains why healthy authority ultimately liberates rather than confines. The child initially experiences boundaries as restrictions because he cannot yet perceive the developmental purpose they serve. Only later does he recognize that discipline made competence possible, that responsibility created trust, and that limitation became the foundation upon which meaningful independence was built. Authority therefore reaches its highest expression not when it produces obedience, but when it becomes unnecessary because its principles have been consciously internalized. Unfortunately, this process is easily distorted. A father who mistakes control for guidance teaches fear rather than responsibility. Instead of introducing the child to reality, he places himself at the center of reality. Rules become unpredictable because they reflect personal moods rather than enduring principles. Authority ceases serving development and begins serving domination. The child learns obedience, but he does not learn judgment. As an adult, he may either submit compulsively to authority figures or reject every form of authority altogether. Although these responses appear opposite, both reveal the same unfinished relationship to the paternal principle. The individual continues defining himself through external authority rather than developing an inner one. The opposite distortion proves equally damaging. A father unwilling to establish meaningful boundaries often imagines he is protecting the child's freedom. In practice, he may be abandoning one of his most important psychological responsibilities. Without gradually encountering resistance, the child struggles to distinguish desire from reality. Frustration remains intolerable because nothing consistently teaches that limitation belongs to existence itself, rather than to arbitrary acts of rejection. Such individuals frequently enter adulthood expecting life to accommodate them in ways no mature reality ever can. They have not been prepared for disappointment because disappointment was never integrated into development. Jung recognized that both extremes ultimately produce the same problem. In one case, reality becomes identified with domination. In the other, reality remains psychologically unreal. Neither prepares the individual for genuine adulthood. Healthy authority occupies a far more demanding position. It establishes limits without humiliating. It encourages independence without abandoning guidance. It confronts illusion while preserving dignity. Most importantly, it understands that its own purpose is temporary. The paternal principle succeeds only when the individual no longer requires another person to carry it on his behalf. This observation sheds light on a phenomenon that appears repeatedly throughout adult life. Many men continue searching for fathers long after childhood has ended. They seek employers whose approval feels unusually important, mentors whose criticism carries extraordinary emotional weight, or public figures whose certainty seems capable of resolving every doubt. Such relationships are not inherently unhealthy. The danger arises only when they become psychologically absolute. The individual unconsciously asks another adult to perform the developmental work that should gradually become internal. He continues seeking someone who can finally authorize his adulthood. Yet no external father can permanently provide what only consciousness can ultimately establish. At some point, every man must become capable of saying to himself what he once hoped another person would say: "You are responsible now." The authority you have been searching for must gradually become your own. This moment represents one of the most significant thresholds in masculine development. It is not the rejection of fathers, mentors, or teachers. It is their fulfillment. The deepest purpose of every healthy guide has always been to help another human being discover an authority that no longer depends upon constant external confirmation. Only then does the paternal principle complete its work, and only then does the search for the father begin transforming into the search for something even more difficult: the capacity to govern one's own life with honesty, courage, and consciousness. The man who keeps looking for permission. One of the least recognized consequences of an incomplete relationship with the father is not insecurity, weakness, or rebellion. It is the persistent inability to authorize one's own life. Many men reach adulthood while remaining psychologically oriented toward an invisible authority whose approval they continue seeking without fully realizing it. They hesitate before making important decisions, postpone ambitions until they feel ready, remain trapped in unfulfilling careers or relationships, and constantly wonder whether they are making the right choice. From the outside, these behaviors appear to reflect indecision. More often they reveal something much deeper. The individual has not yet fully internalized the paternal function. Instead of trusting his own judgment, He continues waiting for someone else to confirm that he has earned the right to act. This pattern rarely announces itself consciously. Few men would openly admit that they are waiting for permission to live their own lives. Yet the evidence often appears in surprisingly ordinary ways. They endlessly consume advice before taking action. They search for another book, another mentor, another course, another conversation capable of eliminating every remaining uncertainty. They postpone difficult decisions until circumstances become perfectly clear, as though adulthood were supposed to arrive accompanied by absolute confidence. Beneath these behaviors lies an assumption inherited from childhood. Someone wiser must surely know the correct answer. The individual continues behaving as though another authority exists somewhere beyond the horizon, capable of removing the burden of personal judgment. Psychologically, this represents a continuation of childhood rather than its completion. A child quite properly depends upon external authority because survival requires it. Parents decide what is safe, what is dangerous, what is permitted, and what is forbidden. As development unfolds, however, this external structure is meant to become progressively internal. The mature adult no longer behaves responsibly because another person is supervising him. He behaves responsibly because responsibility itself has become part of his own psychological organization. The authority once experienced as external has gradually become an inner capacity for discernment. When this internalization remains incomplete, something curious begins to happen. The paternal function does not disappear. It simply changes its object. The father becomes the teacher. The teacher becomes the employer. The employer becomes the respected mentor. The mentor becomes the public intellectual, the spiritual leader, the entrepreneur, the political figure, or the internet personality whose certainty appears capable of resolving every doubt. The faces change across the years, but the psychological structure remains remarkably stable. The individual continues looking outward for the authority that development was always intended to cultivate within. This dynamic explains why certain public figures evoke reactions that far exceed the practical value of their ideas. Their followers often defend them with extraordinary emotional intensity because the relationship has ceased to concern information alone. The figure has become psychologically symbolic. He now carries authority itself. His approval feels validating. His criticism feels deeply personal. His certainty offers temporary relief from the exhausting responsibility of deciding how one ought to live. The attraction is understandable. During periods of uncertainty, confidence naturally appears reassuring. Yet reassurance and psychological development are not always the same thing. Jung repeatedly observed that projection extends beyond emotions and personality traits. Human beings also project undeveloped psychological functions. A man who has never learned to trust his own judgment frequently experiences another person's judgment as almost superhuman. He attributes wisdom, certainty, and authority to the external figure because these capacities have not yet become fully available within his own conscious life. The mentor therefore appears unusually complete, not necessarily because he possesses extraordinary insight, but because he temporarily carries an aspect of psychological development that the individual has not yet claimed for himself. This is why periods of transition make people particularly vulnerable to charismatic authority. Career changes, marriage, fatherhood, grief, unemployment, illness, or profound uncertainty all destabilize the existing identity. As familiar structures weaken, the longing for certainty naturally intensifies. At such moments, confidence can easily be mistaken for wisdom, simplicity for truth, and unwavering conviction for genuine maturity. The psyche, seeking stability, instinctively gravitates toward individuals who appear incapable of doubt. Yet authentic wisdom rarely eliminates complexity. More often, it develops the capacity to live responsibly within it. Healthy authority therefore possesses an unexpected characteristic. It gradually makes itself unnecessary. A wise father does not raise children who remain psychologically dependent upon him forever. A gifted teacher does not produce lifelong imitators. A genuine mentor measures success not by the number of followers he retains, but by the number of individuals who eventually become capable of thinking independently. Every healthy expression of the paternal principle points beyond itself, because its ultimate purpose is freedom rather than dependence. This observation fundamentally changes the meaning of maturity. Psychological adulthood is not achieved when a man no longer needs advice. Guidance remains valuable throughout life. Rather, maturity begins when advice no longer replaces judgment. The individual listens carefully, reflects honestly, and remains open to correction, yet he ultimately accepts responsibility for his own decisions. He ceases asking what another person would choose on his behalf, and begins asking a far more demanding question: what does reality require of me now? The center of authority quietly shifts from external approval toward an increasingly conscious relationship with life itself. Many men spend decades searching for stronger fathers, wiser mentors, or more convincing leaders without recognizing that the search itself is gradually asking to come to an end. The deepest purpose of every healthy father has never been to remain permanently at the center of another man's life. It has always been to help create a man capable of standing in reality without requiring someone else to authorize his existence. At the moment this becomes possible, the paternal function reaches its highest expression. The father is no longer merely remembered, obeyed, or resisted. He has become an inner principle through which the individual now governs his own life. Rebellion is still a form of dependence. One of the greatest illusions of adulthood is the belief that rejecting authority automatically makes a person free. Modern culture often celebrates rebellion as though it were the opposite of obedience, assuming that anyone who refuses to submit to external expectations has necessarily become psychologically independent. Jung would almost certainly have challenged this assumption. From the standpoint of analytical psychology, obedience and rebellion frequently represent two expressions of the same underlying condition. Both remain organized around external authority. One submits to it. The other defines itself against it. In neither case has the individual yet become the true center of his own psychological life. This becomes evident whenever a man's identity depends primarily upon proving that he is different from those who came before him. Some spend decades trying to earn their father's approval. Others spend the same decades trying to demonstrate that they are nothing like him. Although these lives appear radically different, they often remain psychologically organized around the same figure. The father continues occupying the center of the psyche, whether as an object of admiration or opposition. The individual believes he has escaped paternal influence while, in reality, continuing to allow it to determine the direction of his life. His choices remain reactive rather than genuinely autonomous. The same pattern appears far beyond the family. Many men organize themselves in opposition to institutions, traditions, religions, political systems, or cultural expectations they experienced as restrictive. Such rebellion may be historically understandable and, in some circumstances, morally necessary. There are moments when resisting authority becomes an ethical obligation rather than a psychological problem. Yet resistance alone should never be confused with individuation. The decisive question is not whether a man obeys or rebels. It is whether his actions emerge from conscious judgment or from an unconscious need to remain defined by the authority he believes he has rejected. Jung frequently observed that whatever remains unconscious continues directing behavior from behind the scenes. A man who spends his entire life proving that he is not his father often discovers, with painful irony, that his father has occupied far more psychological space than if he had simply been accepted as one imperfect human being among many. Hatred can become as binding as admiration. Both establish invisible relationships of dependence because both allow another person to remain the organizing principle around which identity continues revolving. This dynamic explains why some of the strongest reactions toward authority conceal the deepest dependence upon it. The individual experiences himself as radically independent because he consistently rejects every rule imposed from outside. Yet every rejection remains determined by the authority it opposes. His identity continues requiring an external reference point. Remove the authority, and he no longer knows who he is. His freedom proves conditional because it survives only through permanent opposition. Psychological autonomy, by contrast, no longer requires either obedience or rebellion to sustain itself. It acts according to reality rather than reaction. The difference becomes especially visible when authority proves correct. A rebellious identity experiences such moments as profoundly threatening because accepting truth from a disliked source appears psychologically equivalent to surrender. Likewise, someone organized around obedience struggles whenever authority is mistaken because disagreement feels like betrayal. Both positions sacrifice reality to preserve identity. Neither allows consciousness to respond freely to the situation itself. The individual remains loyal not to truth, but to the psychological role he has unconsciously adopted. This is why Jung regarded individuation as a movement beyond collective oppositions. The individuating person gradually becomes less interested in whether an idea is traditional or progressive, conservative or revolutionary, familiar or unconventional. Those categories certainly retain social significance, but they no longer determine psychological judgment. Instead, the individual asks a different question. Is this true? Reality gradually replaces ideology as the primary object of loyalty. Such a shift demands considerable courage because it deprives the personality of the emotional certainty provided by fixed identities. It requires becoming willing to agree with former opponents, question former allies, and repeatedly revise one's own conclusions whenever deeper understanding emerges. For many men, this represents one of the most difficult developmental tasks of adult life. It requires relinquishing the comforting simplicity of defining oneself, either through conformity or through rebellion. Neither position ultimately produces freedom, because both continue organizing identity around something external. Genuine adulthood begins only when consciousness becomes capable of standing in reality without needing constant confirmation that it either belongs to the established order or stands heroically against it. The mature man no longer asks whether his life proves his father's wisdom or disproves it. He asks whether the life he is living is true. Perhaps this is the deepest transformation the paternal principle was always intended to produce. The father introduces the son to authority, so that one day authority may become an inner capacity rather than an external force. Until that movement is complete, every rebellion remains unfinished. The individual continues struggling against the father because, psychologically speaking, he has never truly left him behind. Only when authority has been consciously integrated does opposition lose its emotional necessity. At that point, the son ceases reacting to the father and begins relating directly to reality itself. That is the moment dependence finally gives way to freedom. The mentor who must eventually disappear. Every healthy mentor carries within him a paradox. He must become deeply important to another person's development while simultaneously ensuring that his own importance gradually diminishes. If the relationship succeeds, the student eventually needs the teacher less. If it fails, the teacher becomes psychologically indispensable. The distinction may appear subtle, but it separates genuine guidance from dependency. A mentor who cannot tolerate being outgrown inevitably begins serving his own need for significance rather than the development of the person standing before him. This principle has governed the transmission of wisdom across civilizations. The greatest teachers in history rarely sought followers in the modern sense of the word. They sought adults. Their purpose was not to create permanent disciples, but individuals capable of perceiving reality with increasing clarity on their own. Every lesson, every challenge, and every correction ultimately pointed beyond the teacher himself. The guide functioned as a bridge. His success consisted in helping another person cross a psychological threshold that could never be permanently occupied by someone else. Jung's own life illustrates this movement with unusual clarity. His relationship with Freud began as one of profound admiration. Freud represented intellectual authority, scientific legitimacy, and the promise of a comprehensive understanding of the human psyche. For a time, Jung willingly occupied the position of student. Yet the relationship eventually reached a point where continued psychological growth required separation rather than continued identification. This separation was neither comfortable nor harmonious. It demanded that Jung relinquish the security of borrowed certainty in order to confront reality through his own experience. Had he remained psychologically dependent upon Freud's approval, analytical psychology, as we know it, would never have emerged. This pattern repeats throughout individual development. A young man often requires external structure before he can establish internal discipline. He needs guidance before he develops judgment. He benefits from imitation before discovering originality. There is nothing immature about this process. In fact, refusing guidance prematurely often reflects insecurity rather than independence. The problem arises only when imitation continues long after it has fulfilled its developmental purpose. At that point, what once facilitated growth quietly begins preventing it. The transition is rarely obvious because successful mentors frequently become emotionally significant. They provide direction during periods of uncertainty, language for experiences that previously felt chaotic, and confidence when the individual still doubts his own capacities. Gratitude naturally follows such experiences. Gratitude, however, differs profoundly from psychological dependence. Gratitude remembers the guide while continuing to grow beyond him. Dependence continues measuring every step according to whether the guide would approve. One relationship liberates. The other gradually confines. This is why the healthiest mentors consistently redirect attention away from themselves. They resist becoming the permanent center of another person's psychological world. Instead of offering answers to every question, they increasingly ask better questions. Instead of demanding imitation, they encourage observation. Instead of cultivating agreement, they cultivate discernment. They understand that wisdom cannot simply be transferred from one consciousness to another. It must be rediscovered through lived experience. Their task is therefore not to replace another person's judgment, but to awaken it. Modern culture often struggles with this distinction because it rewards influence more than liberation. Public success is measured by audience size, loyalty, and continued relevance. The larger the following, the greater the perceived authority. Yet psychological development follows an almost opposite logic. The deepest teacher gradually becomes less necessary because his students begin standing on their own psychological ground. He does not disappear because he has become irrelevant. He disappears because his work has succeeded. His influence survives not through dependence, but through internalization. This observation offers an important criterion for evaluating every authority figure who enters a man's life. The decisive question is not whether the teacher possesses impressive knowledge, compelling ideas, or extraordinary charisma. It is whether the relationship steadily increases or decreases the individual's capacity for independent judgment. Does the student become more psychologically autonomous over time, or more dependent upon external validation? Does guidance expand consciousness, or merely replace one identity with another? These questions reveal far more about the health of the relationship than agreement with any particular philosophy ever could. The father we eventually become. There comes a moment in every man's life when the search for the father quietly reverses direction. For years, perhaps decades, his psychological attention has been oriented toward those who came before him. He has sought guidance, approval, recognition, or opposition. His development has unfolded in conversation with teachers, mentors, employers, public figures, and consciously or unconsciously, with the image of his own father. Gradually, however, another question begins emerging with increasing urgency. It is no longer, who will guide me? It becomes, who now depends upon my guidance? The center of gravity shifts. The man who once looked upward begins discovering that someone else has started looking upward toward him. This transition marks one of the least discussed but most significant thresholds of adulthood. It often arrives without ceremony. A younger colleague asks for advice. A child begins watching more carefully than listening. Friends quietly turn to him during moments of uncertainty. Family members expect steadiness when circumstances become difficult. The individual may not yet feel prepared for such responsibility, yet reality no longer asks whether he feels ready. It simply places him in situations where his presence begins shaping the development of others. In psychological terms, he has begun occupying the symbolic position once held by the father. Many men resist this realization because they continue measuring themselves against impossible standards. They imagine that becoming an authority requires certainty, complete emotional stability, or flawless judgment. Since none of these conditions ever fully arrives, they postpone accepting the responsibility already placed before them. Jung's psychology offers a far more realistic understanding. Authority does not emerge from perfection. It emerges from consciousness. The most trustworthy guide is rarely the one who has never struggled. More often, it is the one who has confronted his own limitations honestly enough that they no longer govern him unconsciously. This explains why unresolved paternal conflicts often reappear during fatherhood itself. Men frequently discover that the birth of a child awakens not only love but forgotten memories, unfinished grief, and long-buried questions concerning their own upbringing. Suddenly, they are no longer reflecting upon their fathers from the perspective of children. They are seeing them through the eyes of adults carrying comparable responsibilities. Some experience unexpected compassion. Others become newly aware of wounds they had previously minimized. Many oscillate between determination not to repeat the past and fear that they already have. The child becomes an unwitting mirror through which another generation of psychological work begins. The phenomenon extends far beyond biological fatherhood. Every meaningful position of responsibility eventually confronts an individual with the same developmental challenge. Teachers become aware that students imitate far more than lesson plans. Leaders discover that organizational culture reflects their unconscious habits as much as their stated principles. Older siblings, coaches, physicians, artists, managers, and mentors all eventually realize that their influence extends beyond what they intentionally teach. Human beings learn through observation before they learn through instruction. Character is transmitted less by advice than by presence. This is precisely why Jung insisted that psychological work remains an ethical responsibility rather than merely a personal one. The unconscious does not remain contained within the individual. It inevitably enters relationships. A man incapable of recognizing his own fear frequently teaches fear without speaking about it. Another who remains unconscious of his need for control quietly reproduces that need in every institution he leads. Conversely, someone who has consciously confronted his own limitations often creates environments in which others feel unexpectedly free to develop. We influence one another continuously, whether we intend to or not. The question is not whether we shape other lives. It is whether we do so consciously. There is a profound irony hidden within this process. Many men spend years searching for the perfect father, while gradually becoming fathers to others without noticing it. They continue believing that psychological authority lies somewhere ahead of them, unaware that life has already entrusted them with responsibilities capable of influencing another generation. Waiting to feel completely prepared becomes another form of postponement, because preparation itself never truly ends. Consciousness remains unfinished throughout life. The mature individual accepts responsibility, not because he has completed his development, but because development has taught him that waiting for completion is itself an illusion. Perhaps this is the deepest meaning of the paternal principle. It was never intended to create permanent sons. Every healthy father ultimately works toward his own symbolic disappearance. His greatest success is measured by the moment another man no longer requires him as the central source of authority, because that authority has become an inner reality. The father has not been abandoned. He has been fulfilled. His function continues living, no longer through dependence upon his presence, but through the consciousness of the person who once depended upon him. This realization transforms the entire search. The man who spent years asking where he might find a father eventually discovers that life has quietly been asking something else of him all along. It has been preparing him to become the kind of presence he himself once needed. Not a perfect man, not an infallible authority, simply someone whose relationship to reality has become conscious enough that others can borrow courage from it while discovering the strength to develop their own. That is how psychological maturity moves through generations, not by producing flawless fathers, but by producing men increasingly willing to know themselves before attempting to guide someone else. The father beyond the man. As the search for the father deepens, a surprising realization gradually emerges. Much of what we have been seeking was never meant to remain attached to a particular person. The biological father introduces us to the paternal principle, but he can never fully embody it. No human being can. Every father, regardless of his wisdom or limitations, remains finite. He is shaped by his own history, his own fears, his own unfinished development. To expect any individual man to perfectly represent psychological authority is to ask him to carry a burden no human being has ever been able to bear. This realization often marks a decisive turning point in adulthood because it allows the father to become human. During childhood, fathers naturally appear larger than life. They seem to possess certainty where the child possesses confusion, strength where the child experiences vulnerability, and knowledge where the child encounters mystery. As maturity unfolds, these images inevitably begin dissolving. Many adults initially experience this process as disappointment. They discover that their fathers were often frightened, uncertain, emotionally wounded, or simply trying to navigate realities for which no one had adequately prepared them. Some respond with resentment, others with compassion. Both reactions are understandable. Yet psychological development eventually asks for something beyond either judgment or forgiveness. It asks for understanding. Jung believed that one of the central tasks of adulthood is differentiating the symbolic father from the personal father. Until this distinction becomes conscious, the individual remains trapped within biography. Every strength inherited from his father is interpreted as belonging exclusively to that relationship. Every wound appears permanently tied to one man's failures. Once the symbolic dimension becomes visible, however, the landscape changes. The father is recognized not merely as a parent, but as the first imperfect representative of a psychological principle extending far beyond his individual personality. He introduced reality as best he could because he himself had once been introduced to it by someone equally imperfect. This shift carries profound emotional consequences. It allows a man to stop asking his father for what his father was never capable of giving. Many spend years unconsciously waiting for conversations that will never happen, apologies that may never come, or recognition that another person simply lacks the psychological capacity to offer. Such waiting quietly postpones development because it leaves adulthood dependent upon an event outside one's control. Jung's psychology repeatedly invites consciousness away from this form of psychological captivity. The question gradually changes from what should my father have been, to what does reality now require of me despite what he was or was not. This movement does not erase suffering. Childhood wounds remain real. Neglect, abuse, emotional absence, and betrayal all leave lasting psychological consequences that deserve neither minimization nor romanticization. Individuation is not built upon denying pain. It begins by acknowledging pain fully enough that it no longer defines the entire structure of identity. A man may spend years explaining his life through the failures of his father and remain entirely correct in every detail, while simultaneously remaining psychologically imprisoned by that explanation. Understanding history is not the same as becoming free from it. Freedom begins when the individual accepts responsibility for the life history has handed him. This is perhaps the most difficult lesson contained within the paternal principle itself. Reality does not negotiate with fairness. It asks for response. No one chooses the family into which he is born. No one chooses the emotional inheritance passed silently from one generation to the next. Yet every adult eventually confronts the same question regardless of those circumstances. What will you now do with the life that has become yours? This question neither excuses injustice nor ignores suffering. It simply recognizes that responsibility begins precisely where control ends. The future cannot be built exclusively through explanations of the past. This insight also reveals why Jung considered individuation an ethical undertaking rather than merely a therapeutic one. Every man who consciously examines his relationship to authority interrupts the unconscious transmission of patterns across generations. Every father who becomes aware of his own shadow changes the psychological environment in which his children develop. Every mentor who recognizes the temptation to create dependence instead encourages freedom. Every leader who examines his motives before exercising power quietly transforms the culture surrounding him. Consciousness spreads through generations no less surely than unconsciousness does. The search for the father therefore reaches an unexpected conclusion. It does not end with discovering the perfect authority figure. Such a person has never existed, nor does it end with rejecting authority altogether. Instead, it culminates in the gradual realization that the paternal principle points beyond every individual who temporarily embodies it. Fathers, teachers, and mentors become meaningful because they direct attention toward reality rather than toward themselves. Their deepest gift is not certainty. It is the capacity to awaken another person's relationship with truth. From this perspective, the father ceases to be merely a figure from the past. He becomes a direction. He represents the movement from dependence toward responsibility, from borrowed certainty toward personal judgment, and from unconscious imitation toward conscious participation in reality. Every healthy encounter with authority quietly serves this same purpose. It prepares the individual for the day when no external voice can relieve him of the responsibility for his own life. The chapters that follow build upon this realization. Once a man begins standing on his own psychological ground, another challenge inevitably appears. The question is no longer who should guide him. It becomes how he will relate to those dimensions of himself that cannot be governed through discipline, authority, or willpower alone. For beneath the search for fathers, mentors, and masculine ideals lies another psychological reality waiting to be encountered, a reality Jung believed every man must eventually face if he is to become truly whole. It is not found in the world of external authority, but in the mysterious inner figure through whom he unconsciously relates to love, intimacy, beauty, and the feminine itself. Chapter 6. The Forgotten Feminine. Love, Projection, and the Mystery of the Anima. No experience transforms a man more profoundly than falling in love. Throughout history, poets, philosophers, and psychologists have attempted to explain why romantic love possesses such extraordinary psychological force. It alters perception, reorganizes priorities, and awakens emotional depths that often seemed inaccessible only weeks before. The world itself appears changed. Colors seem brighter, ordinary moments acquire symbolic significance, and another human being suddenly occupies the center of one's emotional universe. Most people naturally assume that this transformation is caused entirely by the person they have fallen in love with. Jung agreed that the encounter with another person is undeniably real. Yet he believed something equally important was taking place beneath the surface, something that explains why love can feel simultaneously miraculous, irrational, and deeply mysterious. To understand this mystery, one must first recognize that no human being ever encounters another person completely objectively. Every relationship begins not with pure perception, but with interpretation. We do not merely see another individual. We experience them through the countless psychological structures that already exist within us. Our history, our childhood, our desires, our fears, and our unconscious expectations all quietly participate in the encounter long before conscious judgment begins. Love, therefore, becomes more than a meeting between two people. It also becomes a meeting between two inner worlds, each carrying symbolic patterns accumulated across an entire lifetime. Jung proposed that within every man's unconscious exists an inner image of the feminine, a psychological structure he called the anima. Few concepts in analytical psychology have generated as much misunderstanding. The anima should not be imagined as a tiny woman somehow living inside the male psyche, nor as a mystical force separate from ordinary psychological life. It is better understood as the unconscious pattern through which a man experiences femininity itself. Just as the persona organizes his relationship to society, the anima organizes his relationship to emotion, intimacy, imagination, beauty, receptivity, and many of the dimensions of experience that consciousness has not fully integrated into its masculine identity. This inner figure does not arise in adulthood. Its roots extend back into the earliest stages of psychological development. Every significant relationship with women contributes to its formation. The mother naturally occupies a central place because she represents the child's first encounter with the feminine. Sisters, grandmothers, teachers, friends, and later romantic relationships all leave their imprint as well. Yet the anima is never identical to any of these individuals. Rather, it gradually emerges as an unconscious synthesis of lived experience, emotional memory, biological predisposition, and symbolic imagination. Over time, it becomes the invisible lens through which a man unconsciously approaches every intimate relationship that follows. This explains one of the oldest mysteries of romantic attraction. Why does one particular person suddenly appear unlike everyone else? Why do qualities that seem ordinary to others become almost irresistibly compelling to the individual who falls in love? Biology undoubtedly contributes to attraction, and shared values help sustain lasting relationships. Jung accepted both realities, yet neither fully explains the almost mythical quality that often accompanies the beginning of love. The beloved appears not merely attractive but significant. She seems strangely familiar despite being newly encountered, as though she had always existed somewhere just beyond conscious awareness. This peculiar feeling arises because the individual is not relating only to another human being. He is also encountering the unconscious image of the feminine that has quietly accompanied him throughout his psychological life. The anima therefore functions much like the shadow in one crucial respect. She becomes visible primarily through projection. Just as a man unconsciously projects disowned aspects of himself onto rivals, enemies, or admired figures, he also projects the unconscious image of the feminine onto women who become emotionally significant. The woman herself certainly exists, possessing her own personality, history, desires, and individuality. Yet during the earliest stages of romantic love, consciousness frequently perceives something more than the actual person before it. It experiences the symbolic figure carried within the unconscious. The beloved becomes the living canvas upon which forgotten dimensions of the man's own psyche are temporarily projected. This phenomenon explains both the ecstasy and the danger of idealization. Romantic love often feels so overwhelming because the individual believes he has finally found outside himself what has actually been developing within him for years. The beloved appears to possess extraordinary wisdom, beauty, emotional depth, or spiritual significance because she now carries qualities the unconscious has never fully recognized as belonging, in symbolic form, to the man's own inner life. She seems almost impossibly complete because consciousness is experiencing not only another person, but an entire psychological world that had previously remained hidden. This is why early love often carries an almost religious atmosphere. Ordinary events acquire symbolic weight. Coincidences appear meaningful. Separation becomes emotionally unbearable. The relationship seems destined rather than chosen. None of these experiences should be dismissed as mere illusion. They are psychologically authentic. The mistake lies only in their interpretation. Consciousness assumes that the transformation originates entirely from the external person, when in reality the relationship has awakened something that already existed within the psyche. Love has opened a doorway to forgotten regions of the personality that had remained inaccessible until another human being unknowingly became their symbolic representative. Understanding this changes the meaning of romantic love without diminishing its beauty. The purpose of falling in love is not merely to find another person. It is also to encounter hidden dimensions of oneself that could not have become visible in any other way. The beloved introduces the individual not only to intimacy, but to his own unconscious life. The tragedy begins only when he mistakes the symbolic figure for the human being carrying it. No woman, however extraordinary, can permanently sustain the weight of another person's unconscious projections. Sooner or later, reality begins dissolving the illusion. The question is whether love ends at that moment, or whether something far deeper is finally able to begin. Falling in love with the soul. The extraordinary intensity of romantic love has puzzled humanity for centuries because it appears to exceed the ordinary boundaries of attraction. A man may meet countless intelligent, beautiful, or kind women throughout his life, yet one encounter suddenly transforms the entire landscape of his existence. His emotional life reorganizes itself around someone who, from an external perspective, differs only subtly from others he has previously known. Rational explanations quickly begin failing. Friends often ask what makes this particular woman so special, and he finds himself unable to answer. He speaks of chemistry, destiny, connection, or simply says that she feels different. Jung believed these descriptions, while incomplete, pointed toward a genuine psychological reality. The Anima gives romantic love its symbolic depth because she does not merely represent femininity. She represents the man's own unconscious soul life. Throughout childhood and early adulthood, many aspects of emotional existence remain only partially developed. Imagination, receptivity, vulnerability, intuition, aesthetic sensitivity, and the capacity for profound interrelatedness frequently exist beneath the threshold of conscious identity, particularly in cultures where masculine development emphasizes competence, discipline, and external achievement. These neglected capacities do not disappear. They become organized within the symbolic figure Jung called the Anima. When a man falls in love, he often experiences these forgotten dimensions of his own psyche, as though they had suddenly appeared before him in another human being. This explains why love so often carries the feeling of finally becoming whole. The beloved appears to complete something that has remained painfully absent throughout life. Her presence seems to awaken emotional capacities the man never knew he possessed. He becomes more creative, more reflective, more emotionally alive, and more capable of experiencing beauty. Music sounds different. Nature becomes more vivid. Time itself seems transformed. From the perspective of consciousness, it appears that another person has given him these experiences. Jung would suggest something subtler. The relationship has opened the doorway to psychological capacities that always belonged to him, but required the symbolic encounter with another person before they could emerge into awareness. This understanding should never be interpreted as reducing love to mere projection. The woman is not imaginary. She possesses her own individuality, her own psychological life, and her own irreducible mystery. The projection functions differently. It magnifies certain aspects of the relationship by allowing the unconscious image of the anima to merge temporarily with the actual person standing before him. Reality and symbolism become intertwined. The man genuinely loves the woman, but he also loves the unconscious possibilities she has awakened within him. During the early stages of romance, these two dimensions often become almost impossible to distinguish. This is why lovers frequently describe one another in language that sounds almost mythical. The beloved becomes perfect, extraordinary, unlike anyone who has ever existed before. Her smallest gestures acquire immense significance. Ordinary conversations feel profound. Coincidences appear meaningful. Every separation feels disproportionately painful because the individual believes he is losing not merely another person, but access to an entire psychological world that had suddenly come alive. Such experiences are psychologically authentic. The mistake lies only in believing that the source of this transformation exists exclusively outside oneself. One of the most beautiful insights in Jung's psychology is that love reveals possibilities before it reveals reality. The projection of the anima is not simply an illusion to be discarded. It serves a developmental purpose. It introduces consciousness to dimensions of emotional life that might otherwise remain forever dormant. Without projection, many men would never discover the depth of feeling, tenderness, imagination, or spiritual longing existing within their own personalities. The unconscious first presents these possibilities externally, because consciousness is not yet capable of recognizing them internally. The projection therefore functions as a bridge between psychological potential and conscious experience. Yet every bridge is meant to be crossed. No projection can remain indefinitely without creating suffering, because the real woman inevitably begins revealing herself. She possesses limitations, contradictions, fears, ordinary habits, and psychological complexities that cannot coexist forever with the idealized image consciousness has placed upon her. At first, this discovery often feels like disappointment. The extraordinary woman gradually becomes an ordinary human being. Many relationships quietly collapse at precisely this moment because one or both partners mistake the withdrawal of projection for the disappearance of love itself. In reality, something far more important has become possible. For the first time, the relationship can begin shifting from fantasy toward genuine encounter. This transition represents one of the decisive thresholds of psychological maturity. The individual must gradually reclaim the unconscious qualities he had unknowingly placed within the beloved. The tenderness he admired, the beauty he worshipped, the emotional depth that captivated him, and the sense of aliveness she awakened all become recognized as psychological capacities that must now be consciously integrated into his own personality. The woman remains deeply loved, but she no longer carries the impossible burden of representing his entire inner life. She is finally allowed to become herself, rather than the symbolic answer to questions only his own psyche can ultimately resolve. Seen in this light, romantic love becomes neither a deception nor a miracle imposed from outside. It becomes an invitation. The beloved does not simply offer companionship. She introduces the man to forgotten regions of his own soul. If he remains unconscious, he spends his life demanding that she continue carrying those projections forever. If consciousness begins expanding, however, something remarkable occurs. The relationship gradually changes from a search for completion into a meeting between two increasingly whole individuals. Love ceases to depend upon illusion because it has discovered something far more enduring than idealization: the freedom to encounter another human being as they truly are. When love turns into possession, there is a moment in nearly every romantic relationship when love begins confronting reality. The idealized image slowly weakens. The woman who once appeared effortlessly understanding becomes capable of misunderstanding. The partner who seemed endlessly patient reveals frustration. The mysterious figure who appeared to complete every emotional need gradually becomes recognizable as another human being carrying her own fears, contradictions, and unfinished psychological life. From the outside, nothing extraordinary has occurred. Yet internally, the relationship has entered one of its most decisive psychological stages. The projection of the anima has begun withdrawing. For many men, this transition feels like the loss of love itself. They often conclude that the relationship has changed because the excitement has faded or because they have somehow fallen out of love. In reality, what frequently disappears is not love but enchantment. The symbolic image through which consciousness initially experienced the beloved can no longer survive continuous contact with reality. The psyche slowly recognizes what was always true: no individual woman can permanently embody the unconscious image of the anima. She remains too real, too complex, and too human to carry such an impossible burden indefinitely. This is one of the reasons why so many relationships unconsciously repeat the same cycle. The individual falls passionately in love, experiences extraordinary emotional intensity, gradually becomes disappointed as ordinary reality reappears, withdraws from the relationship, and eventually searches for someone else capable of recreating the original feeling. Each new beginning appears to promise that this time the experience will remain permanent. Yet the psychological mechanism remains unchanged. The projection simply finds another person upon whom it can temporarily rest. The individual mistakes the movement of his own unconscious life for the discovery of a uniquely extraordinary partner. The tragedy is not that projection occurs. Projection is psychologically inevitable. The tragedy begins when projection is confused with reality. Once this confusion takes hold, another person gradually becomes responsible for maintaining the individual's inner emotional life. The relationship ceases to be a meeting between two people and quietly transforms into an unconscious demand. The beloved must remain endlessly fascinating, emotionally available, beautiful, inspiring, and psychologically complete, because she has become the symbolic carrier of the man's own forgotten soul. Every ordinary human limitation therefore feels strangely threatening. Her independence becomes abandonment. Her disagreement becomes rejection. Her complexity becomes betrayal. The relationship suffers not because she has changed, but because reality has begun replacing fantasy. This dynamic often gives rise to one of the most misunderstood forms of possessiveness. Possession is commonly interpreted as an excessive desire to control another person. While control certainly forms part of the picture, Jung's perspective suggests something even deeper. The individual unconsciously fears losing access to his own inner life. Because emotional vitality has become projected onto the beloved, separation begins feeling psychologically catastrophic. It appears as though meaning itself is disappearing. The desperation, therefore, exceeds the practical loss of the relationship because the unconscious experiences something much larger than the departure of another human being. It experiences the collapse of a symbolic bridge connecting consciousness to its own neglected emotional world. Jealousy frequently develops through a similar mechanism. At first glance, jealousy appears directed entirely toward external circumstances, the possibility that another person may receive the love, attention, or intimacy one fears losing. Yet beneath this understandable concern often lies another anxiety. The individual unconsciously believes that only one person possesses the qualities capable of making him feel psychologically alive. If she leaves, those qualities disappear with her. Love therefore becomes experienced not as relationship, but as emotional survival. The beloved quietly assumes responsibility for preserving dimensions of the personality that consciousness has never fully integrated for itself. This explains why psychologically mature love feels fundamentally different from idealized love. Mature love does not require the disappearance of projection all at once. Such a demand would be impossible. Rather, it gradually reclaims what had previously been placed upon the other person. The tenderness admired in the beloved becomes recognized as a capacity awakening within oneself. The emotional depth she inspired becomes integrated into one's own consciousness. The creativity, beauty and sense of meaning once experienced as belonging exclusively to her slowly reveal themselves as possibilities that the relationship merely uncovered rather than created. The woman remains profoundly important, but she is no longer asked to carry an entire unconscious world that belongs, ultimately, to the man's own psyche. This transformation changes the very nature of intimacy. The relationship ceases to revolve around completing psychological deficiencies and begins creating space where two increasingly conscious individuals can encounter one another honestly. Disagreement no longer threatens identity, because identity no longer depends entirely upon the relationship. Difference becomes possible because projection has begun giving way to perception. Love gradually shifts from needing the other person to embody an ideal toward appreciating the extraordinary reality of another human being precisely because she is not an ideal at all. Jung regarded this movement as one of the greatest achievements available to psychological development. To love another person as they truly are requires relinquishing one of the deepest temptations of the unconscious. The desire to transform another human being into the symbolic solution for one's own unfinished inner life. Only when that temptation begins dissolving can genuine intimacy emerge. The beloved no longer serves as the mirror of forgotten aspects of the self. She becomes what she always was from the very beginning, though consciousness was not yet capable of seeing it, another soul, as incomplete and as mysterious as one's own, walking beside us rather than existing to complete us. The forgotten feminine within. One of the greatest misunderstandings surrounding Jung's concept of the anima is the assumption that she exists primarily to explain relationships with women. While romantic love undoubtedly provides one of the most powerful expressions of the anima, Jung understood her significance to be much broader. The anima is not simply the image through which a man approaches women. She is the psychological bridge connecting consciousness to the unconscious itself. Every meaningful encounter with imagination, beauty, intuition, feeling, symbolism, and inner life passes, in one way or another, through this inner feminine principle. This idea often appears strange to the modern mind, because contemporary culture tends to divide psychological qualities into rigid categories. Rationality is separated from emotion, logic from intuition, action from contemplation, strength from sensitivity. Jung saw these oppositions very differently. For him, every personality becomes one-sided whenever consciousness identifies exclusively with one mode of being. The masculine ego, particularly within Western culture, frequently develops through activity, achievement, analysis, competition, and control. These capacities are indispensable. Civilization itself depends upon them. Yet consciousness inevitably pays a price when these become the only accepted forms of psychological life. Entire dimensions of the personality remain underdeveloped, not because they are weak, but because they belong to another way of relating to existence. The anima represents this neglected relationship. She is the part of the psyche that asks questions reason alone cannot answer. She draws consciousness toward dreams before conclusions, toward symbols before explanations, and toward experience before certainty. She reminds the individual that not every meaningful reality can be measured, controlled, or fully understood. Love, grief, beauty, awe, creativity, and religious experience all possess this quality. They cannot simply be mastered through willpower. They ask instead for receptivity, patience, and the willingness to encounter mystery without immediately reducing it to concepts. In this sense, the anima becomes the psychological guardian of everything modern consciousness is most tempted to dismiss as impractical or irrational. This is why many men gradually lose contact with their inner life while remaining highly successful in the external world. They become exceptionally competent at solving problems, organizing systems, achieving goals, and fulfilling responsibilities, yet increasingly struggle to understand their own emotional experience. They know how to manage projects, but not grief. They know how to lead organizations, but not intimate conversations. They understand strategy, yet remain strangers to their own dreams. None of these limitations reflects a lack of intelligence. They reveal an imbalance between the conscious personality and the neglected feminine principle through which the unconscious seeks expression. Jung believed that the anima frequently announces herself long before a man consciously recognizes her. She appears in recurring dreams, powerful artistic experiences, unexpected emotional reactions, fascination with beauty, moments of profound silence, religious longing, and those strange periods when life suddenly feels as though it contains meanings impossible to express through ordinary language. Modern psychology often interprets such experiences as emotional fluctuations or aesthetic preferences. Jung saw something more. He believed they represented invitations from the unconscious itself, quiet attempts to draw consciousness toward dimensions of the personality that had remained largely unexplored. Unfortunately, many men learn early in life to distrust precisely these experiences. They are taught, sometimes directly and sometimes through subtle cultural expectations, that emotional sensitivity threatens competence, that vulnerability weakens authority, and that intuition cannot be trusted alongside rational analysis. Gradually, they begin organizing their identities around certainty, while quietly distancing themselves from ambiguity, reflection, and emotional depth. The result is not greater masculinity, but increasing psychological imbalance. The conscious personality grows stronger, while the unconscious becomes increasingly unfamiliar. The individual gains mastery over the external world while losing intimacy with his own interior life. The irony is that the capacities most frequently associated with the anima are often indispensable for genuine maturity. Creativity requires openness to uncertainty. Compassion requires emotional imagination. Wisdom demands more than logical consistency. Even leadership eventually depends upon understanding people rather than merely organizing them. The forgotten feminine, therefore, does not weaken masculine development. She completes it. Without her, strength easily hardens into rigidity, discipline into emotional sterility, and confidence into unconscious arrogance. The masculine principle remains extraordinarily capable, yet increasingly disconnected from the living depths that give capability its human meaning. This is why Jung insisted that the encounter with the anima is never merely romantic. Every relationship may begin the process, but no relationship can complete it. Eventually, the man must recognize that the emotional richness he has admired in another person also represents a developmental possibility within himself. The imagination awakened through love, the tenderness revealed through intimacy, and the capacity for wonder rediscovered in another's presence cannot remain permanently projected outward. They ask to become conscious aspects of his own personality. The beloved opens the door, but she cannot walk through it on his behalf. At this stage of development, the anima gradually ceases functioning as an object of projection and begins becoming an inner companion. She no longer appears only through the women a man loves. She begins shaping the way he relates to his own inner life. Dreams become more meaningful. Solitude becomes less frightening. Beauty ceases to be a luxury and becomes a necessity for psychological balance. Reflection acquires equal importance alongside action. The individual discovers that the deepest conversations he will ever have are not only with other people, but with the mysterious psychological world that has always existed beneath consciousness, patiently waiting for him to become quiet enough to listen. The modern man's fear of feeling. There is a peculiar contradiction at the center of modern masculinity. Never before have men been encouraged to speak so openly about emotions, mental health, and vulnerability. Books, podcasts, therapy, social media, and public discourse repeatedly emphasize the importance of emotional awareness. Yet beneath this cultural shift, many men continue experiencing a profound discomfort whenever they approach the deeper layers of their emotional lives. The language has changed, but the psychological relationship often has not. Feelings are discussed more frequently than they are truly inhabited. Jung would likely have recognized this distinction immediately. To speak about emotion is not necessarily to experience it consciously. Modern psychology has provided an increasingly sophisticated vocabulary for describing anxiety, trauma, attachment, shame, and emotional regulation. This vocabulary is undeniably valuable because language allows experience to become more visible. Yet naming an emotion and entering into relationship with it are fundamentally different psychological acts. A man may explain his sadness with remarkable precision while remaining almost entirely disconnected from the sadness itself. He understands the concept without allowing the experience to transform him. This tendency reflects the remarkable adaptability of the persona. Even emotional openness can become another social role. A man learns how to appear vulnerable, how to discuss difficult experiences, and how to communicate emotional intelligence because these qualities have become increasingly valued within contemporary culture. None of this is inherently dishonest. The danger arises only when emotional expression quietly becomes another performance. The individual begins speaking about feelings instead of listening to them. He analyzes his inner life while remaining carefully protected from genuinely encountering it. The Anima resists this kind of control because she belongs to a different mode of consciousness altogether. She does not communicate primarily through logical arguments or carefully organized explanations. She speaks through symbols, dreams, moods, intuitions, unexpected tears, artistic inspiration, profound longing, and those moments when life suddenly feels meaningful without any obvious rational explanation. Her language is associative rather than analytical. She invites participation rather than mastery. This is precisely why she often appears so unsettling to a consciousness trained to value certainty above ambiguity. Many men therefore respond to the Anima in one of two characteristic ways. Some reject her entirely. Others become overwhelmed by her. The first path produces emotional dryness. The individual gradually loses contact with wonder, imagination, and vulnerability. Life becomes organized almost exclusively around productivity, achievement, and practical necessity. He remains highly functional, yet increasingly experiences the world as emotionally flat. Beauty becomes decoration rather than nourishment. Relationships become responsibilities rather than living encounters. Solitude becomes emptiness because he has never cultivated an inner relationship capable of sustaining it. The second path appears almost opposite while emerging from the same imbalance. Instead of distancing himself from emotional life, the individual becomes possessed by it. Every feeling appears absolute. Every relationship becomes psychologically consuming. Every disappointment feels catastrophic. Rather than maintaining a conscious relationship with emotion, consciousness becomes absorbed into it. Jung warned repeatedly against both extremes. The goal is neither emotional repression nor emotional surrender. It is dialogue. Consciousness must learn to listen without losing itself. This balance is difficult because modern culture often presents only these two possibilities. Men are encouraged either to remain stoic and emotionally invulnerable, or to define authenticity as the unrestricted expression of whatever they happen to feel. Jung proposed a more demanding alternative. Feelings deserve neither suppression nor blind obedience. They deserve attention. Every significant emotion carries psychological information, yet no emotion possesses the authority to determine reality by itself. Consciousness must remain capable of listening carefully while also responding wisely. The Anima therefore asks something profoundly challenging of masculine consciousness. She asks it to relinquish the fantasy that everything meaningful can be controlled. Not every problem requires immediate resolution. Not every period of uncertainty demands action. Some experiences insist upon patience rather than productivity. Grief cannot be accelerated through discipline. Love cannot be manufactured through willpower. Creativity cannot be forced indefinitely through effort alone. The deepest movements of psychological life unfold according to rhythms very different from those governing external achievement. This is perhaps why so many men rediscover the Anima only during moments when life refuses to cooperate with their plans. Illness, heartbreak, artistic inspiration, profound loss, fatherhood, aging or spiritual crisis often interrupt the illusion that existence can be mastered through competence alone. At first, these experiences feel like interruptions. Gradually, they reveal themselves as invitations. They force consciousness into conversation with dimensions of the psyche that productivity had long kept at a distance. The forgotten feminine ultimately asks only one thing of the modern man. Not that he become less masculine. Not that he abandon strength, discipline, or responsibility. She asks that he become inwardly alive. For without that inner life, achievement gradually becomes empty, relationships become transactional, and success quietly loses the capacity to satisfy. The man may gain the entire world while remaining a stranger to himself. The Anima exists precisely to prevent that tragedy. She continually calls consciousness back toward the living center of the psyche, where meaning is not produced through performance, but discovered through relationship with the depths of one's own soul. The woman as mirror. One of the most transformative moments in a man's psychological life occurs when he realizes that the women he has loved have not merely been companions in his story. They have also been mirrors. This realization is initially uncomfortable because it challenges one of our deepest assumptions about romantic relationships. We naturally believe that our strongest emotions reveal the character of the other person. If we feel overwhelming admiration, she must truly be extraordinary. If we experience intense disappointment, she must have fundamentally changed. If we become consumed by jealousy, anxiety, or longing, the explanation must surely lie outside ourselves. Jung never denied that other people profoundly affect us. His point was subtler. The intensity of our emotional experience often reveals as much about our unconscious life as it does about the person standing before us. This becomes especially apparent when we notice recurring patterns across different relationships. Many men find themselves repeatedly attracted to remarkably similar women despite believing each relationship to be entirely unique. Others continually recreate the same emotional conflicts regardless of who their partner happens to be. Some repeatedly fall in love with emotionally unavailable women. Others become fascinated by women they feel compelled to rescue. Some pursue relationships filled with intensity but incapable of stability, while others unconsciously avoid intimacy altogether despite longing for it. From the perspective of ordinary consciousness, these repetitions appear to result from bad luck or unfortunate choices. Jung would ask another question. What inner pattern continues seeking expression through these relationships? The Anima often reveals herself through precisely these repetitions. She does not simply influence whom a man finds attractive. She shapes what he unconsciously believes love itself should feel like. If his early experiences associated love with emotional unpredictability, he may later experience stable affection as strangely unexciting. If admiration became linked to emotional distance, genuine intimacy may unconsciously feel less compelling than longing itself. The individual sincerely believes he is choosing partners freely while unknowingly remaining loyal to an inner image established long before conscious choice entered the picture. This is why relationships frequently become developmental experiences rather than merely emotional ones. Every significant partner eventually reveals something about the unconscious image through which the man has been approaching intimacy. One relationship exposes his fear of abandonment. Another reveals his discomfort with vulnerability. A third confronts his need for control. A fourth awakens emotional capacities he never knew he possessed. None of these discoveries occurs because the woman intentionally teaches them. They emerge because the relationship places consciousness in direct contact with dimensions of the psyche that ordinary life often leaves undisturbed. Many men understandably resist this interpretation because it appears to diminish the uniqueness of love. If unconscious projection participates in attraction, does that mean the beloved matters less? Jung's answer would have been exactly the opposite. Recognizing projection allows another person to matter more, not less. As long as the beloved remains burdened with carrying the man's unconscious expectations, she can never truly be encountered as herself. She exists primarily as the symbolic representative of his inner world. Only when projection gradually becomes conscious does genuine perception begin. The relationship shifts from fantasy toward reality, from possession toward encounter, from unconscious need toward authentic intimacy. This transformation often feels like disappointment before it feels like liberation. The idealized woman slowly disappears, replaced by someone infinitely more ordinary and infinitely more mysterious. She possesses contradictions that cannot be resolved, wounds that cannot simply be healed by love, and an inner life existing independently of the man's projections. At first, consciousness mourns the loss of the ideal. Gradually, however, it discovers something far richer than idealization ever allowed. It discovers another subject rather than an object of longing, another consciousness rather than a symbolic image, another soul whose mystery remains intact precisely because she is no longer expected to complete someone else's unfinished psychological life. The same process unfolds in the opposite direction. Just as a man projects his anima, a woman projects her own unconscious masculine principle, which Jung called the animus. Both partners therefore enter the relationship carrying invisible symbolic worlds that neither initially recognizes. Love becomes not merely an encounter between two personalities, but between two unconscious realities seeking expression through one another. This explains why intimate relationships often accelerate psychological development more dramatically than almost any other life experience. They constantly expose projections that ordinary social interactions allow to remain hidden. Seen from this perspective, every meaningful relationship becomes an invitation to greater consciousness. The question gradually shifts from why do I keep meeting this kind of person, to what part of myself keeps appearing through this kind of relationship. This shift does not eliminate heartbreak, conflict, or disappointment. It transforms their meaning. Pain ceases being merely evidence that another person has failed us. It becomes an opportunity to examine the unconscious expectations that have quietly shaped our experience of love from the very beginning. Perhaps this is why Jung believed that romantic love, despite all its beauty, can never represent the final destination of psychological development. Love begins by directing consciousness toward another person. If development continues, it gradually redirects consciousness inward as well. The beloved remains profoundly important, but she no longer functions as the sole guardian of the man's emotional life. Instead, she becomes the companion through whom he learned to encounter forgotten dimensions of his own soul. In that sense, every great love story contains two relationships unfolding simultaneously: the visible relationship between two human beings, and the invisible relationship between consciousness and the deeper self quietly awakening beneath it. The inner marriage. The purpose of the Anima is not to keep a man searching endlessly for the perfect woman. Her purpose is to lead him towards psychological wholeness. This distinction marks one of the final and most profound developments in Jung's understanding of masculine psychology. Throughout the first half of life, the Anima frequently appears through projection. She draws consciousness outward, awakening love, longing, beauty, and emotional depth through encounters with women in the external world. This movement is both natural and necessary. Without it, many men would never discover the richness of their own emotional lives. Yet projection is only the beginning of the journey. If psychological development continues, the energy initially directed toward another person gradually begins returning to its true source. Jung described this movement as the integration of the Anima. The phrase can sound abstract, but the experience itself is remarkably concrete. A man slowly discovers that the qualities he once believed existed exclusively within the women he loved have become increasingly available within himself. He no longer depends entirely upon another person to experience tenderness, creativity, contemplation, or emotional depth. Solitude ceases to feel empty because his relationship with his own inner life has matured. Silence no longer demands immediate distraction. Reflection becomes nourishing rather than threatening. The emotional vitality once accessed only through romance begins flowing from within. This transformation profoundly changes the nature of love. The psychologically immature man often loves because he needs. The psychologically mature man increasingly loves because he has something to give. This difference should never be mistaken for emotional independence in the superficial sense of not needing other people. Human beings remain relational creatures throughout life. We continue longing for intimacy, companionship, and mutual devotion. Integration does not eliminate this longing. It changes its foundation. The relationship no longer exists primarily to compensate for an unfinished inner life. Instead, it becomes a meeting between two individuals who each carry responsibility for their own psychological development. Such relationships possess a noticeably different quality. They contain less idealization, and therefore less disappointment. Conflict remains inevitable, yet disagreement no longer threatens the entire structure of identity. The partners are capable of seeing one another as separate individuals, rather than symbolic extensions of themselves. Love becomes quieter without becoming weaker. In many respects, it becomes stronger precisely because it no longer depends upon sustaining an illusion. The extraordinary intensity of projection gives way to something less dramatic, but considerably more enduring: genuine intimacy. Jung occasionally borrowed the ancient symbolic language of the hieros gamos, the sacred marriage, to describe this movement. Across countless mythological and religious traditions, the union between masculine and feminine principles represented far more than romantic partnership. It symbolized the reconciliation of psychological opposites within the individual. Consciousness and the unconscious, reason and feeling, action and receptivity, order and imagination gradually entered into dialogue rather than conflict. The image of marriage therefore referred not only to two people loving one another, but to the inner unification through which the fragmented personality slowly became whole. This symbolic marriage does not erase difference. The masculine and feminine principles do not dissolve into one another until all distinctions disappear. Rather, they become capable of cooperating. The disciplined masculine consciousness learns to listen before acting. The receptive feminine dimension learns to enrich action with meaning rather than replacing it. Rationality remains intact, but no longer dismisses intuition. Emotional life deepens without overwhelming judgment. The individual becomes internally balanced because previously divided dimensions of the psyche have begun recognizing one another as necessary partners rather than rivals. Perhaps this is why some men, as they mature, experience a subtle but unmistakable shift in what they find attractive. They become less captivated by fantasy and increasingly moved by authenticity. They no longer seek women who embody impossible perfection or complete every psychological deficiency. Instead, they value presence, depth, honesty, and mutual growth. Beauty itself changes meaning. It ceases being merely an object of desire and becomes the visible expression of another consciousness courageously inhabiting its own life. Love grows quieter because projection has gradually surrendered to perception. Seen in this light, the anima has been guiding the man toward the same destination from the very beginning. She first appeared as fascination because consciousness could not yet recognize her inwardly. She later became conflict because projection inevitably collided with reality. Finally, she emerges as wisdom because the qualities once sought outside have become consciously integrated within the personality itself. The woman remains deeply loved, but she is no longer expected to carry the burden of completing another person's soul. That task has quietly become an inner responsibility. Chapter 7. The Work of Becoming Whole. The Long Road of Individuation. If there is a single idea that stands at the center of Jung's psychology, it is not the shadow, the persona, the anima, or even the unconscious itself. It is individuation. Everything we have explored so far, the masks we wear, the parts of ourselves we reject, the fathers we search for, the women we love, and the rituals we long for, ultimately points toward this single developmental movement. None of these experiences exists as an isolated psychological phenomenon. Each serves the same underlying purpose. Each gradually pushes consciousness toward becoming more complete than it was before. Jung believed that this movement was not simply desirable. It was the deepest organizing principle of psychological life itself. Modern culture often defines personal development through external achievement. We become more successful, more disciplined, more emotionally intelligent, more productive, or more financially secure. None of these accomplishments lacks value. They frequently represent genuine expressions of growth. Yet Jung consistently distinguished between improvement and individuation. Improvement asks how the existing personality can become more efficient. Individuation asks whether the personality itself has become more complete. The difference is subtle but profound. One perfects the person we already believe ourselves to be. The other gradually transforms our understanding of who we are altogether. This distinction explains why so many people experience an unexpected sense of emptiness after achieving goals they pursued for years. The promotion finally arrives. The business succeeds. The family is established. The financial security once imagined as life's defining milestone becomes reality. Yet somewhere beneath these accomplishments another question quietly remains unanswered. The individual has become more successful without necessarily becoming more himself. Achievement has expanded the life he is living, but it has not always expanded the consciousness through which that life is experienced. Jung believed that human beings possess an innate tendency towards psychological wholeness. This tendency functions much like the developmental processes governing biological life. An acorn naturally moves toward becoming an oak tree. A child naturally develops language when provided the appropriate environment. Likewise, the psyche continuously moves toward greater integration whenever consciousness becomes willing to participate in its unfolding. Individuation, therefore, is not something imposed upon the personality from outside. It represents the realization of possibilities already contained within it from the beginning. The future self does not need to be invented. It needs to be uncovered. This understanding radically changes the meaning of identity. Most people spend the first half of life constructing an image of who they are. They discover talents, assume responsibilities, cultivate values, and establish meaningful places within society. This work remains essential because without a coherent ego, there can be no meaningful psychological development. Yet individuation eventually asks consciousness to do something unexpectedly difficult. It asks the individual to become larger than the identity he worked so hard to build. The persona must remain, but it can no longer occupy the center of psychological life. It becomes one expression of the personality, rather than its defining reality. This movement requires repeated encounters with everything consciousness initially experiences as foreign. The shadow introduces forgotten aspects of ourselves that identity excluded. The anima reconnects us with emotional and symbolic dimensions neglected by conscious adaptation. The paternal principle teaches responsibility, while gradually withdrawing external authority, so that judgment may become internal. Each encounter expands the boundaries of the ego by forcing it into dialogue with realities it previously ignored. Individuation therefore proceeds not by eliminating psychological opposites, but by establishing a conscious relationship between them. The personality becomes richer because it no longer depends upon remaining psychologically simple. Perhaps this is why Jung insisted that individuation cannot be reduced to self-improvement. Self-improvement often begins with dissatisfaction. The individual identifies weaknesses and attempts to eliminate them. Individuation begins differently. It begins with curiosity. Instead of asking, "How can I become better?" consciousness slowly learns to ask, "Who have I not yet become?" The first question remains organized around the existing identity. The second opens the possibility that identity itself may require transformation. Growth ceases to mean perfecting yesterday's self and becomes the ongoing discovery of possibilities that yesterday's self could never have imagined. For men, this distinction carries particular significance because masculine identity has frequently been associated with consistency, certainty, and self-mastery. Individuation asks for something far more demanding. It asks a man to remain strong enough to question his own strength, disciplined enough to recognize where discipline has become rigidity, and confident enough to surrender identities that no longer serve his development. Such surrender is not weakness. It is evidence that the personality has become more loyal to truth than to the image it once held of itself. The ego is not the self. One of Jung's most revolutionary ideas was also one of his simplest. Most people spend their lives assuming that the voice saying, "I" represents the totality of who they are. Thoughts, memories, preferences, beliefs, and ambitions all appear to belong to a single psychological center we naturally call the self. Common language reinforces this assumption continuously. We say, "I know myself, I found myself," or "I'm being true to myself," rarely questioning what this self actually is. Jung believed that this ordinary certainty concealed one of the greatest psychological illusions human beings ever experience. The conscious ego is not the self. The ego is the center of consciousness. The self is the center of the entire psyche. This distinction changes everything. The ego is the part of the personality that says, "This is me." It remembers personal history, organizes daily experience, makes decisions, and maintains continuity from one day to the next. Without the ego, ordinary life would become impossible. We could not distinguish ourselves from others or navigate reality in any coherent way. Jung never viewed the ego as something to eliminate or transcend. On the contrary, he believed a strong ego was essential for psychological health. The mistake lies only in believing that the ego constitutes the whole personality, rather than one important part within a vastly larger psychological reality. Throughout this book, we have repeatedly encountered evidence that consciousness is not the whole psyche. The persona demonstrated that much of our identity develops through adaptation. The shadow revealed entire dimensions of ourselves existing beyond conscious awareness. The Anima showed that profound emotional and symbolic realities frequently shape our lives long before the ego recognizes them. Dreams, intuitions, projections, and unexpected emotional reactions all point toward the same conclusion. Something within us continually exceeds what the conscious personality knows about itself. Jung called the organizing center of this larger psychological totality the self. He chose the word deliberately, despite knowing it would create confusion, because no other term adequately expressed what he meant. The self is not another personality living inside us, nor is it a mystical force detached from ordinary human life. It is the hidden pattern of psychological wholeness already present within the psyche. If the ego resembles the captain of a ship, the self resembles the entire ocean upon which that ship travels. The captain makes decisions, but he does not create the currents. He navigates realities that existed long before he became aware of them. This understanding profoundly alters the meaning of individuation. The goal is not to build a stronger ego until it finally controls every aspect of life. Such complete control is neither possible nor desirable. Instead, individuation gradually teaches the ego to enter into conscious relationship with the deeper organizing intelligence of the psyche itself. The ego remains necessary, but it relinquishes the fantasy that it alone governs existence. It begins listening rather than merely directing. It learns that wisdom often emerges not through greater control, but through deeper participation in realities it did not consciously invent. This shift explains why so many decisive moments in life arrive uninvited. We do not choose whom we first fall deeply in love with. We do not consciously decide which dreams repeatedly return, or why certain experiences transform us while others leave us unchanged. We rarely choose the crises that fundamentally reorganize our identities. Illness, grief, parenthood, failure, unexpected beauty, profound encounters with art or nature, these events often arrive independently of conscious intention. Yet afterward we frequently recognize that they altered us more deeply than many of our deliberate efforts ever did. Jung saw these moments as expressions of a psyche whose development extends beyond the plans of the conscious ego. Modern culture often resists this idea because it strongly associates maturity with personal control. We admire individuals who appear capable of mastering themselves, directing their futures, and shaping reality through determination alone. There is considerable truth in this ideal. Responsibility requires agency. Yet Jung reminds us that another form of maturity exists alongside mastery. It consists in recognizing that the deepest movements of psychological life cannot simply be commanded into existence. They must also be encountered. The individual becomes not less active but more receptive. Action and listening gradually enter into balance. Perhaps nowhere is this more visible than in moments when life unexpectedly disrupts carefully constructed identities. A career collapses. A relationship ends. A child is born. A parent dies. The future once imagined disappears almost overnight. The ego naturally interprets these experiences as interruptions to the life it intended to live. Years later, however, many individuals discover that these very disruptions became the beginning of a life more psychologically authentic than the one they had originally planned. The self had been quietly leading consciousness toward possibilities the ego could neither foresee nor intentionally create. This is why Jung repeatedly described individuation not as self-construction, but as self-discovery. The deepest task is not inventing who we ought to become. It is gradually uncovering the pattern of wholeness that has always existed beneath the shifting identities of the ego. Every chapter of this book has prepared us for this realization. The persona, the shadow, the father, the anima, and every symbolic encounter along the way have not been isolated psychological events. They have been expressions of a deeper movement already unfolding beneath consciousness. Individuation is simply the process through which the ego slowly recognizes that it has never been traveling alone. Beneath every decision, every crisis, and every transformation, another center has been quietly guiding the journey from the very beginning. The meaning hidden inside suffering. If the self truly represents the organizing center of the psyche, then one of the most difficult questions in psychology immediately presents itself. Why does the movement toward wholeness so often unfold through suffering? If the psyche naturally seeks greater integration, why are its most important developmental moments so frequently accompanied by loss, confusion, disappointment, and crisis? Why do so many people report that the experiences which changed them most deeply were not their greatest successes, but their greatest failures? Jung believed these questions could not be answered adequately through morality or philosophy alone. They had to be understood psychologically. The first step toward that understanding is recognizing how resistant the ego is to genuine change. Human beings rarely abandon identities that continue functioning reasonably well. Even when life feels incomplete, familiar patterns remain psychologically safer than unknown possibilities. The persona continues organizing daily existence, old habits continue producing predictable outcomes, and the conscious personality quietly assumes that tomorrow should resemble yesterday. The ego naturally seeks continuity, because continuity provides stability. For this reason, psychological development often encounters its greatest obstacle not in ignorance, but in the success of the identity already established. As long as the existing personality continues explaining reality, consciousness has little motivation to question itself. This is precisely why periods of crisis become so psychologically significant. A marriage ends unexpectedly. A career collapses after years of dedication. Health deteriorates. A parent dies. A child is born. The future that once seemed obvious suddenly disappears. From the perspective of the conscious ego, these events appear purely destructive because they dissolve the identity through which life had previously been organized. Yet Jung repeatedly observed that many of these experiences also mark the beginning of profound psychological transformation. The crisis does not create the developmental movement. It reveals that the existing structure of the personality has reached its natural limit. The individual suffers because the life he has been living can no longer fully contain the person he is gradually becoming. This observation should never be mistaken for the romanticization of suffering. Jung did not believe pain possessed inherent spiritual value, nor did he suggest that tragedy should be welcomed as though it were secretly desirable. Trauma remains traumatic. Grief remains grief. Injustice leaves wounds that deserve acknowledgement rather than philosophical justification. Psychological growth never depends upon pretending that suffering is pleasant or necessary in itself. The crucial distinction lies elsewhere. Once suffering enters life, the psyche immediately begins relating to it. Consciousness cannot prevent every painful event, but it remains capable of determining whether pain becomes merely something endured or whether it gradually acquires symbolic meaning within the larger story of one's development. This symbolic dimension fundamentally changes the way crisis is understood. Modern culture generally interprets crisis as an interruption of normal life, something to recover from as quickly as possible so that ordinary existence may resume. Jung proposed another possibility. Some crises are not interruptions at all. They're transitions. They emerge because an earlier identity can no longer sustain the developmental movement already unfolding beneath consciousness. The individual naturally experiences this process as confusion because two psychological realities now coexist within him. One belongs to the person he has always believed himself to be. The other belongs to someone who has not yet fully emerged. The suffering originates largely from the tension between these two realities as the old identity struggles to preserve itself against the quiet insistence of the new. This understanding also explains why emotional suffering so often carries psychological information. Anxiety frequently appears where certainty has become too rigid. Persistent resentment may reveal responsibilities accepted without genuine consent. Jealousy often exposes neglected desires or forgotten possibilities within one's own life. Depression sometimes accompanies the collapse of meanings that once organized the personality, but no longer possess genuine vitality. These observations should never be reduced to simplistic formulas, since every individual life remains psychologically unique. Yet they illustrate one of Jung's most important insights. Emotions are not merely disturbances requiring elimination. They often represent communications from dimensions of the psyche that consciousness has not yet fully recognized. The difficulty is that this meaning almost never becomes visible while suffering is actually occurring. During periods of crisis, the ego understandably demands immediate explanation. It wants certainty, reassurance, and practical solutions capable of restoring stability. The unconscious rarely follows such a schedule. Psychological meaning often emerges retrospectively. Years later, many individuals recognize that experiences once interpreted exclusively as personal disasters quietly redirected the entire course of their lives. The relationship that ended made emotional maturity possible. The career that failed forced forgotten talents into consciousness. The certainty that collapsed created space for a more authentic relationship with reality. At the moment these events occurred, none of this could be seen. Consciousness experienced only loss because the larger developmental movement remained hidden. This is why Jung repeatedly encouraged symbolic rather than exclusively literal thinking. Literal consciousness asks why an event happened and seeks causes that can intellectually explain it. Symbolic consciousness asks what the event may be asking of the personality. The first question seeks explanation. The second seeks transformation. Neither excludes the other, but they belong to different dimensions of psychological life. Understanding the causes of suffering may satisfy the intellect, while discovering its place within one's own development gradually reshapes the personality itself. Ultimately, individuation invites a profound revision of our relationship with suffering. It does not promise that pain will disappear or that every tragedy conceals a comforting lesson. Instead, it suggests that psychological development often begins precisely where certainty comes to an end. The moments that appear to destroy identity may simultaneously create the conditions through which a larger identity becomes possible. Suffering is therefore not valuable because it hurts. It becomes meaningful because it often marks the place where the personality has reached the outer limits of who it has been, and where the deeper movement toward wholeness quietly begins asking consciousness to become something more. The courage to become someone new. One of the greatest obstacles to individuation is not fear of failure. It is loyalty to an identity that once served us well. Human beings naturally become attached to the people they have learned to be. Every role, every habit, and every belief was, at some point, a meaningful adaptation to reality. The disciplined student, the responsible provider, the dependable friend, the successful professional, or the emotionally invulnerable man all developed for understandable reasons. These identities helped us survive particular stages of life. They earned approval, created stability, and allowed us to function within the communities to which we belonged. The difficulty begins only when yesterday's adaptation quietly becomes today's limitation. What once protected development eventually begins preventing it. This transition is rarely obvious because the ego experiences psychological growth as loss before it experiences it as expansion. Every meaningful transformation requires relinquishing an identity that once felt essential. The individual therefore encounters an unavoidable paradox. He cannot become someone larger without first allowing a familiar version of himself to die. This symbolic death explains why periods of profound growth often feel strangely disorienting. The old personality no longer feels entirely authentic, yet the new one has not fully taken shape. The person finds himself suspended between two lives, unable to return to who he was while still uncertain who he is becoming. Jung repeatedly observed this pattern in patients who believed they were experiencing psychological collapse. Many arrived convinced that something had gone fundamentally wrong because the certainties organizing their lives had suddenly disappeared. Careers that once defined them felt strangely empty. Relationships built upon old identities no longer functioned. Beliefs that had provided unquestioned security began losing their emotional force. From the perspective of ordinary consciousness, these experiences resembled failure. From the perspective of individuation, they frequently represented evidence that development was continuing. The ego interpreted the dissolution of an outdated identity as personal disintegration because it could not yet perceive the larger pattern beginning to emerge beneath it. This misunderstanding explains why so many people instinctively resist transformation, even while sincerely desiring growth. We often imagine that becoming a better version of ourselves simply requires adding new qualities to the personality we already possess. We seek greater confidence, more discipline, deeper relationships, or increased wisdom, while quietly assuming that the existing identity can remain fundamentally unchanged. Individuation asks considerably more of us. It suggests that genuine development sometimes requires abandoning psychological structures we once considered indispensable. Growth is not merely additive. It is also subtractive. Certain identities must be relinquished so that larger possibilities can become conscious. For many men, this process feels particularly threatening because masculine identity is frequently organized around consistency and competence. Society rewards reliability, decisiveness, and emotional stability. These qualities remain deeply valuable, yet they can unintentionally create the illusion that maturity means becoming increasingly fixed. Jung proposed the opposite. Psychological maturity requires increasing flexibility because consciousness must remain capable of responding to realities that earlier identities were never designed to encounter. Strength, in its deepest form, is not the ability to preserve the same self indefinitely. It is the willingness to surrender that self whenever truth demands a larger one. This surrender should never be confused with passivity. Individuation does not ask the individual to drift aimlessly through life waiting for transformation to happen. On the contrary, it demands extraordinary participation. Consciousness must continually examine its own assumptions, confront uncomfortable truths, and resist the temptation to retreat into familiar identities simply because they feel psychologically safe. Becoming oneself is therefore not an act of spontaneous self-expression. It is disciplined psychological work requiring honesty, humility, and considerable courage. The individual must repeatedly choose reality over self-image, even when reality dismantles everything he previously believed about himself. Perhaps this is why Jung regarded individuation as a lifelong process rather than a destination. Every stage of development eventually reaches its limit. Every successful identity, no matter how meaningful, ultimately becomes incomplete because life continues presenting experiences it cannot adequately contain. The individual therefore faces the same invitation repeatedly throughout existence. Again and again, consciousness is asked whether it will defend the person it has already become or risk becoming someone larger. There is no final answer to this question because psychological life never stops unfolding. Living symbolically. One of the greatest losses of the modern world is not the disappearance of religion, mythology, or ancient ritual in themselves. It is the gradual disappearance of symbolic perception. Modern consciousness has become extraordinarily effective at explaining how things work, yet increasingly uncertain about what they mean. We know how the brain processes emotion, how memories are stored, and how behavior is shaped by biology and environment. These discoveries have transformed psychology in invaluable ways. Yet none of them fully answers another question that has accompanied humanity since its beginning. What does this experience mean for the person living it? Jung believed that this question belongs to a different dimension of knowledge altogether. It belongs to symbolic consciousness. To think symbolically does not mean abandoning reason or replacing science with mysticism. It means recognizing that human experience always possesses more than one level of significance. An event may have practical causes while simultaneously carrying psychological meaning. The birth of a child is a biological event, but it is also the symbolic beginning of a new identity. The death of a parent is a medical reality, but it also marks the irreversible transformation of one's relationship with the past. Losing a career involves economic consequences, yet it may also represent the collapse of an identity that had silently become too narrow for the life trying to emerge. Symbolic thinking does not deny objective reality. It expands reality by recognizing that external events often become expressions of inner development. This symbolic dimension is precisely how the unconscious communicates. Dreams provide the clearest example. Rarely do dreams present psychological truths through direct explanation. Instead, they speak through images, metaphors, stories, and emotional atmospheres that initially appear irrational. A collapsing house may symbolize the breakdown of an outdated identity. A vast ocean may represent the unconscious itself. A forgotten child may embody neglected possibilities waiting to return to consciousness. The literal content matters, but not because the unconscious is trying to describe external events. It is attempting to reveal inner realities that ordinary language struggles to express. Symbols become necessary because certain psychological experiences cannot be adequately captured through concepts alone. The same symbolic process extends far beyond dreams. It quietly permeates ordinary life. We repeatedly encounter books at precisely the moment we are prepared to understand them. Certain conversations linger in memory long after more important ones have been forgotten. Particular works of art evoke emotions we cannot fully explain. A landscape suddenly feels sacred without any obvious reason. Music awakens grief that had remained inaccessible for years. From a strictly material perspective, these experiences may appear accidental. Jung did not reject that possibility. He simply observed that the psyche continually organizes experience according to meaning as well as causality. Consciousness develops not only through what happens, but through the significance it discovers in what happens. Modern individuals often become suspicious of symbolic perception because they fear confusing meaning with superstition. Jung shared this concern. He repeatedly warned against projecting mystical explanations onto ordinary events without careful psychological reflection. Symbolic thinking does not require believing that the universe secretly arranges every coincidence for our benefit. Rather, it asks whether an experience has become psychologically meaningful regardless of its objective cause. The significance of a symbol does not depend upon proving that it was supernaturally sent. It depends upon the transformation it produces within the individual encountering it. This distinction becomes especially important during individuation because the journey toward wholeness rarely unfolds according to purely rational plans. The ego naturally seeks linear progress, measurable goals, and predictable outcomes. The self often develops through symbols, intuitions, and experiences whose significance only gradually becomes apparent. Many people later describe decisive periods of their lives by saying that they somehow knew they had to make a certain decision long before they could logically justify it. Others recognize years later that what seemed like an unfortunate detour quietly became the most meaningful chapter of their development. Symbolic consciousness does not replace rational judgment. It complements it by acknowledging that psychological life often unfolds through patterns reason alone cannot fully anticipate. Living symbolically, therefore, requires cultivating a different relationship with experience. Instead of asking only how an event occurred, the individual also begins asking what it reveals about the movement of his own consciousness. Instead of viewing dreams as random mental activity, he approaches them as possible conversations with dimensions of the psyche that remain largely invisible during waking life. Instead of dismissing emotional reactions that appear disproportionate, he wonders what forgotten aspect of himself they may be bringing into awareness. Curiosity gradually replaces immediate explanation. The world becomes psychologically richer because it is no longer interpreted exclusively through literal categories. The man who stops chasing himself. One of the quiet paradoxes of psychological development is that the harder a man tries to become someone, the further he often moves from himself. Modern culture encourages an almost relentless pursuit of self-construction. We are told to optimize our habits, build our personal brand, maximize productivity, cultivate confidence, refine our mindset, and constantly reinvent ourselves. Much of this advice contains genuine value. Discipline strengthens character. Deliberate practice develops competence. Reflection encourages growth. Yet beneath these worthwhile pursuits lies an assumption that Jung would have questioned. It assumes that the human personality is something to be manufactured through conscious effort alone. Individuation proposes a very different image. The deepest self is not created. It is gradually uncovered. This distinction transforms the entire psychology of ambition. There is nothing inherently wrong with wanting success, recognition, or achievement. Problems arise only when these pursuits quietly become substitutes for identity. Many men spend decades chasing an imagined future version of themselves, believing that fulfillment exists just beyond the next accomplishment. Once they become stronger, wealthier, wiser, or more respected, they assume they will finally feel complete. Yet each achievement merely shifts the horizon. Another goal appears. Another identity demands construction. The pursuit continues because the underlying question has never changed. The individual is still trying to earn the right to become himself instead of recognizing that psychological development has never operated according to such conditions. Jung believed that one of the signs of genuine individuation is a gradual reduction in unnecessary psychological striving. This does not mean ambition disappears. Rather, ambition changes its center of gravity. Earlier in life, effort is often organized around proving something to parents, to society, to rivals, or to oneself. Achievement becomes emotionally charged because identity depends upon it. As individuation progresses, work increasingly becomes an expression of the person rather than an argument for his worth. The individual still pursues excellence, but excellence is no longer expected to resolve questions that belong to the deeper life of the psyche. This shift often surprises those who experience it. The external behavior may remain remarkably similar. The entrepreneur continues building companies. The artist continues creating. The father continues providing for his family. The scholar continues studying. From the outside, little appears to have changed. Internally, however, everything has changed. The work no longer functions as compensation for an unfinished identity. It has become participation in life rather than proof of value. The same actions emerge from an entirely different psychological foundation. Perhaps nowhere is this transformation more visible than in the individual's relationship with comparison. The ego naturally organizes itself through hierarchy. It constantly evaluates whether it is succeeding or failing relative to others. Someone always appears stronger, wealthier, younger, more admired, or more accomplished. This habit of comparison serves certain practical functions, yet it quietly becomes exhausting when identity depends upon it. The individuating person gradually notices that comparison loses much of its emotional power. Not because he suddenly believes everyone is equal in talent or achievement, but because his development has become increasingly oriented towards something comparison cannot measure. Another person's life can no longer determine whether he is becoming more fully himself. This realization carries profound implications for masculinity. Much of what men have historically called strength has been defined competitively. Strength meant outperforming, dominating, enduring more, or possessing greater status than others. Individuation does not reject these capacities outright, but it places them within a much larger context. A man may surpass everyone around him while remaining deeply fragmented within himself. Another may possess little public recognition while living from a remarkable degree of psychological integration. The first has achieved success. The second has achieved coherence. Jung consistently regarded the latter as the deeper accomplishment because coherence remains valuable even when external circumstances inevitably change. The movement toward wholeness therefore produces an unexpected form of freedom. The individual no longer needs every experience to confirm a particular identity. Success becomes meaningful without becoming intoxicating. Failure becomes painful without becoming annihilating. Praise no longer defines the personality, and criticism no longer destroys it. The center of gravity has quietly shifted away from external validation toward an increasingly stable relationship with the self. This stability is not emotional numbness. It is psychological rootedness. The individual remains deeply engaged with life while no longer requiring every outcome to justify his existence. Wholeness is never perfection. One of the most liberating and perhaps most misunderstood aspects of Jung's psychology is that individuation does not aim at perfection. Modern self-improvement culture is built upon an implicit promise that enough effort can eventually eliminate weakness. If we become disciplined enough, emotionally intelligent enough, productive enough, or spiritually evolved enough, we imagine that conflict will disappear and inner peace will naturally follow. This vision is deeply appealing because it suggests that psychological life can ultimately be mastered. Jung regarded such a hope as both impossible and psychologically dangerous. The pursuit of perfection often becomes the final disguise of the persona. Instead of presenting ourselves as successful, we begin presenting ourselves as psychologically complete. The unconscious, however, refuses this fantasy. No matter how much consciousness develops, new dimensions of the psyche continue emerging throughout life. Every integration reveals another layer still waiting to become conscious. Every certainty eventually encounters experiences capable of questioning it. Every identity, no matter how mature, remains partial because human beings never cease unfolding. Wholeness, therefore, cannot mean the absence of contradiction. It means developing a conscious relationship with contradiction instead of allowing it to govern life unconsciously. This insight radically changes the meaning of psychological maturity. The mature man is not the one who has eliminated fear, anger, grief, or doubt. He is the one who no longer needs to deny their existence in order to preserve a particular image of himself. Earlier in life, emotional conflict often threatens identity. Fear appears incompatible with strength. Vulnerability seems inconsistent with masculinity. Uncertainty feels like failure. As individuation progresses, these oppositions begin dissolving. Courage no longer requires the absence of fear. It requires acting consciously despite fear. Strength no longer excludes tenderness. Wisdom no longer depends upon certainty. The personality becomes psychologically larger because it no longer needs to remain internally simple. This is precisely why Jung insisted that the integration of the shadow never ends. Every stage of development creates a new shadow because every identity, no matter how expansive, still leaves something outside conscious awareness. Likewise, the anima continues evolving throughout life, revealing increasingly subtle dimensions of feeling, imagination, and relationship. Even the self cannot be possessed as though it were a final achievement. The ego relates to the self, learns from it, and gradually becomes reorganized by it, but it never becomes identical with it. The mystery at the center of the psyche always remains larger than the consciousness attempting to understand it. There is profound humility in this realization. Much of human suffering arises from the exhausting attempt to become psychologically flawless. We hide weaknesses, defend identities, avoid mistakes, and cling to certainty because we fear that imperfection somehow invalidates our worth. Individuation quietly dismantles this illusion. The goal was never to become flawless. It was to become real. Reality always contains complexity. A psychologically whole individual remains capable of kindness while acknowledging aggression, capable of confidence while admitting uncertainty, and capable of love while recognizing his own limitations. Nothing essential needs to be hidden, because the personality no longer depends upon appearing complete. Paradoxically, this acceptance often produces greater transformation than perfectionism ever could. The qualities we continually reject remain trapped in the unconscious, where they influence behavior without our awareness. Once they are acknowledged, however, they gradually lose their compulsive power. Anger becomes information instead of violence. Fear becomes caution instead of paralysis. Grief becomes love refusing to disappear, rather than weakness demanding concealment. Consciousness expands not because difficult emotions vanish, but because they become integrated into a personality capable of containing them without being dominated by them. This understanding also transforms the way a man relates to others. The less he depends upon maintaining an ideal image of himself, the less he requires perfection from those around him. Relationships become more forgiving because they are no longer organized around impossible expectations. Parents stop demanding flawless children. Partners stop searching for flawless spouses. Leaders stop pretending to possess every answer. Compassion deepens because the individual recognizes within others the same unfinished humanity he has gradually accepted within himself. Psychological maturity therefore becomes inseparable from humility. The closer one moves toward wholeness, the more one appreciates how much remains beyond conscious understanding. Perhaps this is the final paradox of individuation. The man who begins the journey often hopes to become extraordinary. The man who has traveled far enough gradually discovers something quieter and infinitely more meaningful. He no longer wishes to become extraordinary at all. He wishes to become genuine. In the end, wholeness is not the reward granted to those who finally conquer themselves. It is the quiet freedom that emerges when a man stops demanding perfection from his humanity and begins allowing his humanity to become fully conscious. Chapter 8. The Integrated Man. Strength Beyond Performance. After years of searching, struggling, achieving, failing, projecting, and integrating, a man eventually arrives at a quiet question that would have seemed impossible earlier in life. If he no longer needs to prove who he is, then who is he? This question marks one of the decisive transitions of individuation because it signals that identity is beginning to detach itself from performance. The individual no longer asks how he can become someone worthy of recognition. Instead, he begins asking how he can live in a way that faithfully expresses the person he has gradually discovered himself to be. For much of life, identity is necessarily built through performance. A child learns which behaviors earn approval. An adolescent experiments with different personalities in order to discover where he belongs. A young man establishes competence through education, work, relationships, and responsibility. These performances are not signs of inauthenticity. They are essential stages of development because they allow the personality to take shape within society. The difficulty begins only when the role continues governing the individual long after it has fulfilled its developmental purpose. The mask that once helped him participate in the world slowly becomes the identity from which he can no longer separate himself. The persona naturally contributes to this illusion because other people consistently respond to the image we present rather than to the unseen complexity existing beneath it. Over time, External recognition reinforces the belief that the role and the person are identical. The successful executive begins believing he must always appear decisive. The devoted father concludes that showing exhaustion would somehow diminish his masculinity. The respected leader feels obligated to project certainty even when privately uncertain. The performance gradually ceases serving the individual. Instead, the individual begins organizing his life around protecting the performance. One of the clearest signs that individuation has matured is the gradual dissolution of this dependence. The integrated man no longer experiences every conversation, every achievement, and every challenge as an opportunity to defend a particular identity. He no longer needs to appear intelligent in every discussion, composed during every conflict, or competent in every unfamiliar situation. His commitment to excellence remains, but excellence is no longer confused with self-worth. He has become more interested in reality than in maintaining a flawless image of himself, even when reality exposes limitations he would once have desperately tried to conceal. From the outside, very little may appear to have changed. The integrated man often continues working in the same profession, loving the same family, and carrying the same responsibilities. The transformation occurs within the psychological meaning of these activities. Success no longer functions as evidence that he deserves respect. Failure no longer threatens the foundation of his identity. Praise remains welcome. Criticism may still be painful, yet neither possesses the authority to define who he is. His sense of self has gradually become rooted in something deeper than public recognition or social approval. Perhaps nowhere is this transformation more visible than in his relationship with vulnerability. Earlier in life, vulnerability often appeared incompatible with strength because identity depended upon maintaining an image of competence. Admitting uncertainty seemed equivalent to admitting inadequacy. Acknowledging fear felt indistinguishable from weakness. As consciousness expands, these assumptions begin losing their psychological force. Strength is no longer measured by the successful concealment of human limitation. It becomes the capacity to remain present, responsible, and honest even when those limitations are fully visible. Jung understood that this freedom becomes possible only after a meaningful encounter with the shadow. As long as rejected aspects of the personality remain unconscious, the individual must continually defend the persona from exposure. Every criticism threatens to reveal what he secretly fears about himself. Every mistake appears capable of destroying the identity he has spent years constructing. Once the shadow has been consciously integrated, this defensive structure gradually weakens. The man becomes less afraid of appearing imperfect because he has already accepted that imperfection belongs to every psychologically whole human being. His identity no longer depends upon pretending otherwise. An unexpected consequence of this transformation is that the integrated man becomes increasingly difficult to manipulate. Shame loses much of its power because he no longer believes his worth depends upon appearing flawless. Flattery becomes less seductive because admiration is no longer required to sustain his identity. Fear also becomes less effective as a means of control because he has already confronted many of the realities others attempt to use against him. He remains emotionally responsive, but his inner stability no longer rises and falls according to the opinions surrounding him. The end of performance, therefore, does not represent the abandonment of responsibility. It represents the purification of responsibility. The integrated man continues acting with discipline, integrity, and commitment, not because he wishes to convince others that he possesses these qualities, but because they have gradually become natural expressions of his character. He no longer performs strength. He simply carries difficult realities. He no longer performs wisdom. He remains teachable. He no longer performs confidence. He trusts reality more than appearance. This is the quiet freedom toward which every previous stage of individuation has been leading. Only when a man no longer needs to perform himself does he finally become available to live as himself. Strength without armor. Perhaps the greatest misunderstanding surrounding masculinity is the belief that strength and protection are the same thing. From an early age, many men learn to survive by constructing psychological armor. They hide uncertainty behind confidence, fear behind aggression, sadness behind emotional distance, and loneliness behind relentless productivity. These strategies often emerge for understandable reasons. They protect the individual during environments where vulnerability may indeed be punished. A boy quickly discovers which emotions earn acceptance and which invite ridicule. Over time, concealment becomes habitual. Eventually, he no longer notices that he is protecting himself because the armor has become indistinguishable from his personality. The difficulty is that psychological armor serves the same function as physical armor. It protects, but it also separates. The very structures that prevent a man from being wounded frequently prevent him from being fully alive. Emotional distance protects him from rejection, while simultaneously limiting intimacy. Constant self-control prevents humiliation, while also restricting spontaneity. Relentless independence protects against disappointment, while making genuine trust increasingly difficult. Every defensive strategy carries a hidden cost because whatever keeps pain outside often keeps life outside as well. This is why Jung insisted that integration cannot occur through defense alone. A personality organized primarily around protection inevitably sacrifices parts of itself in exchange for safety. The shadow grows because vulnerability has been excluded. The anima remains distant because feeling has become associated with danger. The persona grows increasingly rigid because maintaining the image appears essential for survival. The man may become highly capable, deeply respected, and remarkably successful, while quietly experiencing an increasing sense of emotional isolation. The stronger the armor becomes, the more difficult it becomes to remember the person who first built it. One of the subtle transformations produced by individuation is that protection gradually gives way to presence. The integrated man still possesses boundaries. He does not become emotionally exposed to everyone he meets, nor does he confuse honesty with the indiscriminate expression of every feeling. Psychological openness is not the absence of discernment. Rather, it is the absence of unnecessary defense. He no longer protects himself from experiences that belong naturally to being human. Disappointment remains painful, yet it no longer threatens his identity. Criticism may still hurt, but it no longer determines his worth. Grief is no longer experienced as weakness, and love is no longer feared because it inevitably involves vulnerability. This shift changes the meaning of courage itself. Earlier in life, courage is often understood as the ability to suppress fear in order to continue functioning. There is genuine value in this understanding, particularly during moments demanding immediate action. Yet it represents only the beginning of psychological courage. The integrated man develops another kind entirely. He becomes capable of remaining emotionally present while confronting realities he cannot control. He no longer requires certainty before acting, nor emotional invulnerability before loving. He recognizes that the deepest forms of courage do not eliminate vulnerability. They include it. This is one of the reasons integrated individuals often appear calmer than those still organized around performance. Their composure does not arise from emotional numbness, but from reduced psychological conflict. They are no longer fighting themselves while simultaneously trying to meet the demands of reality. The immense energy once devoted to maintaining an image becomes available for genuine attention. They listen more carefully because they no longer need every conversation to reinforce their identity. They apologize more easily because admitting mistakes no longer threatens their self-worth. They become more flexible because flexibility no longer feels like defeat. The modern world frequently mistakes this psychological flexibility for weakness because it continues associating strength with rigidity. We admire those who never change their minds, never reveal uncertainty, and never appear affected by emotional experience. Jung would likely have regarded these qualities with caution. Rigidity often signals fear rather than strength. A personality capable of genuine adaptation usually reflects greater confidence than one that must continually defend itself against every challenge. Living systems remain flexible. Only lifeless structures become completely rigid. The integrated man, therefore, does not abandon strength. He discovers a stronger form of it. His stability no longer depends upon controlling every situation or preserving every identity. It emerges from an increasingly conscious relationship with himself. Because he has stopped exhausting himself maintaining psychological armor, he becomes more available to life as it actually unfolds. He can love more deeply because he no longer fears losing an image. He can lead more honestly because he no longer needs to appear infallible. He can face uncertainty without immediate panic because his identity is no longer built upon certainty alone. In the end, the integrated man has not become fearless. He has simply discovered that wholeness offers a form of security no armor can ever provide. The integration of opposites. One of the defining characteristics of psychological immaturity is the need to divide the world into opposites. A man believes he must be either strong or compassionate, rational or emotional, disciplined or spontaneous, ambitious or content. The personality organizes itself around these artificial choices because opposites appear easier to manage than complexity. They provide clear identities, simple narratives, and predictable standards through which the ego can understand itself. Yet life repeatedly refuses to remain within such neat divisions. Every meaningful experience eventually reveals that reality is far more paradoxical than the conscious mind initially prefers to believe. Jung regarded this tendency toward division as one of the ego's most natural limitations. Consciousness functions by distinguishing one thing from another. It categorizes, separates, and defines. This ability is indispensable for navigating everyday life, yet it becomes problematic when consciousness assumes that the opposites it creates are absolute realities rather than temporary psychological simplifications. The psyche itself is not organized through rigid separation. It continually seeks relationship between apparently contradictory forces. Individuation, therefore, does not eliminate opposites. It teaches the individual how to hold them together without allowing either to dominate the personality. This movement can be observed throughout every stage of masculine development. Early strength often depends upon suppressing vulnerability because the young man experiences the two as incompatible. Later he discovers that courage without vulnerability gradually becomes emotional isolation. Likewise, discipline initially develops by controlling impulse, yet eventually he realizes that discipline without spontaneity slowly drains life of creativity and joy. Rational thinking becomes essential for making responsible decisions, but reason detached from feeling often loses contact with the human realities it was meant to serve. Every virtue reaches a point where, isolated from its apparent opposite, it quietly transforms into its own distortion. This insight explains why the integrated man often appears more balanced than impressive. Earlier stages of development naturally reward intensity. Extreme confidence attracts attention. Unwavering certainty appears powerful. Relentless ambition earns admiration. As individuation progresses, however, psychological life becomes increasingly governed by proportion rather than intensity. The integrated individual recognizes that every strength contains the possibility of excess, and that every weakness often conceals an undeveloped strength waiting to be consciously expressed. His goal therefore shifts from maximizing particular qualities toward cultivating harmony among them. Jung frequently described this process as the reconciliation of opposites because the deepest conflicts within the personality rarely disappear through victory. They dissolve through relationship. The conscious masculine principle learns to cooperate with the unconscious feminine. The persona enters dialogue with the shadow. The ego gradually recognizes the organizing influence of the self. None of these movements requires one psychological force to defeat another. Instead, each expands consciousness until both realities can exist within the same personality without constant internal warfare. The integrated man becomes psychologically larger because he no longer depends upon reducing life to simple alternatives. This capacity profoundly changes the way he encounters conflict in the external world as well. Individuals who remain psychologically divided often project their internal conflicts onto society. They instinctively separate people into heroes and villains, strength and weakness, success and failure, allies and enemies. Because they cannot tolerate contradiction within themselves, they struggle to tolerate it in others. The integrated man gradually becomes less interested in defending absolute categories and more interested in understanding the complex realities from which human behavior actually emerges. This does not make him morally passive or incapable of judgment. It simply means that his judgments become informed by greater psychological depth rather than by simplistic certainty. The same transformation reshapes his understanding of masculinity itself. He no longer experiences compassion as a threat to strength or emotional openness as evidence of fragility. Leadership no longer requires domination, nor does humility require self-negation. He discovers that many of the oppositions shaping his earlier identity were never properties of reality at all. They were temporary structures necessary for development, but ultimately insufficient for maturity. As consciousness expands, previously incompatible qualities gradually become capable of existing side by side without diminishing one another. Perhaps this is why genuinely integrated individuals often possess an unusual quality of presence. They are difficult to categorize because they no longer fit comfortably within rigid psychological stereotypes. They can be decisive without becoming authoritarian, gentle without becoming passive, ambitious without becoming consumed by status, and emotionally open without surrendering discernment. Their personality possesses a quiet coherence because its different dimensions are no longer competing for dominance. They have learned that wholeness is not achieved by choosing one side of human nature over another, but by allowing the deepest truths of each to find their proper place within a single conscious life. This, ultimately, is the strength that lies beyond performance. It is not the strength of appearing invulnerable, nor the strength of always being right. It is the far more demanding strength required to contain the full complexity of one's own humanity without fragmenting under its weight. Such strength rarely calls attention to itself. It expresses itself through stability, clarity, and an increasing capacity to remain fully human in a world that constantly encourages simpler identities. Responsibility without burden. One of the clearest signs that a man has begun integrating his personality is the transformation of his relationship with responsibility. Earlier in life, responsibility is often experienced as weight. It is something to carry, endure, or survive. The individual measures himself by how much pressure he can tolerate without breaking. He becomes proud of his capacity to sacrifice, to work relentlessly, and to place the needs of others before his own. There is genuine nobility in this attitude. Every meaningful civilization depends upon individuals willing to accept obligations larger than personal comfort. Yet responsibility organized solely around sacrifice eventually becomes exhausting because it remains disconnected from a deeper sense of meaning. This exhaustion explains why so many capable men quietly reach a point where the very responsibilities that once gave their lives purpose begin feeling unbearable. They continue fulfilling every obligation. They remain dependable partners, fathers, professionals, and friends. From the outside, nothing appears to have changed. Internally, however, life has become increasingly mechanical. Duty survives while vitality gradually disappears. The individual begins wondering why carrying responsibilities that once felt meaningful now leaves him emotionally empty. Jung would suggest that the problem lies not in responsibility itself, but in the psychological relationship established with it. The immature personality often experiences responsibility as something imposed from outside. Expectations originate with parents, employers, partners, culture, or social ideals. The individual behaves responsibly because he fears disappointing others, losing approval, or failing to live up to an image he has constructed of himself. Although this structure may produce admirable behavior, it remains psychologically fragile because its motivation depends upon external authority. Remove the audience, and responsibility begins losing its emotional foundation. The man continues acting correctly, yet increasingly feels disconnected from the deeper purpose behind his actions. Individuation gradually transforms this relationship by relocating responsibility from the outside to the inside. The integrated man no longer acts responsibly primarily because someone expects it of him. He acts responsibly because responsibility has become an expression of his relationship with reality. He recognizes that every decision contributes to the kind of person he is becoming, regardless of whether anyone else notices. Integrity therefore ceases to depend upon surveillance. It becomes an inner orientation toward truth. The individual behaves consistently because consistency now reflects his own consciousness rather than the expectations of those surrounding him. This shift profoundly alters the emotional experience of duty. Responsibility no longer feels like endless self-denial because it has ceased functioning as proof of worth. Instead, it becomes participation in something meaningful. A father cares for his children not merely because society demands it, but because fatherhood has become part of his deepest identity. A craftsman pursues excellence not because failure would damage his reputation, but because careful work reflects his relationship with reality. A husband remains faithful not simply because infidelity violates moral rules, but because fidelity expresses the person he has consciously chosen to become. Obligation slowly transforms into coherence. This is one of the reasons integrated individuals often appear unusually calm while carrying enormous responsibilities. Their composure does not result from possessing fewer burdens than other people. Frequently, they carry more. The difference lies in the absence of unnecessary psychological conflict. They are no longer continually asking whether they should accept responsibility. That question has already been answered through the development of character itself. Their energy is directed toward fulfilling responsibilities rather than debating their legitimacy. What once felt like an external burden has gradually become a natural extension of who they are. Modern culture often misunderstands this transformation because it tends to equate freedom with the reduction of obligation. Freedom is imagined as the ability to avoid commitment, preserve unlimited options, and minimize constraints upon personal desire. Jung's psychology suggests a deeper understanding. The integrated man does not become free by escaping responsibility. He becomes free because responsibility no longer feels imposed upon him. It has become consciously chosen. The distinction is subtle but decisive. What is chosen voluntarily possesses a psychological quality entirely different from what is experienced as unavoidable coercion. This realization also protects the individual from another common distortion. Some men define themselves so completely through responsibility that they eventually disappear beneath it. They become nothing but providers, leaders, or protectors. Their identities collapse into their functions. Responsibility should emerge from wholeness, not replace it. The integrated man remembers that his value does not arise solely from what he produces for others. His humanity precedes every role he occupies. Precisely because he no longer depends upon responsibility to justify his existence, he becomes capable of carrying responsibility with greater steadiness and far less resentment. The man who can stand alone. One of the quietest yet most profound transformations of individuation is that a man gradually becomes capable of standing alone without becoming isolated. Earlier in life, solitude often carries an uncomfortable psychological meaning. It feels like rejection, failure, or evidence that one has somehow fallen behind. The individual continually measures himself against the relationships, achievements, and recognition of those around him, assuming that external confirmation determines the value of his life. As long as identity depends upon these comparisons, being alone naturally feels threatening because it appears to remove the very conditions through which self-worth has been maintained. This dependence takes many forms. Some men organize their identities around romantic relationships, believing they become complete only when loved by another person. Others define themselves almost entirely through professional success, requiring constant achievement to preserve their sense of significance. Still others depend upon admiration, influence, or belonging to particular communities in order to feel psychologically secure. None of these experiences is inherently unhealthy. Love, meaningful work, and genuine community remain essential dimensions of human life. The difficulty arises only when they become the sole foundations upon which identity is constructed. The individual slowly loses the capacity to remain inwardly stable whenever these external structures inevitably change. Jung regarded this dependence as one of the central challenges of adulthood because individuation ultimately asks every person to establish a relationship with life that survives even profound external loss. Careers come to an end. Children grow independent. Relationships evolve or sometimes dissolve. Friends disappear. Parents die. Health changes. Entire identities that once seemed permanent gradually give way to new stages of existence. If the personality has never developed an inner center independent of these circumstances, every transition threatens to become a psychological catastrophe. The individual experiences not only loss but the collapse of the self he believed himself to be. The integrated man relates to solitude differently because he no longer experiences it as emptiness. Solitude becomes a place of encounter rather than absence. He has cultivated a relationship with his own inner life strong enough that silence no longer feels like abandonment. Reflection no longer appears unproductive. Time spent alone ceases being something to escape and becomes an opportunity to reconnect with the deeper movement of consciousness. This capacity does not diminish his appreciation for relationships. On the contrary, it transforms them. Because he no longer needs other people to rescue him from himself, he becomes capable of loving them with far greater freedom. This distinction is crucial. There is a profound psychological difference between needing someone and choosing someone. Need often carries unconscious demands that no relationship can permanently satisfy. The partner becomes responsible for emotional stability, identity, or meaning itself. Love quietly transforms into dependence because the other person is expected to provide what only the development of the self can ultimately establish. Choice operates differently. The integrated man remains fully capable of intimacy, devotion, and commitment, yet these qualities emerge from abundance rather than deficiency. He shares his life not because he cannot exist without another person, but because he recognizes that two whole individuals can create something neither could experience alone. The same principle extends beyond romantic relationships. The integrated man no longer requires constant agreement in order to remain secure in his convictions. He values friendship deeply, while recognizing that loneliness and independence are not synonymous. He contributes to communities without dissolving his identity into them. He listens carefully to mentors without surrendering his own judgment. His life remains deeply relational, yet its psychological center no longer resides outside himself. This inner stability allows him to participate more fully in the lives of others, because he is no longer continually asking them to carry the burden of completing his own. Modern culture often misunderstands this kind of independence. It is frequently confused with emotional detachment or radical self-sufficiency, as though maturity meant needing no one at all. Jung's psychology points toward a far more human vision. Individuation does not eliminate dependence by encouraging isolation. It transforms dependence into relationship. The integrated individual remains profoundly connected to family, friends, partners, and society, while simultaneously possessing an inner life capable of sustaining him when those relationships inevitably change. His strength lies not in emotional distance, but in psychological rootedness. Perhaps this is one of the clearest signs that a man has begun living from the self rather than from the persona. He is no longer terrified of silence because silence has become inhabited. He no longer fears standing alone because aloneness has ceased to mean abandonment. The deepest relationship of his life is no longer determined solely by the changing circumstances surrounding him. It is the ongoing relationship with the center of his own psyche, the quiet place from which meaning, responsibility, and love continue emerging regardless of what the external world happens to bring. From that center, solitude loses its bitterness and relationships lose their desperation. Both become natural expressions of a life that has finally found its own foundation. The quiet strength of presence. There is a quality shared by many psychologically integrated people that is remarkably difficult to describe and almost impossible to imitate. It is not charisma. It is not dominance. It is not confidence in the conventional sense. It is presence. We have all encountered individuals whose influence cannot be explained by status, wealth, or social position. They enter a room without demanding attention, yet attention naturally settles upon them. They speak without needing to overpower conversation. They listen without appearing passive. They remain calm during uncertainty without projecting artificial certainty. Their strength seems to arise not from what they do, but from the way they inhabit themselves. Jung would likely have understood this quality as one of the natural consequences of individuation. Presence is what emerges when the personality no longer spends enormous psychological energy defending an identity. Much of ordinary social interaction is governed by unconscious compensation. People exaggerate confidence because they secretly fear inadequacy. They become excessively agreeable because they fear rejection. Others cultivate intellectual superiority to protect themselves from vulnerability, while some seek constant visibility because invisibility has become psychologically intolerable. These behaviors are rarely deliberate acts of deception. They are attempts by the ego to preserve an image that feels necessary for survival. The individual remains so occupied with managing perception that little psychological energy remains available for genuine encounter. The integrated man gradually becomes free from much of this invisible labor. Because he has already confronted many of the truths about himself that once required concealment, he no longer approaches every interaction as a negotiation of identity. He does not need every conversation to establish competence or every disagreement to prove intelligence. He has become increasingly comfortable with not knowing, with changing his mind, and with allowing other people to possess strengths that exceed his own. This quiet confidence does not originate in superiority. It arises from the absence of the constant need to compare. Presence, therefore, has remarkably little to do with technique. Modern culture often attempts to manufacture it through communication strategies, leadership seminars, or carefully rehearsed body language. Such approaches may improve external behavior, but they cannot create the psychological reality from which authentic presence emerges. Presence is not a performance projected outward. It is the natural expression of an individual whose inner life has become relatively coherent. Others experience this coherence immediately, even if they cannot consciously explain why. Human beings instinctively recognize when someone is no longer fragmented by the need to become someone else. This coherence also transforms the way integrated individuals exercise influence. Earlier forms of authority often depend upon force, persuasion, or social position. The integrated man influences differently. His actions possess unusual consistency because they arise from values that have already been tested against experience. His words carry weight because they are no longer disconnected from the life he actually lives. He does not seek credibility through self-promotion because credibility has gradually become embodied in his character. Others trust him not because he claims authority, but because his behavior quietly reveals an uncommon degree of psychological integrity. Jung believed that psychological integration inevitably radiates beyond the individual because consciousness always influences its environment. Every unresolved conflict quietly enters relationships. Every integrated quality does the same. A man who has established an honest relationship with his own fear becomes less likely to manipulate others through theirs. Someone who no longer depends upon admiration rarely encourages unhealthy dependence in those around him. A father who has integrated his own shadow unconsciously creates greater psychological freedom for his children. Leadership, therefore, becomes less about controlling behavior and more about embodying a way of being that invites others toward greater consciousness themselves. Perhaps this explains why the wisest people often seem to possess remarkably little interest in appearing wise. They have discovered that identity built upon admiration remains another form of performance. Their attention has shifted away from maintaining an image toward remaining faithful to reality itself. They are capable of admitting ignorance because ignorance no longer threatens who they are. They can apologize without humiliation because mistakes no longer define their worth. They can remain silent because silence no longer feels like weakness. Their presence becomes persuasive precisely because it contains so little effort to persuade. This quality is increasingly rare in a culture organized around constant visibility. Social media, professional competition, and the endless demand to display achievement quietly encourage individuals to treat life as a continuous performance. Presence cannot flourish under these conditions because performance continually directs attention outward. The integrated man gradually reverses this movement. He becomes less concerned with managing perception and more concerned with remaining psychologically truthful. Ironically, this often makes him far more influential than those who spend their lives trying to appear influential. People are naturally drawn toward individuals whose inner life has become more stable than the rapidly changing opinions surrounding them. In the end, presence may be one of the clearest signs that individuation has begun bearing fruit. It cannot be manufactured, rehearsed, or strategically adopted because it arises from the long and often invisible work of integrating the personality. It is the quiet strength that remains after the need to perform has finally begun disappearing. Others experience it as calm, authenticity, or quiet authority. The integrated man experiences it more simply. For perhaps the first time in his life, he no longer feels divided against himself. A life that no longer needs to be proved. There comes a point in psychological development when a man notices something subtle but irreversible. The need to constantly prove himself has begun to disappear. This does not happen because life has become easier, nor because every insecurity has vanished. Rather, it happens because the center from which he has been living has quietly shifted. For years, perhaps decades, his actions were organized around becoming someone. Every achievement, every sacrifice, and every victory carried the hope that one more accomplishment would finally establish his worth. Individuation gradually dissolves this hope, not by producing despair, but by revealing that worth was never something achievement could permanently provide in the first place. This realization transforms nearly every dimension of life. Work ceases to function as a battlefield upon which identity must continually be defended. Success remains deeply satisfying because meaningful work expresses something essential about the individual, yet it no longer carries the impossible burden of answering existential questions. Likewise, failure loses much of its power to wound. Mistakes still matter. Consequences remain real. The integrated man does not become indifferent to excellence. He simply stops interpreting every setback as evidence that something is fundamentally wrong with who he is. His identity has become anchored more deeply than the outcomes of any single moment. The same transformation reshapes the experience of relationships. Earlier in life, love often carried an invisible negotiation. The individual unconsciously asked whether he was admired enough, desired enough, or valuable enough to deserve intimacy. Every disagreement threatened the stability of the relationship because it also threatened the image he held of himself. As integration deepens, these anxieties gradually lose their central place. The man becomes capable of loving another person without constantly asking whether the relationship confirms his worth. He can receive affection without becoming dependent upon it, and offer affection without quietly demanding that it heal every unresolved wound within him. Love becomes less about completing an unfinished identity and more about sharing an already meaningful life. Perhaps the most remarkable consequence of this transformation is the emergence of an unexpected simplicity. The integrated man no longer experiences an overwhelming need to impress, persuade, or distinguish himself. He still develops his abilities because growth remains part of human nature, but the frantic urgency has disappeared. He no longer needs every room to recognize his intelligence, every conversation to acknowledge his competence, or every achievement to establish his significance. His attention gradually shifts away from constructing an identity toward inhabiting one. There is remarkably little psychological drama left because the conflict between appearance and reality has steadily diminished. This simplicity should never be confused with passivity or diminished ambition. On the contrary, many integrated individuals continue undertaking extraordinarily demanding work. They build businesses, raise families, create works of art, lead institutions, and devote themselves to causes larger than their own lives. The difference lies in the emotional foundation beneath these actions. Their work is no longer an argument for their value. It has become an expression of it. They create because creation belongs to who they are. They lead because responsibility has become natural. They serve because service reflects their relationship with reality rather than their need for admiration. Jung believed that this quiet freedom represents one of the clearest signs that the ego has begun establishing a healthier relationship with the self. The personality remains active, disciplined, and engaged with the world, yet it no longer imagines itself to be the ultimate center of existence. There is a growing willingness to participate in life rather than continually attempting to control it. The individual works diligently, while accepting that many of the most meaningful dimensions of life cannot be forced into existence. Love arrives as gift rather than conquest. Wisdom emerges through experience rather than certainty. Meaning unfolds gradually instead of being manufactured through relentless effort. The man discovers that life is something to participate in before it is something to master. Seen from the outside, this stage of development may appear almost unremarkable. The integrated man often lives quietly. He may never become famous, wealthy, or widely admired. Yet those who encounter him frequently notice something difficult to describe. His actions possess unusual consistency. His words carry little excess. His presence feels reassuring without becoming controlling. He rarely seems driven by the desperate need to become someone, because he has already accepted the more demanding task of becoming fully himself. This quiet coherence influences others more deeply than many dramatic displays of strength ever could. The journey of individuation therefore reaches a surprising conclusion. It does not produce a flawless man, nor a man who has solved every psychological conflict. Instead, it produces someone who has stopped organizing his life around proving that he deserves to exist. The search for identity gradually gives way to participation in reality. The endless performance comes to an end. What remains is something quieter, more stable, and infinitely more human. A man who no longer asks life to tell him who he is becomes free to offer the world what only he can uniquely become. That, perhaps, is the deepest expression of integrated masculinity. Not the achievement of perfection, but the quiet courage to live without needing constant proof that one's life already possesses meaning. Chapter 9. Beyond Masculinity. The person beneath the mask. Every journey eventually reaches a point where the question that began it is no longer the question that matters. A man may spend years trying to understand masculinity. He studies strength, discipline, responsibility, fatherhood, leadership, intimacy, and purpose. He examines his shadow, learns to recognize the persona, encounters the anima, and gradually enters the long work of individuation. At first, all of these experiences appear to revolve around a single goal, becoming a better man. Yet if the journey continues far enough, something unexpected begins to happen. Masculinity slowly ceases to occupy the center of psychological life. It does not disappear or lose its value. It simply finds its proper place within something larger. This transition can feel almost disorienting because so much of modern culture encourages people to build identities around categories. We are constantly invited to define ourselves through gender, profession, ideology, nationality, personality type, or social role. These identities undoubtedly describe important aspects of human experience, but Jung consistently warned against confusing description with essence. Every identity represents only one expression of the psyche, never its totality. The moment an individual becomes completely identified with any single definition of himself, development quietly begins slowing down. The personality becomes organized around preserving an image rather than expanding consciousness. Throughout this book, we have explored masculinity as a developmental path rather than as a fixed ideal. Strength was never presented as domination. Responsibility was never reduced to sacrifice. Authority was understood as something to be internalized rather than obeyed blindly. Even love gradually shifted from possession toward encounter. Every chapter quietly pointed beyond stereotypical images of masculinity towards something more fundamental. The real question was never how to become more masculine. It was how to become more conscious. Masculinity served as the terrain upon which this psychological work unfolded, but it was never the destination itself. This distinction becomes increasingly important as individuation matures. Earlier in life, identity often depends upon clear definitions because the ego requires stable structures through which to organize experience. It is entirely natural for a young man to ask what masculinity means and to seek models capable of answering that question. Such exploration provides necessary orientation during the first half of life. Problems arise only when these definitions become permanent. What initially functions as guidance gradually hardens into limitation. The individual begins defending an idea of masculinity instead of continuing to develop as a human being. Jung believed that every genuine symbol ultimately points beyond itself. The same is true of masculinity. At its healthiest, masculine development prepares the individual to encounter realities that transcend masculinity altogether. Courage becomes valuable because truth sometimes requires it. Discipline becomes meaningful because meaningful work demands consistency. Responsibility matters because other human beings depend upon us. Love matters because relationship belongs to the deepest structure of existence itself. None of these values remains exclusively masculine. They become profoundly human. The categories through which they were first learned quietly dissolve into something far more universal. This is why psychologically mature men often seem less concerned with proving their masculinity than younger men. They no longer organize every decision around whether it appears sufficiently masculine because they have discovered a deeper standard. Their question is no longer, "Is this what a man should do?" It gradually becomes, "Is this what reality asks of me now?" The shift may appear subtle, yet it transforms the entire psychological landscape. Identity becomes increasingly responsive to truth rather than to image. The individual ceases measuring himself primarily against cultural ideals and begins measuring himself against the demands of conscience. Paradoxically, this movement often makes a man appear more authentically masculine than ever before. Freed from the need to perform strength, he becomes quietly strong. Freed from the need to display confidence, he becomes quietly confident. Freed from the need to defend his identity, he becomes remarkably difficult to threaten. His masculinity no longer resembles a costume requiring constant maintenance. It has become one natural expression of a personality rooted in something deeper than gender alone. Others experience this authenticity immediately, even if they cannot explain why. They recognize someone who has stopped acting from a role and has begun acting from being. The persona, the shadow, initiation, the father, the anima, and individuation all served one purpose. They gradually loosened consciousness from identification with partial identities so that another center could emerge. The integrated man eventually discovers that beneath every role he has ever occupied lies something that cannot be reduced to masculinity, success, failure, strength, or weakness. There exists a deeper human reality that has quietly accompanied him from the beginning, waiting patiently beneath every mask he has ever worn. It is there, beyond every identity yet expressed through all of them, that the journey toward wholeness finally finds its true home. The danger of making masculinity an identity. Every psychological truth eventually becomes dangerous when it hardens into an identity. This is one of the great paradoxes of human development. The ideas that initially help us grow often become the very ideas that later prevent further growth. A man who discovers the value of discipline may eventually become incapable of rest. One who learns the importance of responsibility may begin measuring his worth exclusively by what he provides. Another who embraces strength may quietly lose contact with tenderness, believing compassion somehow diminishes his masculinity. The problem is rarely the principle itself. The problem begins when the principle ceases being a tool for development and becomes the foundation of identity. The same danger exists within every conversation about masculinity. Throughout history, different cultures have proposed remarkably different answers to the question of what a man should be. Some have emphasized physical courage, others wisdom, sacrifice, honor, productivity, emotional restraint, or spiritual devotion. Each ideal captures something valuable about masculine development, yet none can fully contain the complexity of a human being. Whenever masculinity is reduced to a fixed formula, countless aspects of psychological life inevitably fall outside its boundaries. The individual begins rejecting genuine parts of himself not because they are unhealthy, but because they fail to match the identity he has chosen to defend. Jung repeatedly warned that the ego possesses a remarkable tendency to identify with psychological truths. Instead of allowing an insight to transform consciousness, the ego converts it into another description of itself. A man no longer says, "Discipline has become important in my life." He begins saying, "I am a disciplined man." The distinction appears insignificant, yet it changes the entire relationship between the individual and the quality he has developed. Once discipline becomes part of identity, every moment of fatigue begins feeling like a threat. Every failure appears to undermine the self, rather than simply revealing the natural limits of human existence. What once liberated consciousness gradually becomes another prison. This mechanism explains why ideological conflicts surrounding masculinity have become so emotionally charged in the modern world. Opposing groups often appear to disagree about what masculinity should look like, yet beneath these debates lies a deeper psychological process. Each side unconsciously mistakes one aspect of masculine development for the whole. One elevates strength while neglecting vulnerability. Another celebrates emotional openness while dismissing discipline. Some define masculinity through authority, others through sensitivity. Each perspective contains an important truth. Each becomes distorted the moment it claims exclusive ownership of that truth. The integrated man gradually withdraws from these psychological battles because he recognizes that reality is always larger than identity. He no longer asks whether a particular quality belongs to masculine or feminine experience before allowing himself to develop it. He asks whether that quality contributes to greater wholeness. Compassion is embraced because it deepens relationship. Discipline is cultivated because it makes freedom possible. Courage is strengthened because truth sometimes demands sacrifice. Humility is practiced because no human being ever becomes larger than reality itself. These qualities no longer require ideological justification. Their value emerges directly from experience. This freedom also changes the way a man relates to cultural expectations. He neither rebels against them automatically nor submits to them unquestioningly. Earlier in this book, we explored how rebellion can become another form of dependence when identity continues revolving around what it opposes. Here, that insight reaches its final expression. The integrated man does not define himself through conformity or opposition. He allows reality itself to become the measure of his actions. If a traditional ideal reflects genuine psychological truth, he accepts it without embarrassment. If it proves incomplete or harmful, he leaves it behind without resentment. His loyalty has shifted from identity to consciousness. Perhaps this is why truly mature individuals often become surprisingly difficult to categorize. They no longer fit comfortably within the labels that dominate cultural conversation because they have ceased organizing themselves around labels altogether. They are capable of strength without becoming rigid, emotionally open without becoming unstable, deeply responsible without losing spontaneity, and confident without requiring superiority. Their lives no longer revolve around proving membership in a particular vision of masculinity. They revolve around becoming increasingly faithful to reality as they encounter it. The irony is that this movement does not diminish masculinity. It fulfills it. Masculinity ceases to function as a fragile identity requiring constant defense and becomes a living expression of a psychologically integrated person. It is no longer something the man performs, advertises, or anxiously protects. It has become one natural language through which his humanity expresses itself. And because it is rooted in the deeper ground of the self rather than in social performance, it remains remarkably stable even as culture, expectations, and circumstances continue changing around him. The person is always greater than the role. Perhaps the most important insight of Jung's psychology is that no role can ever contain the totality of a human being. This truth extends far beyond masculinity. A man may identify himself as a father, a husband, a leader, an artist, a soldier, a scholar, or an entrepreneur. Each of these identities expresses something real about his life. Each carries genuine responsibilities and shapes the way he encounters the world. Yet none of them, however meaningful, can fully describe the person living beneath them. The tragedy begins when a role becomes so central that the individual gradually forgets he exists independently of it. This process unfolds so slowly that it often escapes conscious awareness. A father becomes nothing but a provider. A professional becomes nothing but his career. A leader becomes inseparable from authority. Over time, Every experience is interpreted through the demands of that single identity. Relationships become functional. Rest begins feeling undeserved. Personal desires appear selfish because they cannot easily be justified within the role. The individual gradually disappears beneath the character he has spent years learning to play. From the outside, he may appear extraordinarily successful. Internally, however, he often experiences an increasingly vague sense that something essential has been lost. Jung observed that this identification with roles represents one of the most common expressions of the persona. The persona is not merely the mask shown to society. It is the psychological tendency to mistake adaptation for identity. The individual forgets that every role was originally created to serve life, not to replace it. The father exists for the child, not the child for the father. The profession exists to express ability, not to consume the entire personality. Leadership exists to guide others toward reality, not to become the sole foundation of one's existence. Whenever the role becomes more important than the person inhabiting it, psychological imbalance quietly begins to develop. Life itself eventually challenges these identifications. Children grow up and no longer require constant guidance. Careers end through retirement, illness, or unexpected change. Positions of influence are passed to younger generations. Beauty fades. Physical strength declines. Every role that once seemed permanent gradually reveals itself to be temporary. For many individuals, these transitions produce profound psychological crises because identity was built almost entirely upon functions that no longer exist. The man does not merely lose a job or a title. He feels as though he has lost himself. From the perspective of individuation, however, these moments possess a different significance. They reveal that the deeper personality was never identical with the role in the first place. What disappears is not the self, but the particular form through which the self had been expressing itself during one stage of life. The distinction is decisive. The integrated man grieves the loss of meaningful roles because they genuinely mattered, yet he is not psychologically destroyed by their disappearance. He understands that while every role eventually ends, the work of becoming conscious does not. Life continually asks the same person to express himself through new circumstances rather than cling to identities that have already fulfilled their purpose. This understanding also transforms the way success is experienced. Success remains deeply satisfying because meaningful achievement expresses the individual's abilities and dedication. Yet it no longer becomes the measure of his existence. He can fully inhabit a role without becoming imprisoned by it. He can devote himself to fatherhood without forgetting the person who is also a husband, a friend, a thinker, and an individual still undergoing psychological development. He can pursue excellence in his profession without allowing professional recognition to determine his value. The role becomes an instrument rather than an identity. Perhaps this is one of the greatest freedoms individuation offers. The integrated man no longer fears the inevitable changes that accompany life because he has stopped confusing temporary expressions of himself with the deeper reality from which they emerge. He understands that identities will continue evolving as long as life continues unfolding. What remains constant is not the role, but the consciousness inhabiting it. The masks may change many times across the decades, yet the work of becoming more fully human continues beneath every one of them. In the end, this may be the deepest meaning of living beyond masculinity. It is not abandoning masculine identity, nor diminishing its importance. It is recognizing that masculinity itself is one expression of something infinitely larger. Before a man is a father, a leader, a husband, or even a man, he is a human being called toward wholeness. Every role exists to serve that movement. None can ever replace it. Living from the self. Throughout this book, we have repeatedly encountered the same movement from different directions. We began with the persona, the image constructed to meet the demands of the world. We descended into the shadow, where forgotten aspects of the personality patiently waited for recognition. We explored the symbolic father, the mystery of the anima, and the long process of individuation. Although each chapter focused on a different dimension of psychological life, all of them were quietly describing the same transformation. They were describing the gradual movement away from living from the ego and toward living from the self. This distinction may be the most important one Jung ever made. The ego constantly asks, "What must I do to become someone?" The self asks a different question entirely. What is trying to emerge through my life? At first, these questions appear almost identical because both concern development. Yet they point in opposite directions. The ego attempts to construct identity through effort, achievement, and control. The self unfolds through discovery, integration, and conscious participation in realities larger than the ego itself. One seeks mastery, the other seeks relationship. Living from the self, therefore, does not mean abandoning ambition, responsibility, or personal goals. It means that these pursuits cease being the foundation of identity. The integrated man still works, creates, leads, and loves with extraordinary commitment. What changes is the psychological center from which these actions emerge. His work no longer compensates for insecurity. His discipline no longer conceals fear. His relationships no longer exist to rescue him from loneliness. Everything remains meaningful, yet nothing is burdened with providing the answer to the question of who he is. This inner reorientation transforms the experience of freedom. Freedom is commonly understood as the ability to do whatever one desires without external constraint. Jung pointed towards something much deeper. A man remains psychologically unfree whenever his life is unconsciously directed by fears, compulsions, projections, or identities he has never examined. He may possess unlimited external choices, while remaining internally governed by forces he neither recognizes nor understands. True freedom begins when consciousness gradually illuminates these hidden structures. The individual becomes capable of choosing rather than merely reacting. His actions increasingly emerge from awareness instead of unconscious necessity. One of the remarkable consequences of this transformation is that life becomes less defensive. Earlier in development, enormous amounts of psychological energy are invested in protecting identity. Every disagreement threatens self-image. Every criticism requires justification. Every failure demands explanation. Living from the self gradually dissolves this exhausting pattern because identity is no longer organized around appearance. The integrated man can admit ignorance without humiliation, change his mind without feeling defeated, and acknowledge mistakes without believing they diminish his worth. Reality becomes more important than consistency. Truth becomes more valuable than pride. This relationship with reality also changes the experience of uncertainty. The ego desperately seeks guarantees because it believes security depends upon certainty. The self operates differently. It recognizes that uncertainty is not an obstacle to life, but one of its permanent conditions. The future remains unknowable. Relationships remain unpredictable. Every important decision carries risk. Rather than demanding certainty before acting, the integrated man learns to trust his capacity to meet whatever reality eventually presents. His confidence no longer rests upon controlling the future, but upon inhabiting the present consciously. Perhaps this is why psychologically mature individuals often appear unusually peaceful without becoming passive. Their peace does not arise because life has stopped challenging them. It arises because they have stopped fighting realities that belong to the structure of existence itself. Aging, loss, change, limitation, and uncertainty no longer appear as personal failures requiring immediate correction. They become recognized as conditions through which every human life inevitably unfolds. Acceptance, therefore, becomes compatible with responsibility. The individual continues acting wherever action is possible, while no longer exhausting himself resisting what cannot be changed. Living from the self also transforms one's relationship with meaning. Earlier in life, meaning is frequently sought through extraordinary experiences, dramatic achievements, or the pursuit of ideal circumstances. As individuation deepens, meaning becomes increasingly available within ordinary existence itself. Raising a child, caring for a loved one, performing honest work, sharing a quiet conversation, or walking alone in silence gradually reveal depths that performance-oriented consciousness rarely notices. The integrated man discovers that meaning is not hidden in some distant future awaiting extraordinary accomplishment. It quietly permeates reality whenever consciousness becomes fully present to it. This may be the most beautiful consequence of the entire journey. The man who once spent years searching for himself eventually realizes that the deepest part of him was never absent. It was simply obscured by fear, performance, projection, and unconscious identification. Individuation has not created a new person. It has gradually removed what prevented the original person from becoming visible. Beneath every role, every ambition, every wound, and every mask, the self has remained quietly present from the beginning, patiently guiding the personality toward the life it was always capable of becoming. The journey never ends. There is a natural temptation, after following a path such as the one described throughout this book, to imagine that psychological development eventually reaches a final destination. We like to believe that there comes a moment when the shadow has been fully integrated, the persona permanently placed in its proper role, and the self finally realized once and for all. Such an ending would satisfy the ego because the ego prefers conclusions. It longs for certainty, completion, and the reassuring sense that the work has finally been finished. Jung's understanding of the psyche points toward a very different reality. Individuation has no final chapter because the psyche itself remains alive. Every stage of life reveals dimensions of the personality that could not have appeared before. The man in his 20s cannot know the psychological challenges of fatherhood before becoming a father. The father cannot fully understand aging, while youth still shapes his experience. The older man cannot anticipate the inner transformations that accompany the final decades of life until time itself gradually begins changing his relationship with existence. Each stage presents questions that earlier identities were never designed to answer. Consciousness therefore continues expanding not because it previously failed, but because life itself continually becomes larger. This understanding changes the way we relate to progress. Modern culture often imagines growth as a straight line moving steadily upward toward mastery. Jung saw development as something closer to a spiral. Again and again we revisit familiar themes, yet each return occurs from a different level of consciousness. We encounter fear once more, but we are no longer the same person who feared years before. We experience grief again, though it now speaks to a personality capable of containing meanings that were once inaccessible. We fall in love, face disappointment, encounter uncertainty, and rediscover hope, yet every repetition deepens rather than merely repeats the previous one. Life does not simply move forward. It continually returns us to ourselves with greater depth. Perhaps this is why psychologically mature people often become more curious rather than more certain. The further they travel, the more clearly they recognize how much remains beyond conscious understanding. This humility does not arise from insecurity, but from experience. They have watched too many convictions dissolve beneath deeper truths to become attached to absolute certainty. They no longer mistake temporary understanding for final wisdom. Instead, they develop increasing trust in the process of consciousness itself. They recognize that growth depends less upon possessing the right answers than upon remaining open to the next question life is preparing to ask. This openness transforms the experience of aging in particular. Many people fear growing older, because they unconsciously identify vitality with youth. Jung proposed something almost revolutionary for modern culture. He believed the second half of life possesses its own psychological purpose, one fundamentally different from the first. The first half is devoted largely to building a place in the world. The second gradually turns inward, asking whether the person who built that life has also come to know himself. Ambition gives way to reflection. Expansion yields to integration. External accomplishment slowly becomes less important than inner coherence. Aging, therefore, becomes not merely biological decline, but another stage in the lifelong unfolding of the self. This perspective also reshapes our understanding of failure. If individuation continues throughout life, then no single mistake possesses the authority to define the entire journey. Every failure becomes one moment within a much larger movement, rather than the final verdict upon a person's existence. Likewise, no success grants permanent completion. Every achievement eventually becomes the starting point for another stage of development. The integrated man therefore learns to receive both success and failure with increasing proportion. He celebrates accomplishment without becoming possessed by it, and he grieves disappointment without imagining it has ended the story. There is something profoundly freeing in accepting that the work will never be finished. The individual no longer lives under the impossible burden of becoming psychologically perfect before he is allowed to begin living. He recognizes that consciousness itself is the path. Every honest conversation, every meaningful relationship, every painful loss, every act of courage, and every moment of genuine reflection participates in the same lifelong movement toward greater wholeness. Development ceases being a project with a deadline and becomes the natural rhythm of a fully inhabited life. This is the deepest gift Jung offers to modern men. He does not promise certainty in place of confusion or perfection in place of limitation. He offers something both humbler and more enduring. He offers the possibility of living in conscious relationship with one's own becoming. Such a life no longer requires constant proof, final answers, or flawless execution. It requires only the willingness to continue listening, continue integrating, and continue allowing reality to reveal new dimensions of the person quietly emerging beneath every stage of existence. In the end, individuation is not something a man accomplishes. It is the way he learns to live. And as long as life continues unfolding, the journey toward wholeness unfolds with it. The man the world truly needs. Every age creates its own image of the ideal man. Some eras admire the warrior. Others elevate the conqueror, the provider, the intellectual, the entrepreneur, or the revolutionary. Each historical period projects its deepest values onto masculinity, asking men to embody whatever qualities seem most necessary for survival. These ideals are never entirely wrong. Every civilization depends upon courage, discipline, sacrifice, and leadership in one form or another. Yet history also demonstrates that no cultural ideal remains sufficient forever. The world changes, and with it, the qualities required to meet reality change as well. This is why Jung's psychology remains so strikingly relevant. Rather than asking what kind of man society currently needs, Jung asked a more enduring question. What kind of person can remain psychologically whole regardless of the age into which he is born? His answer did not point toward a particular personality type or social role. It pointed toward consciousness itself. The future has never belonged to the strongest men, the wealthiest men, or even the most intelligent men. It has belonged to those capable of adapting without losing themselves, changing without abandoning their principles, and confronting reality without retreating into comforting illusions. The modern world presents challenges unlike those faced by previous generations. Never before have men possessed access to so much information while struggling with so little certainty. Never before has identity been subjected to such constant comparison, performance, and public evaluation. Technology has expanded communication, while often diminishing genuine conversation. Success has become increasingly visible, yet meaning has become increasingly difficult to locate. Under these conditions, external strength alone is no longer enough. The greatest threats facing many men are no longer physical, but psychological. Isolation, fragmentation, chronic distraction, and the quiet loss of purpose have become defining features of modern existence. These problems cannot be solved merely by returning to older models of masculinity, nor by abandoning masculinity altogether. They require something more fundamental. They require individuals capable of remaining inwardly coherent while living within a culture that constantly encourages fragmentation. They require fathers who possess enough self-knowledge to avoid passing unconscious wounds to their children. Leaders who value truth more than status. Partners who seek relationship rather than possession. Men who understand that discipline without meaning becomes exhaustion, and freedom without responsibility quickly becomes emptiness. The integrated man is uniquely equipped for this task because his stability no longer depends upon circumstances that inevitably change. He can live in periods of uncertainty without immediately surrendering to anxiety. He can encounter disagreement without requiring enemies. He can participate fully in society without allowing society to define his entire identity. This kind of psychological independence does not produce withdrawal from the world. It produces deeper participation in it. Because he is no longer consumed by proving himself, he becomes available to contribute something genuinely valuable to others. Perhaps this is the quiet social consequence of individuation that Jung believed was so often overlooked. Psychological development is never merely private. Every integrated individual changes the emotional environment surrounding him. A conscious father alters the development of his children. A conscious teacher transforms the experience of learning. A conscious leader reshapes institutions. A conscious husband changes the atmosphere of a marriage. None of these transformations requires extraordinary influence. They emerge naturally because consciousness, like unconsciousness, continually spreads through relationship. Every person who becomes less divided within himself subtly reduces division in the world around him. For this reason, the future of masculinity may ultimately depend less upon cultural debates than upon individual psychological work. Entire societies are shaped by the character of ordinary people fulfilling ordinary responsibilities with extraordinary consciousness. Civilizations rise not only through innovation and power, but through the integrity of individuals who quietly embody reality more faithfully than illusion. The integrated man may never become famous. History may never remember his name. Yet the influence of a single psychologically whole human being often extends across generations in ways no public recognition could ever measure. This is the man the modern world truly needs. Not the perfect man, not the invulnerable man, not the man who has mastered every aspect of himself. It needs the man who has accepted the lifelong responsibility of becoming increasingly conscious. The man willing to confront his shadow before projecting it onto others. The man who seeks truth before certainty. The man who understands that strength exists to protect life rather than dominate it, and that wisdom begins the moment identity becomes less important than reality. Such a man does not represent the conclusion of masculinity. He represents its fulfillment. Because beyond every cultural definition of what a man should be lies something infinitely more important. A fully conscious human being. What it means to be human. When this book began, we asked a question about men. Now, at its conclusion, that question has quietly transformed into a question about human beings. This change is not accidental. It is the natural consequence of every stage of the journey we have taken together. We began by examining masculinity because it provided the landscape through which psychological development could be explored. We investigated the masks men wear, the shadows they carry, the fathers they seek, the women they love, and the lifelong process of becoming whole. Yet every one of these explorations gradually pointed beyond masculinity itself. They pointed towards something that exists before every identity and remains after every identity has changed. Jung believed that the deepest task of life is not to become a perfect man, nor even to become the ideal version of oneself imagined by the ego. It is to become increasingly conscious. This simple statement carries extraordinary implications because consciousness changes the meaning of every human experience. Success becomes an opportunity for gratitude rather than superiority. Failure becomes an invitation to humility rather than a verdict upon one's worth. Love becomes a meeting between two evolving individuals rather than an attempt to escape loneliness. Responsibility becomes participation in reality rather than sacrifice demanded by identity. Even suffering gradually becomes part of a larger movement through which the personality discovers dimensions of itself that comfort alone could never reveal. None of this makes life easier. Individuation offers no promise that pain will disappear, that relationships will remain unbroken, or that uncertainty will one day come to an end. Reality continues asking difficult things of every human being. People we love will leave us, whether through distance, choice, or death. Plans will fail. Bodies will age. Dreams will change. Entire identities that once felt permanent will quietly dissolve. The integrated person does not escape these realities. He simply stops believing they are evidence that life has betrayed him. He recognizes them as part of the mystery of existence itself, the same mystery that has shaped every generation that came before and every generation still to come. Perhaps this is why Jung's psychology remains so profoundly hopeful despite refusing easy optimism. It never asks us to deny darkness in order to appreciate the light. It asks us to understand that both belong to the same life. The shadow exists because consciousness is incomplete. Suffering exists because love makes loss possible. Uncertainty exists because the future remains open. Mortality exists because life itself is precious. The goal is therefore not to eliminate these realities, but to become large enough, inwardly, to hold them without losing our capacity to love, to create, to serve, and to remain fully present. The integrated man eventually discovers that the greatest achievement of his life will probably never appear on a resume, a monument, or a public record. It will be measured instead by the quality of his presence, by the honesty with which he faced himself, by the compassion he extended to others after learning compassion toward his own imperfections, by the courage with which he chose reality over illusion, by the quiet stability he offered to those whose lives briefly intersected with his own. These are the achievements through which one human being changes another, often without ever realizing it. There is a quiet irony hidden within the entire journey of individuation. We begin believing that we are searching for ourselves. Eventually, we discover that the deeper self was never truly lost. What was lost was our relationship with it. The noise of performance, the demands of identity, the fear of rejection, the hunger for approval, and the countless distractions of modern life gradually obscured something that had remained present all along. The work of psychology was never to manufacture a new person. It was to remove everything that prevented the original person from becoming visible. If there is one idea worth carrying beyond the final page of this book, perhaps it is this. You are not the mask you learned to wear. You are not the wounds you inherited. You are not the expectations placed upon you by your family, your culture, or your generation. Neither are you the roles you occupy, the successes you accumulate, or the failures you regret. These things shape your life, but they do not exhaust its meaning. Beneath all of them there remains a deeper center of personality that continually invites you toward greater honesty, greater consciousness, and greater wholeness. That invitation never ends. It is present in every meaningful conversation, every difficult decision, every unexpected loss, and every genuine act of love. It accompanies every stage of life because it is life itself continually asking one simple question. Not who you wish to appear to be, not who the world expects you to become, but who you are willing to become when nothing remains to hide behind. Perhaps that is the true meaning of individuation. Perhaps that is the true meaning of maturity. And perhaps, beyond every discussion of masculinity, psychology, or identity, that is what it has always meant to become fully human.